take a break.
What up? Hello. Take a break. What's up? Hi. Oh my God. My skin is so pale. What's going on? Wait. Oh, it's like mood lighting. Look at that. What's up, everybody? How are you all? Are you excited for Critical Role? I'm excited. I'm excited that for the first time in a while, I kind of feel confident that we won't have any issues. Knock on that wood. I'm kind of confident about it, which is actually, it's part of the reason. Okay, I've been a little offline this week. I haven't really done any other streams. Part of that is because I've been procrastinating things. Really, no excuse, just my fault. That I just had to get done. But on a more positive bent, I was like, oh, like, I don't need to constantly be, like, trying new troubleshooting methods. Or I don't need to, like, try a fix on a non-CR stream. So I didn't feel the need to do streams between then and now. Now, that's not to say that I'm going to start streaming less. This week was still an anomaly, but that pressure was off, which was so sick. And I am feeling more and more confident by the day that I will be able to start getting back to that, like, once a week sort of thing that I was at before. At least once a week. Hopefully, ideally more. But just realized it's still have an hour and 20 left of the previous episode. Nothing happened at the end. I honestly don't remember. I don't think much happened at the actual end of the what do you call it? I don't think much happened at the actual end of the episode, but I did, in fact, spend a lot of time theorizing. So, I don't know. That's up to you. That's on you to decide. You must choose your own fate. Dawdling twiddle. Hey, there we go. We got the hide chat back on the just chatting. Perfect. And I'm going to get out of studio mode. Basically no housekeeping. I guess the only thing also, which I put out some stuff in the Discord, and I put out a community announcement about it, I did not get the chapters done for basically the same reason that I wasn't streaming. And I don't know how I'm going to handle a situation like this in the future, if I'm just going to like post the VOD without chapters, which is what I did this time, and then like do the chapters later, if I'm going to just push people towards the Discord. Probably a combination of both into the future, but not quite sure yet. But 58 is now out. It just doesn't have chapters yet. And I think that's pretty much it. The next thing, as always, is the takeaway. And this is a takeaway that is not a predictive takeaway. It will, whether or not this is a critique or an observation or a compliment, it could be any of the three, honestly, will kind of depend on how this episode goes. Because I was thinking a lot about the plane shift. And let me get us over here. There we go. I was thinking a lot about the plane shift because, and let me pull it up, it seems like, now we don't have as clear of evidence as I might like, if I was going to make an assertion. That's why I'm saying, the emotional takeaway part, like what does this actually teach us, whether it's like positive, negative, or neutral, is really going to depend on this episode. But it seems as though Matt allowed them to, let's see, you can specify a target destination in general terms. Now, they were trying to get to the place where Grog entered the Feywild with the nymph in, I think, near at least the Frostweald. And Keyleth, made the point that they are generally familiar with that spot, and so they can appear in or near that destination. And and at first I was like, I don't know. I kind of, because I like the conceit of Fey crossings as a person that likes travel and likes ritual magic, like magic that takes a lot of finicky little bits to accomplish, but once you do, it's really awesome. I as someone who likes both of those things, I was like, man, like the Fey crossings are cool. Like, yeah, plane shift is also cool, but like they're not that familiar with it. And then I started thinking about Matt, M-Dog, as his friends call him, and how he doesn't really love travel, right? That's not, I think I've pretty much identified that at this point. It's not something that gets him out of bed for DMing. And I was like, okay, and that was originally not like disappointment, but like, okay, he's just not really interested in them traveling. But I actually think it's much more nuanced than that, the more I thought about it. And I'll read Daniel. If you're trying to bend the rules, play on the edge, I will almost always allow the spell to do something because failure is boring, but I get free reign to mess with it. Or outright nothing happens style failure is boring. Okay, so that is what I am wondering, and that's one of the things that we might see here. What's up, Raven? I don't know, because Matt didn't confirm, which is fair, that whether or not they are actually going where they intended. I think another interpretation of what they were trying to do is that they are familiar with the Feywild. Just like in general. Not like that specific place outside of the lake where the nymph was. I think that argument could be made. And that would seem to more coincide with what I think Matt likes about travel, right? I think at this point, when they're traveling across Taldore, I think he wants to get through it as quickly as possible because he does not find the puzzle or investigative aspect of travel interesting. He's not there for like any sort of like gritty, tracking food. He doesn't have a lot of distinct timers, so the time taken doesn't really matter. It's like all of the things about traveling across Taldore don't really apply to, I think, what Matt is interested in. Investigatorial. But that's not to say that Matt has never done travel before, and that he's never done things that travel can't really, can't facilitate. Like, he did an amount of travel to get to Whitestone during the Briarwood arc, and they found locations that foreshadowed what they would encounter in the actual city. Even in the city, it's pretty fucking big, and he ran travel at, I would say, in a more detailed way within Whitestone than he does, than he did, like, say, when they were traveling to the Sphinx Mountain. And my theory, or at least my analytical takeaway, is that is because the thing that Matt really likes is introducing human stories, allies, factions. He wants to introduce the people that live there, or the absence of them. It is all kind of centered around Sphinx Mountain. Sphinx Mountain is sick. But he wants to have people that you encounter during these journeys. That's the more, I think, interesting part to him than, like, encountering locations. Like, even between Western and Whitestone, when they're during the Briarwood arc, they do discover the giant fortress, totally abandoned, nothing there. But it's not really about the fortress. Like, the fortress doesn't really have much going on. The impact of the fortress is that the giants aren't there, and that there is seemingly little to no evidence of what happened to them. It's sort of like a Roanoke situation. And I think, to wrap this all back to what's happening right now and what happened last episode, I think that in Matt's brain, in what he's interested in, his preferences, he would rather, I think, put them in a less stable and well-known position within the Feywild than have them have to, get to wherever they're going from there, than to put them, having to have them travel through Taldore, get into the Fey Crossing, and kind of know where they are, then making the travel in the Feywild a little bit more straightforward. I think you would rather have the travel in the Feywild be more unknown and chaotic. Because with the interpretation of plane shift, you just go generally to the Feywild. Because, maybe they're not familiar enough with the location that she was trying to target. Matt can kind of put them anywhere in the Feywild that would facilitate the best story. Them running into the best NPCs. Them running into the best factions. Or when I say best, maybe most interesting. So the journey is actually much more under Matt's control as to, like, what they hit and what they don't, if he allows them to plane shift from right here rather than traveling to the Fey Crossing and then going from there. So now, will any of that happen? That's the next situation. If he just had it to where, this plane shift basically just got them to the Fey crossing, and then they still have to travel through the Feywild from there, I think that's pretty clearly him just wanting to skip the Tal'Dorei travel sequence. That's just him not, he's already introduced the refugees. In his head, there just might not be anything else, like faction or NPC-wise, that is interesting to introduce in that stretch of Tal'Dorei. And so in his head, it's like, well, if there's nothing interesting to introduce, I don't really care about the rest of travel. Yeah, sure, fuck it. You get there. It's not too complicated. They could have done the same thing with a fucking tree stride. And probably in terms of in-game time, not taken that much longer. Maybe an extra day. But in terms of out-of-game time, it would have been substantially longer. So I think that this is either just, hey, I want to skip the Tal'Dorei travel sequence, or it is, hey, I want to really craft the Feywild travel sequence. Especially, I've been thinking, or people have commented about like the plot building DM versus the world building DM. I've talked about before. How much I think Matt is or isn't tracking on the back end. And I think that there is part of Matt's like kind of trick here, right? I think part of Matt's kind of trick is that, how do I say it? Part of the trick is making rulings to allow you to come off as this mega high prep DM, even though the choices that you made are what got you there, if that makes sense. I don't know if it does. Like, it allows you to, it's the don't look behind the curtain thing, where saying yes to players to then put you in a position where you can just run the world, but you have crafted the paths for the players in such a way that the path that they happen to follow through the world is the most interesting path. And I think that this is a really good opportunity to do that sort of thing. So we'll see. That's why I said, what this takeaway actually means will depend on what we see probably at the beginning of this episode. But I think that there's a lot of really good opportunities here, in saying yes to this, even though my gut instinct, probably wouldn't have been to do so. Oh, sorry. I forgot to shut the door. Matt does love him some NPCs, and he's very good at it. Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. Did the talking budget come down? Yes. Oh, and I actually need to modify it. Okay, I have a new way that I'm trying to base the talking budget. I have like a new strategy for how I'm trying to like essentially calculate it. We will see if it ends up being good or not. I have some thoughts. It might be too aggressive, but I did. So the talking budget, the actual like top number came down, but the amount that it decrements every time I talk went up. So it's gonna go back down faster, but it has a smaller cap. Due to the way that I calculated it this time. But we'll see. We will see how that goes. But yeah, I think that's kinda it. Also, you guys heard, I I didn't realize that it was going through a source that you would all hear. I have a break timer because I don't think we're gonna be able to stream on Twitch in the near future, unfortunately. Just the internet is at a stable place, but it's not like improving at all. So I need to be very careful about how much bandwidth I'm taking up, especially because like Paige also has to like work and be on the internet. So but because of that, what used to happen is whenever a Twitch ad was about to run, we would take a break. And I have not had that sort of like reminder, like hourly reminder to get off and take a break. So I just set one up for myself. I just set up like a nice little break reminder that will hopefully help us take more breaks. But with that, I think we will get into it. Oh, wait, haircut. Let's see. Welcome to the Feywild! On the moon tree theory, it's interesting, but I feel like it would steal the spotlight for someone else to make the big decision in what's supposed to be Vex's arc. I think it definitely depends on whether or not you consider it Vex's arc. And that's that is something I thought about in regards to like the theory and how people were sort of reacting to it and the conversations that we had. I am considering like Mythcarver is absolutely for Scanlan. And in retrospect, the Raven Queen armor could have been for several of them, but you know, it turned out to be for Vax. Really, the only vestige that I think has really been like actually tied to a player arc is maybe like Earthbreaker Groon's Knuckles. So I think the thing from my perspective, which this is not the correct perspective. Like I can very much see counter arguments. But the way that I am interpreting and the kind of spawning of the moon tree theory is around the fact that despite the fact that Fenthros, there's only one person in the party that uses a bow, right? Despite that fact, I have not, yes, Kevdak. Yeah, sorry, not Earthbreaker Groon. Earthbreaker Groon gave them the info about them, but they're the Titanstone Knuckles, so Kevdax. I think that's maybe the only ones that were actually, like, in a, those were the only ones that were actually, like, in a player arc, I feel, but they weren't even, like, the point of the arc, if that makes sense. And that's kind of where I'm rooted within this Fenthros bit, and like how it relates to Vex, is I don't see, at least I haven't seen, any of the vestiges as actually a component of the player quests until after they're acquired. But even then, the Raven Queen armor, like the Nightwalker's ward, isn't really a part of the Raven Queen, like, quest for Vax. It's just sort of symbolic, vaguely, of the quest. And the Knuckles have not really been featured basically at all since they were gotten. Even if they were used, I can't even remember when. So all of that is to say, when I'm thinking about the moon tree theory, I am thinking about the fact that Vex has to be involved because this one is so obviously for her. But I'm still not taking that as a signal that it is Vex's quest, if that makes sense. Anyone see any small hiccups? Oh, did the thing come back on? No, it didn't. Hopefully. Okay, not particularly. Ooh. We've got 1 and 1. Anyone else got data? I haven't noticed. Okay. We can hope that sounds good for me. Okay. We can hope that doesn't continue. But yeah, I definitely understand, depending on your interpretation of things. And I think that this is like a fair thing, but so far everyone had an arc or a setup for one. Vex is missing out. I think that is fair, and that is a fair point of evidence that Fenthros should be more Vex focused. Like if we're talking about like what's maybe best for the game, it is for Fenthros to be more Vex focused. I just haven't seen the vestiges used in that way up to now, at least in my opinion. They've been side motivations most of the time as they relate to any sort of quests. So that's in terms of predicting, my gut doesn't go that direction, but I could very much see my gut being wrong, or Matt very much noticing like, hey, maybe these vestiges are an opportunity to more deeply link into people's arcs. Like I could very much see them having started out one way and maybe transitioning towards being slightly different. That could absolutely happen. But yeah, so far, the vestiges themselves have not been super personal, even if they're clearly targeted at someone. Now, I could see Scale and Sword he barely uses, didn't have an arc either. Yeah. He does use it. And this isn't to say that like the vestiges aren't good or powerful or like clearly designed for specific people. It's more in terms of tying them into an emotional arc. So that's why when I imagine the Moon Tree theory, I don't see it necessarily as a decision within Vex's arc. I see Vex as a component, and like Vex's opinions and desires for the bow as a factor within the larger Moon Tree setup. And again, that is not necessarily what I would do, or maybe what is good to do or right to do. But it is what I predict will happen. So whether or not that's good is a whole separate conversation. And I think that the theory will be how do you say it? It will be probably complicated almost instantly. Once we actually get in and start interacting in the Feywild, I can imagine that there is going to very quickly be things that disprove or disincentivize, but the thing I'm most confident about with the theory is that the Moon Tree and the Sun Tree are connected. Now, I have all of my other aspects that I've described, but my most baseline like prediction that I think is both amazing on Matt's part, and I think is just likely, is that the Sun Tree and the Moon Tree are connected, or the Cancer Tree, whatever you want to call it. And I even think, some of the players I think are starting to catch on. Keyleth was asking some very pointed questions last session. So I think some of the players are on the same wave as me. But, we'll see. What do you think Vex's arc is going to be? I'm sure Matt isn't going to sideline her. It's a good question. I think, and this is I don't know Laura Bailey, obviously. But there are definitely people that play at tables that don't have a huge desire to have a personal arc in the same way as, you know, the Briarwoods or Kaylee or any of those sorts of things. There are definitely players at tables like that that just want to participate even maybe more often in other players' arcs. So the easy, I would almost say, cop-out answer, you know Laura? Yeah, right. The almost cop-out answer is, well, that could just be the situation with Laura. She might just not really want a player arc, but that is like pure heavy speculation. I don't think that is actually the case. I think she will eventually get an arc. The question is what? And I do think I've really been kind of back and forth on when it's going to happen. And we talked about Laura or Vex's motivations, I think last stream, maybe the stream before that, of there's sort of nothing you can do to fuck with her. It's like Scanlan, you can like bring up his past, his philandering days. You can show him the impact that it had on people, and not in a great way. You can present Grog with these people that he used to be very, very close to, that he now are kind of evil, and this villain from his past. Currently, to my knowledge, I'm not super aware of anything that Vex has like that, except, big exception, her dad. Their dad, the twins' dad, in Singorn. So, and I said this when I first collated the Moontree theory, is that I was uncertain on who was going to do what, on like how the various members of Vox Machina were going to participate. And that the way that the twins, or the way that the interaction with the twins' dad goes, I think will be incredibly telling on who will be the central figures when they interact with the Moontree. I think it will be very, very telling, because right now we haven't really had an inciting incident yet. Like we haven't had an inciting incident for Vex. The inciting incident for Percy was overhearing that Uriel was getting a message from the Briarwoods. The inciting incident for Scanlan was meeting Kaylee. The inciting incident for Vax was Vex's death and his decision there. But we haven't had any sort of... the inciting incident for Grog was acquiring Craven Edge. Maybe you could argue the first time that Craven Edge talked to him. So all of these arcs start with, again, what I would call an inciting incident, and I just haven't seen that for Vex, and I don't really know what it could even be, honestly. I don't think that just the introduction of Fenthras is enough of an inciting incident for me to really be like, yeah, this is Vex's. But I could see, I could see their dad providing a very distinct inciting incident for Vex to kickstart her plot. And if I had to put out a prediction on what Vex's plot will be, it is going... I would think that, like, right... all of the character plots have asked a question so far, right? Percy's personal plot is... it's sort of a, broadly do the ends justify the means, kind of. But I think more specifically, it is about becoming the monster. You know what I'm saying? It is when you violent means meet violent ends. My original prediction was that Percy's own name was eventually going to show up on the list. And I think it's possible if they hadn't thrown away the list when they did. I think it's very possible that that Cassandra's name would have come on, and if he had done it, his own name would have popped up. But regardless, Scanlan's question, to a degree, is, do you care about the effects of your actions? Right? Do your chaotic actions and the results of those matter to you at all? Really? And Grog's was friends or power, right? That's the whole Craven Edge thing. And I really like Craven Edge. I mean, I'll talk all day about the Craven Edge arc, because I also think it's very expertly planted, and it really, doing it now, which was partially on Travis as well, like positively on him, is that he chose to go into it when he did. But the entire Chroma Conclave arc has sort of been fundamentally rooted in gather your allies, unite them, some might say. And like that is from the beginning. Even though we have the vestiges as a backdrop, the real core thing that everyone keeps telling Vox Machina, that keeps getting reiterated, is gather your allies, go here. And the thing that ultimately took down Umbrasyl, IMO, was not the 2 vestiges, or 3 they had by that point. It was the assistance of the, not the clan, the herd. It was the assistance of the herd. Gather your allies. And Craven Edge parlayed into that beautifully, because Craven Edge asked Grog basically the same question, essentially, of, hey, is it better to have friends, or is it better to have me? I'm your friend, Grog, and I make you stronger. So it's like, is it better to have power at the expense of friends? And Grog ultimately chose friends and allies. So all of the quests ask a question. I think that the most interesting question for Vex is not power or allies. I actually think that the important question to ask Vex specifically, and that could work really well into the Chroma Conclave arc, is, does the party matter more than the world? I think that's the most important question to ask Vex, is, does she care about the other members of Vox Machina more than she cares about the world? And I don't think that this moment with Fenthras is the moment where that question gets asked. I think that there's a really good shot, in the same way that Craven Edge is so clearly designed for Grog, it's not even funny. But they didn't get Craven Edge as part of Grog's plotline. They got it as part of Percy's, and Percy made the ultimate decision on it. Remember? Like they loot it all. Percy first gets Craven Edge, and totally could have thrown it in the acid, had full autonomy over it, and chose to give it to Grog, which was then the inciting incident for his quest. And the more I talk about it, this is not something I thought about beforehand, by the way. I am thinking through speaking. In a way, I think it could be argued that this decision point, Fenthras or the Sun Tree, could be seen as Vex's inciting incident. Fenthras, or the lack thereof, will serve as either this, I mean, it's going to be like a black hole on her either way. It is either they took it and they doomed the Sun Tree, now it's like, almost feels like a cursed item, metaphysically, not actually. It almost feels like it has like the blood of the Sun Tree on it. But if they don't take it, every time she goes to use her bow, she's thinking about, could have had Fenthras. So I would view this less as a pivotal moment or decision in her arc, and more similar to the sequence of Grog getting Craven Edge, where her getting Fenthras is what will start her arc, more than it will end it or be a big climactic moment within it. Now, those are all possibilities. That's just a theory. We're so far out that the only thing that I am really married to is I think I'm so confident about the Moon Tree, I will be, not that it's called the Moon Tree, but I am so confident that that there will be a tree. Well, I already know there's a tree. I'm so confident that the tree in the Feywild is linked to the Sun Tree. That is like a core part of my beliefs at this point. I've got my 3 key voting issues, and I've got that. Those are the core pillars of my being. Anything else, it could go one of 100 ways. It could go one of 100 ways. I'll probably be updating the Moon Tree theory basically every episode, if I had to guess, until we actually get there. Let's see. The problem with using the Titanstone Knuckles as an example is that they only have one thing that isn't passive. Yeah, which is, I think I'm more using them as an example. Again, not in terms of like power or design proficiency, more as how present are they within the plot. Like, you could say that Craven Edge only had a passive, but Craven Edge was designed in such a way that passive was incredibly present within the plot. Now, you don't want every item to be present. You don't want every item to take up real estate and to push a personal quest. But that is, there are differences between the two of them. He chose to give Grog crack. Yeah, he absolutely did. And I wouldn't have had it any other way. I think it is absolutely. And if we want to go even more metaphorical and even more symbolic, I don't think this was purposeful on any of their parts. But if we want to go even more symbolically into that, there is definitely symbolism there within the entire constellation, or not constellation, within the entire, what would you say, tree ecosystem of Grog's quest line of strength and personal development and growth, versus pursuing those things when it hurts the people around you, especially when it hurts the people closest to you. When we first had the Craven Edge kind of breakdown, I related it to steroids because I think that there is some symbolism there. But even you can take it to an even less specific emotional level of Craven Edge represents self-improvement at the cost of others. At first, it was self-improvement at the cost of our enemies. But then it was taken so far, it was perverted, it was made to be toxic, to the point where that self-improvement starts hurting the people that you love. It starts hurting innocents, people around you, that definitely don't deserve it. And the fact that Percy gave it to him, I think is very resonant within that interpretation. Like, there are people who want the best for you. Percy, I believe, wants the best for Grog. But sometimes the things that we recommend to people that we love and that we care about aren't what they need. Like, Grog did not need Craven Edge. It made him worse. It made the way that he interacted with people worse. But Percy didn't know that. Percy had no idea how Grog was going to interact with Craven Edge. He saw it as an item that, while it had its risks, if used properly, it would make Grog way better, without realizing that Grog is like a flawed character and that Craven Edge played so deeply on one of Grog's most substantial flaws. Percy couldn't have known that. Or maybe he could have. Maybe he didn't. Maybe that is an indictment of Percy. Not Taliesin, by the way. Percy. and a representation of Percy's flaws that he didn't consider whether or not Craven Edge would be good for Grog and whether or not he needed to protect his friend from that. Or maybe he did think about it, but he has other personal beliefs around, free choice in this matter that made it to where even if he doesn't think that Grog should use it, he still felt obligated to give it to him. There's all sorts of things you can draw from that. And yeah. So I think all that is to say, I think that heavily involving someone in your personal quest, especially at the start, I don't view as a inherently bad thing. I do really understand the hesitancy around it, to be fair. Like, I very much understand the hesitancy of spotlight stealing. It's something that I think a lot of us are very concerned with, especially, people that really care about being a good player are really concerned about this sort of thing. So I totally get that. And I'm not even saying whether or not this is or isn't that, but I think there's definitely a possibility that even within my described scenario, it's not that. Maybe. We'll see. Percy definitely has had some sort of flaw in this area. It's hard to put into words exactly what that flaw is. Yeah, which, flaws don't need to be put into words to be emotionally resonant. And I think that that's a really interesting thing about Percy is that, we often joke, and I know Mike has joked several times that Percy is basically an anime anti-hero. And he's very tropey, very archetypical. But also he is an immensely resonant character with a lot of people, I think. I think that, and that is even potentially one of the reasons that, if we disregard Orion and Tiberius, I think that in terms of good faith disagreements that I've seen in chat, it's close, but I think that the majority, I said it's close and then I almost said vast. I think that the majority of good faith disagreements have been surrounding Percy. And I think that is because he truly is a resonant character in not just positive ways. He is I think that Percy speaks to a lot of the gremlin inside of a lot of us, and especially people that play TTRPGs and that are in the more, I guess what you call nerdy sphere. You know, a lot of us are very analytical. We're playing games where you add up the numbers and you care about the statistics. And while Grog and Ashley are also very chaotic characters, I don't think that they are as resonant as Percy is with a large portion of the audience, especially a portion that would not only engage in D&D, watch Critical Role, but also watch me watch Critical Role. And analyze it. I think that the subset of the audience that is into watching this show is going to have strong feelings about Percy, because I think we can all kind of see a little bit of us in him. Even me, you know, talking about like my warlock tendencies of I always think I could outsmart the devil. You know, I always think I could get my way out of the devil deal. That's absolutely a Percy-ism. Absolutely. And so, in the same way that, you know, I may not have liked Scanlan in certain points, there are parts that I legitimately haven't liked about him, but there's also parts that have been kind of a little bit of a clown mirror reflection of me inside of Scanlan. And I think that a lot of people experience that with Percy. Yeah. Percy's so it is hard to put all of that into words and to really nail down who Percy is. Partially because of his flaws. Like, partially by the fact that he is quiet and, as a general rule, doesn't explain himself. I think that is a pretty large part of why we can't put all of these things into words. But I think that honestly is even a little bit more. What would you call it? Even a little bit more. Not reflective, not representative, resonant with a lot of us. What if I made a giant bear trap for a dragon? Yeah, we all like it's like I'm sure that all of us have at some point imagined ourselves in the zombie apocalypse. You know, how would we do it different? And I think that is part of the fun part about D&D as well, is I want to be in these stories like movies and TV, but I want to make the different decisions. And I think that Percy embodies a lot of that energy. We are special people. Saying Percy is a Tumblr sexy man. Well, also he has white hair and Percy is sexy in the same way that like BBC Sherlock is sexy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it definitely appeals to a demo, and I do think that demo is a lot of critters. Sounds good, John. As someone who grew up in a regressive culture, moved away, and had to learn to be better, Scanlan might speak to me in a few ways. Yeah, absolutely. I have a very similar thing with Scanlan. Like, Scanlan speaks to me, and now that he's an actual character, he's much more resonant with me. But yeah, it's I don't know. It's all of the characters, and like discussing the characters in the moment it's tough. It's very difficult to do in my format when I don't know what's coming. We've gone over this before. And it's one of the reasons I'm very excited. I mean, I guess this is a little bit of a leak, but I also think people would be kind of surprised if I didn't do it. I do plan on making a autopsy of for every character after campaign 1 finishes. Because I'm very excited to discuss them in depth once I do know everything. Because I feel like there is so much to talk about and to learn for DMs, players, storytellers broadly. You know, ow, that hurt comparing Percy to BBC. I mean, I'll leave it there. I think it speaks for itself. And that's why it hurts. Percy is like a doctor with all the baggage and very little of the goof. Yeah, honestly. Yeah. Percy is quite a bit like a doctor. Yeah. Even with the struggle of not wanting to make it about himself. Ooh. But let's see. But I think that's it. We're approaching. Oh, wait. Okay. The timer. The timer should have gone off. Wait, let's see. Maybe the timing was a bit off. Let me see. Let me make sure that it didn't try to say anything. Okay, it didn't. Last one was at 31. Okay, perfect. So we're fine. We have like a couple of minutes before the break, but we will do, you know, kind of the intro stuff, the absent player announcement, all that, before we get into it. You're telling me the Percy's the embodiment of Super Hulock? I mean, if the shoe fits, yeah. Hulock is a great made-up word. Super doesn't work in there, IMO. Just a word. Not saying it doesn't fit Percy. I get Super Hulock. But Hulock is good, yeah. Yeah, blame the Tumblr. Blame the Tumblr. Oh, wait. Jabba-dabba-da, unmute tab. There we go.
And play Dungeons and Dragons.
Play Dungeons and Dragons.
Ashley Johnson left us last week to go shoot in New York, and the shooting got delayed a week.
Hey!
Doing
What?
here?
And Liam?
Rejection!
Pike's gone, but she at least can sit there while you guys play.
I just came to just hang out, you know?
That's cool. I appreciate and respect that. Thank you guys for your patience with the tech issues. We're trying out some new arrangements here, and it took a little setup, but nevertheless.
Okay, Ashley here, but Liam not. Dude, Look, I would never wish for the pandemic, but that doesn't mean I can't look forward to them being forced to improve their digital setup. I cannot wait until they figure out that they can put Liam on an OBS element rather than on a fucking physical laptop. I can't wait. But dude, I was talking to Mike yesterday, and we were talking about, like, you know, what will campaign 4 look like potentially, and I was saying I hope that campaign 4 is in Daggerheart. It'd be cool to watch, etc., etc. But I was like, honestly, more than anything else, I would love and adore if campaign 4 was not on Exandria, so that there weren't lore connections, and I could watch it without lore spoilers. Or, you know, the very, very minimal lore spoilers. Because, and it is in no small part, because I want to watch Ashley actually be able to play. Like, I have really enjoyed Pike during the summer of Ashley, and it is very, like, existentially sad to me that I will not get to watch her be a real player until campaign 3, probably years from now. If they don't start doing a show with her that doesn't spoil campaigns 2 and 3. So this is a purely selfish thing. Totally selfish. But I do really hope in a lot of ways that campaign 4 is not Exandria related. I mean, hell, I'd like it even more if they did actual campaign 4 that is in Exandria and then did a separate game that Ashley got to play in. that is not connected to Exandria. But that's a fucking lot. I know they're also doing the Blades series, so they might just have too much on their plate for that. But yeah, I it's very sad to me that I will have to wait so long to see real Ashley. We should remember to remind you to unmute. Yeah. They're trying a new setup. Oh, I didn't notice. Are they? Is it like new tables? Yeah, I don't really notice. I guess I kind of see it. It's not overly. Honestly, it just looks a little bit more cramped. It looks like they've got more shit on the table, but that also might be sponsored stuff. I can't tell. So, that's what I'll give it an out of 10. Predictions? I feel like I've gone through my predictions at this point. I feel like the well of predicting has run dry. I just got to get new evidence at this point. Laptop's evidence that they still think the cameras is secondary. Their problem shooting started as if they were a home table. Then the cameras got added later. You know, I understand that. And I understand from the perspective of this makes sense as like the first gut instinct, right? Totally makes sense. You don't want to invest a bunch of time. I think my thing with it at this point is that Ashley is so often needing to use it that I feel like at this point they should have figured out something better. Like if it was just the occasional thing where it was like one in 10, 1 in 20 episodes, someone's on a laptop, absolutely. But man, it's like 1 in 4. I feel like at this point you should have figured something out by now. But, you know, this is, 8 years ago? 6 years ago? 8 years. I'm screaming at Ghosts in the Machine. What am I doing? I'm wasting everyone's time. There's the take a break. Let's see. So I will go and I'll read the last few comments and then we'll get into it. There's a decent chance Campaign 4 will be exactly what you want. Let's go. But it's certainly feasible from what I do know. W take, and without saying anything, the way C3 is going, I think that is likely. CR could use a reset. We'll see. We will see. You know, I don't have any of the current events. No. Oh, excuse me. I don't have any of the, current events knowledge. But yeah, canons need a reset occasionally. Like, I especially think since Exandria has, 2 books published? Like, at this point, people are creating their own stories within Exandria. You can leave it. Or you can go back to it in miniseries. You can still have Exu, And maybe later you do have a campaign in Exandria again. Who knows? But I think that branching out and not getting too married to, like, one canon, one world, I think is one of the huge strengths of the Cosmere. For Brandon Sanderson books, is that he can tell new stories without, and just like drop in the occasional Easter egg from others, without having to be too concerned about what's going on in the other series, I don't know what is new, but Matt said we're trying a new setup. Oh, maybe it's behind the scenes. I don't know. The amount of time it takes for them to realize they're the real deal and could afford to put up time and effort is maddening. It's maddening because it's so good and with such small improvements, it could be like 20 times better. Matt Mercer just kind of creeps me out. My man, you might be in the wrong stream. I'm gonna be real with you. You're gonna have to look at him a lot. That is also kind of mean, but beyond that, this is going to be about 7 hours of looking at Matt. So I'd cut your losses now if that's a problem for you. You come back another day for a different series, because this one's going to be very Matt-centric. It's real funny how I think partially because they want to hold on to the home game feel and arguably make mistakes in order to do that. Yeah, potentially. I can see that. How constantly they embody surprise Pikachu. Surprise at their own success. I get it. I absolutely get it. But it is maddening. Especially, I think it's also in retrospect, like knowing where they are now. It's like, get better. I just thought I'd see what you were right about. What I was right about? I mean, hey, feel free to stick around. I'm just warning you that if that's a problem, might not be the right place. But most of this is us watching and talking about the specific episode. But I think, okay, the take a break timer already went off, so I do need to take a break. But I also I've been thinking about this. I need like an on-screen element that I can put stuff into that's on like the bottom of every stream that I can like put there and have there for like info about the stream. Because I do think about that sometimes. And I'm not sure if this is exactly what you're saying, Scott, but I do sometimes think about like people joining and not knowing exactly what the stream is or what I'm doing. And I think I may need like just a small on-screen element to communicate it better. But yeah, I will also say I plan on one of the things that I've been working on in the background is taking more moments from Critical Eyes. I used to do the big highlight thing, but that is holy fuck so much work. So I'm looking at posting smaller stuff like the I just posted like the Moon Tree Theory clip. I'm looking at posting smaller stuff in the VODs. So might be some stuff in there that you might be interested in. But anyways, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, take a quick break, get some water, hydrate or dehydrate, and we will get into the episode when we get back. See you in a second. What up? Hello. What's up? What's up? What's up? We are going. We're going. Let's play YouTube and get into it. Oh, right as we're talking about Critical Role doesn't realize who they are yet, we're going to go into a t-shirt contest.
T-shirt. Talk a bit about the t-shirt.
Oh, the t-shirt competition!
Yes.
Yeah, so, okay. So we have officially selected the top 3 of our choosing. And then we are now presenting them to you guys to vote on. They are already up on geekandsundry.com, so just go and check them out and make your votes heard. And we're gonna be announcing the actual winner of the t-shirt competition at our live show next week. So everybody that comes and sees that will get to see, you know, a picture of it live.
Yeah.
just like you guys at home.
Yeah.
What a goober.
Yes, you basically see it 30 seconds before
What a
everyone else.
goober.
But mainly due
That
to
30
streaming.
seconds makes a huge difference.
It does.
Well, also, we
you
may be
know?
miming something while the picture's up. That will
That's
be like
true.
exclusive content.
Oh,
And there were
Right.
so many good
They
ones.
were so good.
Oh my God.
So hard.
They were so great.
The amount of like texts that went back and forth between all of us, like trying to decide what the top 3 were gonna be, was really, really, really.
It was like, okay, everybody pick your like top 3,
And
and so we
everybody
each
said-
picked like 6.
Six.
Yeah.
And they were all like different. And we're
Yeah.
like, cool.
Fun.
Which brings us to our next announcement, which is we do have a live show next week. Landmark Theaters. It's a sold-out show somehow because everybody's crazy that's coming to see it.
Yeah.
We're gonna be there in person, trying to pull off this live show thing. It's gonna be wacky. It's gonna be zany. We're not gonna have any clothes on.
No, that's not true. That's not
Actually,
true.
not at all.
Is that not?
Hey, it's a
It's so funny that he's like, we're going to try to pull off this live show thing. My man, you already make a live show. I understand what he means. He means like in person, but it's like, it's again, kind of this like ongoing thing that we're talking about right now of they're so disconnected from what their show is becoming and like the levels that they have already reached compared to like where they think they're at. I have opinions about them, more on that in episode 60. Perfect. We will talk then. Yeah, like traveling YouTuber shows. I've been to a traveling YouTuber show. I went to what was it? The We Are Two Different People tour. I went to Danny Gonzalez and Drew Gooden on the We Are Two Different People tour. They were very good. It was sketch comedy is weird in person. I've realized. I actually like sketch comedy online, but I've never really seen it in person. I've mostly interacted with like improv, which is a very different vibe. And the sketch comedy was weird. But beyond that, it was a good show. And I think that's the only like YouTuber or like creator show I've ever been to. Yeah.
live show,
You
y'all.
are welcome.
Same.
I think you just
Come close.
became live clickbait.
I'm gonna sit in a sock, and that's it.
No.
It's gonna be a really big shock.
Travis, it's already sold out. You don't.
Gotcha, right. It's the first of hopefully many, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
It's
if it
gonna
goes well, and runs smoothly, and people are receptive to it, then hopefully there'll be more of these different places over.
All over the country. Interesting. Honestly, at this point, I'm wondering if. I mean, I know that this is basically this would not happen now, but because I think that cons, like conventions, are kind of a dying breed, and so I cannot see Critical Role starting a convention nowadays. But I do wonder if the pandemic had never happened. Like, if they had never gotten that, like, big pump the brakes moment on, like, in-person stuff with the pandemic, if they would have eventually started a convention. I mean, if fucking Penny Arcade can start a convention, I think Critical Role absolutely could have started one. And I might be speaking with it might be a lot of hee-hees and ha-has. They might have a convention that I'm just unaware of. But if they don't, I don't think they would do one anymore. But I think without the pandemic, they might have. Because it definitely seems like something that the critter community would have been very into. Cons in my area are problematic. The main con organizer is a bad person, so people in the know avoid anything he runs, but unaware people from the outside the area go to him because of the experience. Yeah, I mean, cons in general are just kind of weird. Maybe I'll save it for the live show discussion to like when we talk about it in episode 60, whatever happens then. We can talk about it in more detail, but I, as a famed introvert, I don't get it. Like, I can try. I have tried to empathize with why people do it, but the benefits seem so out of whack with the costs. Like both monetary and like time. Like I considered going to Gen Con this year, and honestly, if I was big enough to like have like a creator pass and, you know, maybe do have a potentially like heightened experience, maybe I would go. But I don't know. Even then, I'm kind of like, oh, that's... And I live so much closer to it now. It's in Indianapolis. It's like, I think Indianapolis is like a 4-hour bus away. It's really close, honestly. And I'm still like, I'd have to get a hotel and shit. I don't know about that. Yeah, surprisingly, if you have the opportunity, I'd say go to a smaller con. You know, I could see smaller. I could very much see smaller. But yeah, the huge ones like PAX. I did go to I went to not South by Southwest. I went to RTX in 2016, I want to say. I went to RTX. It was mid as hell. I got to see an early trailer for War of the Planet of the Apes or whatever, but I don't know. I also got to meet Sugar Pine 7, which was so sick. Well, meet is tough. It was like a, hey, I'm such a big fan. And they were like, thanks, bye. Which was fair. They were going somewhere. This is not like a bad creator experience. They were going somewhere. I was not trying to stop them. And then it turned out that we were going to the same place, and we ended up sitting next to each other. Like my group and the entire SP7 group were going to the same panel. And that was weird for me. Way back in the day, long before I had aspirations of doing this. It was very weird to see the SP7 guys in person. But yeah, I think big cons are probably out for me, but maybe smaller. I could see smaller. If you volunteer for a con, it would be like if there's a small con in Chicago that I'm very into. Because the big thing about like cons is like I had to like travel and like get a hotel. I guess it would also be if there was like a con in Kansas City that I wanted to go to so I could like stay with my family. But otherwise, I don't see it. I don't see it happening for me.
We had a week off last week where the amazing Liam O'Brien there ran a one-shot game of absolute chaos and did an amazing job.
It was pretty fun.
So I know that it might seem like I skipped the one shot. I have not. I am trying the new format on it, and I started, and then there were technical issues that were very on me. There was like audio issues, so I'm gonna try it again. But we will be testing because I'm very interested in it. And the last time I tried the new format that I'm being purposely vague about, the last time I tried it, I was not super into the thing that I was watching. It was like one of the battle royales. And I'm much more interested in Liam's one shot. So that will be coming. I just don't know exactly when. Yeah. I've been to STCC twice, and yes, super worth it. Interesting. Okay. STCC, got it. Short buffering. I don't have any dropped frames that I can see. So hopefully just you. Hopefully. Cross our fingers. Yeah, because I'm seeing 0 on my end. But it's not, I can't always see all of them. The Blades game you mentioned, if it's what I think you mean, has Ashley as a player and is not Exandria. Really? Fuck, what the fuck is their name? Or their system's name? Candela? I didn't realize that Ashley was a player in Candela. Ooh. I might check it out. We'll see. I'll have to figure out the potential spoilers that it contains. But if it's like only set spoilers, like I've seen memes. You know, I've seen memes, so I think I've seen some future sets already. So I'm not as concerned about like that sort of thing. So I'll look into it. Haircut spoilers. Yeah, I guess there's haircut spoilers. I don't care so much about that. Not a fan of Candela, so my memory is hazy. Interesting. Its set is different, 99% sure. Interesting. I will, technically, arguably that was a spoiler, but since you said you wish there was something not Exandria, I made the choice to say it. That's fair. That's fine. I mean, I know that Ashley's in campaign 3, which is currently running. So, unless it was like she left the company, I guess that would be maybe. But I never assumed that she did. But it's more serious in tone. Gotcha. We'll see. Maybe some Candela stuff in the future then. Maybe. Okay.
If you guys hadn't had an opportunity to check it out, you should. It's up on geekandcentury.com. It's amazing. And made me
Watching Midst? Maybe. Basically, one of the reasons that I keep bringing up this like new format is because I can't do multiple critical eyes simultaneously and like keep up an even remotely decent pace on them. Like Critical Role will be the only one that gets like the actual critical eyes treatment. Probably. So I'll put it that there are a lot of actual plays I want to watch and talk about, but I cannot submit myself to multiple of this. It'll take up all of my time and all of my voice. This is a lot shorter compared to the main CR. We'll see. Constructive Candela is good. Oh, 15-minute episodes. Okay, that could make a difference. We'll see. Basically, there are quite a few things I want to make content about right now. Like quite a few things I want to accomplish. There's a long list. And so right now, most of what I'm doing is testing ways, different types. So I just filmed actually like a like pure talking head, no editing, like cuts, like jump cuts, but like mostly no editing, and just like talking about a topic. And And that is, kind of a test to see how that goes, how I like the finished product. And I think a lot of other actual plays are going to get potentially similar treatment of me trying out slightly different formats to see if I can do them simultaneously with critical eyes and they don't become overwhelming. Like, for example, the book club. Book club, that format just doesn't work. Where I read it all off stream and then talk about it on stream. That format was untenable. So it's experimenting with the different formats to try and get more content displayed the best it can with the time I have.
We're very jealous that we couldn't be here to play in it, but we were here in spirit, and obviously motorcycle and sidecar, so that was kind of fun.
What?
We'll show you some of the fan art. But anyway, back to this game. Vox Machina, the group of adventurers who had found their way, now seeking the vestiges of divergence, ancient artifacts of power, to help them in their struggle against the Chroma Conclave, the collection of chromatic dragons that have just raised the entire countryside of Taldore. They've acquired a few of them, but the most recent one sends them to the Feywild in search of Fenthras, a bow which seems to acquire the eyes of Vex upon it. You took care of some business, managed to ward off an assassination attempt by a Rakshasa, and found your way through Keyleth's plane shift spell into the Feywild, somewhere in the vicinity of the portal where the nymph in the Frostweld, upon meeting Vox Machina years before, supposedly lives. As you guys stepped into this.
So they are... Matt is presenting it as if that is indeed what happened, which is fine. I'm neutral on that. If he just wanted to use plane shift to skip the Taldore travel sequence, sure. I wouldn't have, but with knowing Matt's other motivations, it makes sense to me.
Shit, Grog.
All right,
That's
so
a Wayback Machine.
yep.
Tail. Say something else and then I realized.
No, it works.
Anyway.
It works. It works.
Locker room with that.
Not sure where that came from.
So to bring us back in, as you step out into the temperate air, you're struck by the vibrant purples, blues, and pinks of sunset that envelop the skies and clouds above the tree line. The smell of fresh morning dew and poppy upon the breeze fills your head, and your feet wade through tall, thick grasses that tickle your knees with each step. Vine-covered tree trunks rise all around you, curling as they stretch upward like a bending dreamscape, and hundreds of small, bobbing fairy lights glow in the shadowed distance of the forest. Looking about you, you can see what appear to be clusters of mud and small pools of water that are scattered in your vicinity, some 10, 15, even 30 feet apart. Just small little pools that dot the landscape, almost like pebbles scattered across a small field. What do you guys want to do?
Yep. Already?
Where are we?
Interesting. Very leaning into the sort of more like dreamscape aspect. I want to listen to that one more time. Just a little bit.
Your head, and your feet wade through tall, thick grasses that tickle your knees with each step. Vine-covered tree trunks rise all around you, curling as they stretch upward like a bending dreamscape, and hundreds of small, bobbing fairy lights glow in the shadowed distance of the forest. Looking about you, you can see what appear to be clusters of mud and small pools of water that are scattered in your vicinity, some 10, 15, even 30 feet apart. Just small little pools that dot the landscape, almost like pebbles scattered across a small field. What do you guys want to do?
Yep.
Yeah, really. I mean, he literally says the word dreamscape, but it's also even like the smell of poppies, something that like puts you unconscious, puts you into a more dreamy light state. The morning dew kind of evoking like waking up almost, but at least being adjacent to dream and sleep. Interesting. Which, I mean, this is definitely like an established way to run the Feywild. I'm more just thinking about the type of headspace that puts the players in, and where he wants to put the players. You smell puppies. You smell puppies. Yeah. He wants to. I mean, to me, right, when I hear that, and thinking about what you hear from that is a good exercise of like, when I hear and when I feel dream, I think chaotic. I think nothing will be surprising to my character, but things might be surprising to me as the viewer. And then I think nightmares, but also like fantasies. I get this like very extreme duality sort of feel. And I'm interested to see if that is where he goes. Interesting way to summarize the Feywild, that it's a world of dreams. By that logic, Shadowfell is a world of nightmares. Almost. That's not exactly the way. I think about Feywild as both kind of dreams and nightmares. I mean, there are multiple aspects to both of these. That is one aspect of the Feywild, and that's more what I'm like kind of trying to listen for what he's honing in on, because when you go to these other settings, a lot of times it's easiest and also most effective for your storytelling to focus on a subset of the setting. So like focus on a subset of like what the Feywild is and what it means. In the comparison of Feywild's The Land of Dreams, I think about the Feywild more like the conscious dreams that you experience, right? Your brain experimenting. Whereas the Shadowfell, in my head, is more along the lines of like the unconscious. Like the abyss beyond your dreams, where your true inner demons lurk. You know what I'm saying? What emotion monsters D&D. What are they? Yeah. Sorrowsworn. Let's see. Sorrowsworn. Like these guys? No. Shadowfells. There we go. Lonely Sorrowsworn. Yeah, this guy. Oh my god, the ads. Get out of here. Well, you can see like the sorrowful embrace. Like they're doing psychic damage. They're trying to pull you in for like this weird, gross hug. The Sorrowsworn has advantage on attack rolls while it is within 30 feet of at least 2 other creatures. It's like misery loves company. Yeah. Shadowfell is sort of intrusive thoughts. Yeah, it's all of your unconscious sort of id. Is id the right word? What is ego versus id? What is id? It is the superego and makes decisions. Mediates the id. The id is the impulsive part of your personality. Yeah. I don't know if this is bullshit, like pop psychology or whatever, but that's kind of what I picture the Shadowfell as, is like raw emotions that are all twisted to hurt you. So even like joy, I think about being twisted into like mania in the Shadowfell. Whereas it like tamps down all those emotions, whereas the Feywild, I think of like extremizing them and presenting you, not really fucking with your emotions too much, but presenting you with like confusing scenarios that don't make any sense but require you to like follow the rules, you know? It's like when you're in a dream, you have to follow dream logic. Yeah. it doesn't actually like necessarily like matter what you think or what you feel. It's about the world around you shifting and reacting to you. But they are linked, which, you know, they're similar. They're always connected. But that's the way I tend to think about them. We all know what kind of Feywild Matt uses, but to Mega's point, the Feywild does have different characterizations. Yeah, absolutely true. And so yeah, I'm kind of going into this figuring out what Matt is using as a baseline, so that then as we go on, I can see like, okay, is he hitting that sort of stuff home? Is he like using that as like good foreshadowing and building, and like, is he preparing a foundation that is then going to pay off? Or does he like introduce bits of Feywild at random and not really make a cohesive picture out of it? We'll see. You'd expect fairy lights to be there because it is the Feywild, but the fact that Matt specifically mentioned them makes me think there's a specific reason he called them out. Very possible. Like, I've said it before, everything that the DM says, the fact that they say that and not something else means something, regardless of if they mean it to or not. But I think that so far we have a relatively cohesive descriptors, right? It is a landscape that is familiar but confusing. It is reminiscent of dreams. The smells are reminiscent of dreams. And even the fairy lights can be taken to be the further away you get from your direct vicinity, the more blurry and fantastical the lines get. You know, around you, it's a little bit more concrete, but as you get further away, it gets more and more vague, and until it's just represented with lights. So yeah, definitely think of it as the classic British idea of Fae. Pretty grim, dark forest, elves with glamour. Yeah, also true. And I mean, you can kind of run that, especially like the dark forest grim can be run in either the Shadowfell or the Feywild. Like they are both the other side of the coin of the material plane, but they're the other side of a coin in different ways. But the fact that they both base themselves and are like an extrapolation, or not extrapolation, a warped interpretation of the material plane, means that they will have just some things in common because they are both purposefully warping the content of the material plane. I've never run a campaign where you like really hit all that shit home. It would be cool though. It'd be very, very cool to run like, I'm thinking like a dimension hopping campaign with like a Planeswalker Ranger. Ah man, Planeswalker Ranger is so cool, but they're so campaign specific. But I think it would be super cool to run a like Worlds Collide. What was the big reset for DC? It was like all timelines collide, all worlds collide. It's like Super Earth, maybe. But to basically run one of those, but with the Shadowfell and Feywild, so that they're constantly jumping between like material, Feywild, Shadowfell. I think that would be super, super neat. I'm trying to get better at picking and choosing which words players pick up on so I can flat out tell them things, foreshadow, and add just flavor more purposefully. Yeah, I mean, you're never going to be able to purposefully pick all of your words. Like never. Never, ever, ever, right? But especially for this sort of thing where Matt had the distinct opportunity there to... Like, he knew that they were going to into the Feywild. He knew he was about to introduce all of that. Like, that is absolutely the moment where, like, you can write a little script. And it's, like, not weird at all if you're reading off of it. And you can choose your individual words much more carefully. Mid-session, I try to be way less harsh on word choice. Like, I took a note last stream that was, like, at one point he called... Realm Seer Eskel, Far Seer Eskel. And if that had happened during an intro like this, where like he's reading, like he's very like kind of clearly got something prepared, I might read into that. But it happened like towards the end of a session. I don't read into it too much. It was most likely just a flub. So yeah, picking and choosing when to really dedicate yourself to writing in, you know, very specific references and foreshadowings. I think especially if you one thing I've learned from Critical Role is I like the recaps, and I should do more recaps. I should do more like purposeful recaps like Matt does, because that's like the ultimate opportunity to highlight things, to use very specific word choice, to foreshadow. And it's not at all weird if it feels pre-written, because it is assumed to be pre-written. So I think that that's a good opportunity to do that, and an opportunity I will be taking in future sessions and campaigns. Half the time my just flavor gets picked up on and pursued, and I try to roll with it and make it more important, but that gets complicated sometimes. Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. And I think that that's still like really good DMing strategy, very similar to mine, of sometimes I don't think too much about my word choice, and then the players pick up on something, and I'm like, oh, that is kind of interesting. And I try to roll with it, but it definitely introduces complications. So when you can be specific without, you know, breaking the bank in terms of time, I think it's very worth it. I had this idea for different settings with them merging into our world. Yeah. Could be interesting. If I was running that sort of campaign, I would also, obviously I wouldn't like require that someone be a planeswalker, but I would point to them and I would say, this might be the most fun you'll ever have playing a ranger. So whoever wants to claim it, I think this is the best ranger experience you're likely to have.
Already?
Where are we?
It's beautiful.
Okay.
I feel like we got drugged.
This is fantastic.
Is anyone else seeing the colors and the shapes and the...
Yeah.
Oh, it's everything I could have hoped for.
I want to live here.
Okay. Well, I have no idea how to get our bearings here, unfortunately.
Well, is there any sign of any bit of civilization or construction?
Make a perception check.
Oh, Lord.
First roll of the day, don't fuck it up.
Yay.
Leave it to
Percy.
Taliesin.
26.
26. Okay. As you guys are taking in the vicinity, Percy, glancing around, you see no signs of civilization. The only thing that catches your eye is a little ways past the immediate tree line that meets your eye. The fairy lights seem to be caressing the outside of some sort of older stone structure. And that's about as much as you can make out. It looks about 4 or 5 feet tall, and it's only barely visible between 2 of the trunks.
I think I see a thing. I'm heading in that direction.
Wait, whoa, I want to go see a thing. I want to go.
I take off after Percy.
Wow.
We could always let them go first and then die, and then...
Perhaps it might be wise to move quietly.
We're skipping off.
We're already going.
They're already going.
Brilliant.
I mean,
Alright.
you remember what our teacher said of this place. It's pretty, but it's not. It's dangerous.
Very dangerous, and I'm afraid they don't understand.
Guys, look, they're fireflies.
Wait, don't touch. We're going to head towards the stuff.
Okay, you make your way across these extremely thick and moss-covered tree trunks. You push past the 2 and eventually come upon the structure, and as you get closer, the fairy lights just dim and vanish.
I like Matt giving them a thing to react to. You guys know I've talked about this a lot, and I think that Matt, it's interesting because he always almost does it. It seems like he wants them to ask like one question. Like once they ask a single question, he will then give them the thing to react to. And I do kind of wish that he started out just by giving it to them, but that's a little bit of more of a nitpick than anything. Largely, I think it's good that he comes prepared with something to give them to react to, like this stone structure with the fairy lights caressing it. And they could have gone about this in different ways. Obviously, some of them are much more hesitant than others. But that's fine. And I also think, like, I think that there's a time and place for hesitancy. And this is kind of a, how do I even say it? This is a rule I try to live by so that my players don't have to be so conscious or so cautious. It's sort of an unspoken agreement, because if you speak it, it becomes a little bit weird. But especially when they take a big environmental transition like this, right, of going from material plane to Feywild, the first thing that I introduce to them is almost always, either not dangerous or is so vastly and obviously dangerous that approaching it is not even, like, portrayed as a valid option. And I find that, again, you know, a lot of what I talk about when it comes to, like, beginning of session stuff is trying to get the players into the session, trying to get them role playing, trying to get them used to things. And especially when I think that also kind of applies for transitioning environments in a major way. So, like, if they go from the outside to the inside of a cave, I don't want the very first room to have any sort of threat that they need to be incredibly cautious around. The first room might just be a total safe zone. It might have a teeny tiny minor threat. It might have something interesting. Who knows? Now, the next room could totally have a threat that they need to be cautious about. But I would never make this, like, fairy lights caressing this stone structure. Also, caressing it's a word to use here. I would not make that super dangerous, because I don't want them to start off the session not being able to roleplay. So, with that said, if you have that unspoken pact with your players, then I really like this button pushing from Taliesin and Marisha. Now, if you don't have that sort of pact, then this might be a little bit reckless. But I don't view it as reckless. I wouldn't view it as reckless at my table. They're on something. Yeah. Explains why Marisha Gila is so excited. The number of times they should be dropped directly into danger without having an opportunity to take stock should be very small. Well, and even, like, obviously if this thing was super dangerous, they would not be, they're not being forced to confront it. But it's just, like, the first thing that they do, I don't want it to be intensely deadly, because I want them to be able to interact with it without too much caution, just to get them used to interacting with stuff again as their players, or as the characters, I should say. So that's a very meta how to construct the pacing of a session, but it is something that I try to do when it makes sense in the world. Like, it's where my thoughts start when I'm, like, planning out the opening of a session. Now, if it's not possible, it's not possible, but that's what I try to do. I forgot about the Marisha connection to Tinkerbell. There's a Marisha connection? I was just thinking about any fairy in popular media. Does Marisha have a connection to Tinkerbell? I'm not aware. Are you ready to meet the Bone Fairy? Give me your teeth, Zakoyama. Oh boy. I can't wait to watch D20. That is also something that I've thought about a lot. But anyways, yeah.
as soon as you get within about 5 or 6 feet of them. And they seem to only
they're
appear
hiding.
at a peripheral point. You guys approach the stone structure?
Do Vex and I have memories of these from our tutoring in Elftown?
Not particularly. Nothing about it strikes you as, part of the general Feywild lore. I mean, there are structures that have been built throughout periods of time, some of which have fallen to ruin. Nature in the Feywild tends to reclaim things that aren't natural if left to their own devices.
But the lights, we never heard anything about those lights.
We know wisps.
Well, Liam knows that, but I'm asking if Vax
I would
does.
say have both of you guys go ahead and roll history checks for the both of you. Just
Based. It's okay to say out loud. I think people have like an aversion to it. Maybe not. Maybe that's changing. But yeah, I love just being like, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're will-o'-the-wisps. But Vax, but I don't know if Vax knows that. DM, can I have an opportunity to like marry me and Vax's information and knowledge? And if the DM says no, then it's like, okay, cool. Now I know. Like Vax has no idea what these are. I will put that out of my brain. I think that's great. It's a kind of a similar thing to like when we talked about like Orion with the endless decanter. It's like that's a piece of lore that like people might just know. If he had just said, "Hey, I know this as Orion Akaba," is there any shot that Tiberius knows it? And can I maybe make a check for it? I think that's a perfectly reasonable question to ask, and I very support it.
Vex and Vax.
I was going to say, can I add into
History.
that too?
History!
I would have had a bit of, I learned Elven. I was a bit of a nerd.
You learned Elven, but Elven culture and the Feywild are two entirely
Oh
different.
yeah,
things.
I'm aware.
Also based. Look, I'll let my players argue. It's fine. I don't blame Taliesin here. But
It's full of bullshit too, so.
yeah, I don't accept it. I'm very on board with certain checks only even being possible by certain players, especially when it comes to like history, things that you might know, things that you might have encountered. I think it makes way more sense for the twins, whose dad is like, I don't know their entire backstory, but clearly their dad is involved with some Fey shit. Like Singorn went into the Feywild as like a precaution. So I think that they probably know, it's reasonable that they might know more about the Fey than a standard person. Sylvan skill check, is that even a thing? No, I would make it if someone was asking me about this at the table, I would only allow certain people to do it. So like just based on my knowledge of the players. Probably them two and probably Keyleth. And for Keyleth it would be nature, and for them two it would be history. That is how I would run it. If we had a wizard or a warlock, I might allow Arcana. Maybe. But I would not. I probably wouldn't let anyone else make the check. Sylvan skill check is it, but it's key. A PC can be proficient in a language. What do you add prof bonus to? So this gets into like the actual design of 5e versus how people actually run it. Because, well, actually, maybe it's not even that. It is the vague nomenclature. Like the fact that 5e is not strictly keyworded is, I think, the problem here, because proficiency, much like concentration, is an overloaded mechanic. Proficiency both determines if you don't get downsides based on your class from wielding a weapon, or from utilizing something, like whether or not you're proficient in it. Like if you're not proficient with martial weapon, or I think if you're not proficient with armor, you can't cast spells, or you get disadvantage on spells that have somatics. So there's some sort of avoidance of downside. Similar thing with like barbarians and shields and all that. There's an avoidance of downside, and there is in some cases an opening of certain features being available. So like proficiency, at least with Tasha's rules, I think. Proficiency with weapons makes them monk weapons on the monk, which then allows all of the monk features to be used with them. So like that's like one thing that proficiency does. The other thing is add that scaling bonus to like attacks made with the weapon. But it doesn't do that for armor, right? It just allows you to wear or not wear the armor. So proficiency does multiple things. Like toolkits allows you, doesn't theoretically prevent you from using the toolkit if you don't have proficiency. But if you do, you add on that bonus to the tool check. So if I had to guess, and the way that I've always run it is that languages are more like armor, where it is just, can you put it on or can you not? Or are you going to get a massive disadvantage if you try to utilize it without being proficient? And there's no application of the actual proficiency like number bonus. Now, if you were running a more like world traveler campaign where languages mattered a lot more, because I think that's where I was kind of going with the like how it's designed versus how it's run. I think at the vast majority of tables, languages don't really matter that much, which kind of sucks, but they've also not mattered at all of my tables. It's one of those things where there's just like not enough like mechanical interaction with them to like really matter for me. Even though I do like using them. But if you were running a campaign where languages really mattered and like the different cultures of the world really mattered and the communication between them really mattered, then you could replace some even like persuasion checks with language proficiency checks. You know, still make it like charisma based, but say that, you know, you're relying on your knowledge of the language to make your argument. That could be an interesting way to run languages. But I think it would really require that to be like a fundamental pillar of the campaign, which it's, you know, definitely not here. Percy's totally a warlock, true. And what if one of the characters was a Fey? Ooh, it would depend. You mean like a changeling? Depends. If the changeling has in their background, has a connection to the Fey, it all depends on, I think, if they have a connection. Like, right, if they have a reason to know anything. So like even like the warlock example, if they have an archfey as a patron, I might just say that they fucking know. Just straight up. Or if Marisha was a Circle of the Dreams druid, I might just say she fucking knows. Straight up, no check. If the warlock has a fiend patron, but in their background, they were the one that did like a shitload of research in order to find their patron, I would say that they might have encountered archfey research in the process. However, if their background said, or, you know, their self-defined background, you know, they had a terrible tragedy and their patron came to them, a la Raphael, or in this case, Orthax, in the case of Percy, you know, Percy didn't seek out Orthax. Orthax came to him. Then I wouldn't give the warlock an opportunity to roll, unless they had some other reason. So Fey is very similar. If they are a fish out of water, they don't know anything about their ancestry. They don't know anything about anything, right? All they know is that this is who I am, but they don't know anything about their past. Then they're on similar footing. But if they grew up in the Feywild, like it all just depends on the level of knowledge the character would have. And that can be a discussion at the table. Like that can, like I'm saying, I'm not critiquing Taliesin here for like kind of trying to pitch himself. I think it's fair for a player to try and pitch themselves. In this case, I fully disagree with with Taliesin, but totally fair to pitch yourself in that case. Have fun, Daniel. Have a good one. On a side note, I don't like when not knowing a language is ruled by the DM as not being able to recognize it. I don't speak Chinese. I can still recognize Chinese writing and sometimes speech. I think it depends. That is the sort of thing that I might tell the players that you can generally recognize, like the general family, we might say. So like if it's a romantic language, if it's a not Mandarin based. What's the root language of a lot of Asian languages? I can't remember it. But it's like the Indo-European family, the Slavic languages, Romance languages, Asian languages. Like, if we're talking about that sort of thing, I think that just being kind of insta-recognizable is very fair. And then getting more specific with it, maybe an intelligence check, maybe a history check. I don't know. I'd let my players pitch me on what sort of check that would be. It feels like to get the exact language, I might want to check. But to get the broad family of like, this is... Like, I might tell them for free that it is an old language, primordial, abyssal, that sort of thing. But not tell them, the dialect, if it's like Aquan or something. And if they want to get that specific, then there's a check. But I don't know what the check would be off the top of my head. I lean just like, honestly, a straight intelligence. Does D&D even go that in depth in their languages, or are language family trees usually homebrewed? Good question. I think there's a general vibe around which languages are connected. And and Primordial has 4 distinct dialects. It has like Aquan, Terran, Ignan, and I can't remember the Wind one. So those ones are distinctly connected. I think Abyssal and Infernal are distinctly connected. But I'm not entirely certain. I think they might be tied to like planes of existence. And then each plane is tied together. And so I think you can sort of imply family trees, but I don't know if they're distinct. Yeah, like rough and tough languages, Orcish, Goblin, Giant. Yeah, precisely. Halfling and Dwarvish are connected. Yeah, like I would give them those broad family trees and connections, but I wouldn't know, or I wouldn't potentially tell them more specifically. If they know a language within that tree, I might give them the more specific language for free. So like if they already know, say, if they already know Orcish, I might, even if they can't read Goblin, they have enough knowledge of that language type that I might tell them. Like just speaking English, I can normally distinguish between like Dutch and German. And even having taken, not saying that I retained most of it, but even having taken Spanish for 8 years, I can normally auditorily distinguish between Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, because I have experience within those languages. But if you don't know any language in the family, that might take more of a check. I don't think you should need a check if you know a language of the same. Oh, yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot I'd read that. Yeah. So, yeah, it all depends. But these are all things that will characterize the tone of your campaign more than anything else. Like, these are things that aren't necessary by any sense of the word, and aren't really prescribed by, like, Raw as to how you have to handle them. So it really depends on, like, do you want it to be more gritty? Do you want languages to be a larger and more central pillar? Those are all choices you got to make, and none of them are required. Like, I've gotten real soft on Matt with, like, timers and travel because I've come to realize that he just doesn't care about it, which is totally fine. Like, there are always going to be things that we as DMs just don't care about in our games and in the systems that we play. So however you choose to characterize it is valid. The one thing I wouldn't do is give, like, mixed messaging. That'd be the main thing I would try to avoid, is you don't want it to seem important in some cases, but not important in others. That can give the sense of, like, railroading or DM, like, preference or specialization. You want to try to keep it consistent. But if you are consistent, I don't think so. I know the talking budget. I've been chatting a lot. I've been chatting a lot.
Yeah.
20.
20?
Just
Also,
about
my head is
We are reaching a very new era, so I think that's one of the reasons I'm talking so much. And it's their, like, first, like, different plane of existence, really. And I like the Feywild a lot more than the Underdark. Like, I probably could have had this depth of conversation about the Underdark, but I don't like the Underdark very much. So I was not particularly motivated to talk about it.
13. Okay. That's that you can ascertain. The first worry initially, and you haven't encountered something like this before, were will-o-wisps, were entities that were the lost souls of individuals that died under tragic circumstances in swamps and bogs and in heavily wooded areas. However, those entities are usually larger and are drawn towards sources of life. The fact that these are much smaller and tend to fade at your arrival means either they're not willow.
Oh shit! Wait. 131. What? Oh, the audio source got muted. Damn it. Okay. I just realized that the break timer was supposed to go off, and then it didn't because I accidentally muted the audio source. So we're gonna take a quick break, and then I swear I will watch this at some point. Wait, is it mute output? No, I don't. I want to mute. Wait, what? Oh, I'm on the fucking wrong one. I'll do it during break. All right, go get some water, go get some food, stretch your legs, and we will be we'll be right back. Boop. What up? Yeah, look, sometimes I forget about things. Sometimes I forget and I don't notice. And it's tough. Sometimes I do things very purposefully. But other times less so. So I get it's like, oh, you would assume that was on purpose. It wasn't. I just forgot to put chat back on that screen. So yeah, it's back. And we're back.
Wisps at all, or a different kind you haven't encountered. There's as much information that you can deal with.
Okay, I wonder if they're fairy folk.
Maybe.
Now, don't touch. Let's stay 11 paces away.
Okay.
We'd like you both to make stealth checks if you could.
Okay.
Anybody else going up with them, or is it just the two of them?
Oh, fuck those pieces of bait.
Can I climb a tree close by?
Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Athletics. Can I use my acrobatics to hop up?
No.
Ooh, like swing myself. Parkour.
Roll athletics with disadvantage. Just because I'm giving you a chance.
Acrobatics with disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm feeling nice.
24.
24. Okay, this is the one time you've bartered with the DM this session.
No, oh no! I should have saved it.
You do manage to leap across because these trees are thickly wooded. And
Look, that's fucking relatable. That entire interaction is relatable. It annoys me when people are just like, can I use acrobatics in place of athletics? Yeah, strength has one skill. Leave it alone. It has one. Just let him have it. If you're bad at strength, you have so many other things. Just let yourself be bad at strength. But I'm also fine with the players trying to negotiate. And I also like disadvantage because I'm being nice and even letting you in the first place. Is very funny.
the branch line starts at about the 4-foot mark anyway. It's fairly easy for you to leap up the top of the tree. Not an issue. You vanish up into the canopy. You two, what'd you roll for stealth?
A 20.
And a 12.
All right, and Liam, what'd you get?
I didn't roll anything. I just wanted to call out. You couldn't have used a broom for that?
Nope.
All right. So as you guys,
Yeah, no, we're keeping about 11 feet. So
11 feet, okay.
At least.
You approach this stone structure, which you see now is the corner part of the wall. It looks to be like there was some sort of a small structure here. Best that you can make out, all of it's heavily covered with vine and ivy. All the places where the stonework is broken looks to be through natural erosion or claimed by actual roots. And you can see now part of the tree roots have actually risen up and tore down.
I mean, I think the thing at the end of the day is if you actually think that the check was athletics or not. You know what I'm saying? Because I have said before, I like giving multiple options for which skill to use on any given check. So it depends on if you actually think it's athletics or not. Like, if climbing the tree is difficult because of technical moves, you know, like rock climbing, like a very hard bouldering problem, maybe that tracks as acrobatics. But if it's difficult just because it's high up and you will have to make a lot of like really strenuous jumps and pulls, to me, that's not acrobatics. Acrobatics is not a measure of raw strength and power that you can assert upon the world. It is a measure of finesse and technique. So it's like walking across a tightrope is not athletics, right? Walking across a tightrope would never be athletics, but it's also not like that physically strenuous compared to like pushing a boulder. It's just walking. It's just walking with incredible skill. Sorry, I meant athletics. Oh, I wouldn't give them. I'm not gonna give them proficiency in something they don't have. So it's are you saying like make it like still make it athletics, but like give them temporary proficiency? I would not do that. Because I do, and this is where there's an amount of like rubbing up against class fantasies of the justification here is the name of her class indicates to me that she should be good at this thing, which is not a well that I dive into. D&D classes are not going to be good at every incarnation of the class fantasy that they represent. Because like in media, you might say, Rangers don't need Rangers are typically good at like 4 of the skills of D&D, and that's just impossible. They're normally strong and dexterous and have a very high constitution and are normally pretty wise. And you're just not going to be able to replicate that within D&D in a fair way, which I think is one of the, like, honestly, one of the core issues with Ranger is that, like, the class fantasy represented by Ranger is a complicated one within the D&D kind of rule set, you know? So yeah, it is definitely a it all depends on what the tree actually looks like in Matt's head and what the actual challenge is to actually climb it. Because I could hear an argument that some trees would require more acrobatics and that others would require closer to athletics. So it all depends. What up, Ross? I feel like Vex should be good at climbing trees, but she dumped strength. Yeah, I can't live up to every class fantasy question revoked. No, it's not. It's a fair question. It's a very fair question. And honestly, I don't know if Laura is one of the people that's played before. But like, if I was like I have found myself in Baldur's Gate 3, bro, I basically never dump strength because strength determines your jump distance and shoving people, and I love doing that, even as a ranged combatant. So I do think that it is indicative of strength not really being that useful outside at the typical table, outside of doing like strength-based attacks most of the time. Because I do think that to a degree, you're right that her not being very strong does kind of seem weird. And if she had like had a lot of experience with 5e and she knew that she was playing with 7 people, I think there's a decent shot that she might not have dumped strength. Because I don't know Vexalia's exact stat breakdown, but I would hazard a guess that she probably has a higher int or charisma than she needs to. So I could see her in a hindsight manner, maybe not have having dumped strength as a ranger. Because I do think that to a degree it plays a lot into the fantasy in the way that like charisma and intelligence don't. Yeah. Ranger should probably have been split into 2 parts before subclass picking, dex-based and strength-based. Maybe it would make melee rangers better. I actually really liked the idea. The implementation I wasn't so hot on, but I read the Warlock playtest. I haven't seen how it's actually going to look in 5.24, but I saw the one D&D playtest version of Warlock, and again, I didn't love the details of the implementation, but the idea of the Warlock casting stat being determined by your subclass, like your patron choice, I thought was very cool. I liked that a lot Because right now, I think that boon choice is the much more important and impactful choice that a warlock makes, and like all the invocations. But I think it was super cool, the idea of subclass determines your casting stat. And Daggerheart has a similar thing. I don't think that there are any in the current iteration that change. I could be wrong. But the way that Daggerheart is set up is like very clearly your subclass determines your casting stat. Which is, I think, a good way to go about it. I think that's a very cool way to go about it. And to give subclass a lot more distinct flavor without... And to, I guess just to heighten the flavor profile on it. You could even introduce like an optional rule where they can change it if they want, or you could introduce a feat, something like that. In terms of realism, a bow takes a ton of strength to use. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Like an English longbow is not an accuracy weapon. A bunch of people line up on a ridge, like the most jacked dudes in the army, line up on a ridge and just hail arrows in a vague area. Yeah. But even, like, given the ranges that we see on the longbow in 5e, I don't know enough about medieval weaponry to know if this is the case. My interpretation was always these longbows are probably not that degree of longbow. But I could be wrong. I think it definitely makes more sense for like a short bow type deal. You'll anger the wizard. Oh no. How do you haggle successfully without good charisma rolls? Good question. I mean, a short answer is that your proficiency scales a lot, and especially expertise scales a lot. And there are feats that can give you skill proficiencies. And level 1 feats, very common homebrew rule. I think partially because of that. Variant human, also incredibly common. And I'm not saying that everyone's out here picking skilled. I think they're normally picking other things. But that sort of thing of if haggling is an incredibly core part of you, having a mediocre charisma, like a 10, maybe a 12, but then taking proficiency in a charisma-based skill that you can use while haggling, like intimidation, deception, persuasion, will keep it feeling like you're good at it because your proficiency will continue to scale even as your charisma gets left in the dust. So that's the short answer. The long answer is can't have everything. Gotta sacrifice some stuff. Realistically, swords take much more dexterity to use effectively, and bows take much more strength. IRL, it's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, it speaks to, again, larger differences in, like, the mechanical reality of 5e versus the class fantasies versus reality. It's like mechanical reality, actual reality, separate, and then also class fantasies in another segment. All of these things are disconnected, and we try to marry them, but it's hard.
Elements of these walls, and you see broken rubble, like barely poking through the very, very thick underbrush of this forest. Whatever was here was built a long time ago and has been mostly reclaimed by the forest.
Inner corner or outer corner? Are we outside the structure?
The corner is facing you guys, so you're on the outside where the structure would have been.
It's like a ruin? Are there walls that continue on?
This is a ruin, but most of it's been just torn down and it's not visible. It's like sections of walls available. The largest piece is currently the corner you're facing.
Interesting. Okay, can I do
Go ahead. I'm just gonna sit and quietly sketch for a moment. I'm taking everything down.
Can I do like a check to see if I can recognize who might have built this stone structure?
Make a history check.
10.
You have no idea.
Okay.
The planes you've studied are the planes of the elemental form. Mm-hmm. The Feywild is a little ways outside of your realm of any sort of training or story time you've been given growing up.
Okay.
Most of what you've gleaned about it thus far has been based on the conversations you've had in recent weeks.
All right.
There are a lot of pastel colors all over the place.
I mean, it ranges from, at least in this forest, a very, very deep, lush, dark green, like a heavy winter's pine green. The forests are more vine-wrapped, mossy, kind of willowish trees that kind of hang down.
Okay, so not like crazy LSD colors going on.
No, however, the evening sky, the clouds are very like purple and orange, like around a very bright dusk, and that colorscape does contrast with the green of the forest quite beautifully.
Is it dusk?
It looks to be getting to dusk, yeah.
It may or may not be.
What does that mean?
It means nothing.
Time is different in the Feywild.
There's no carvings on that I can see on this outer wall.
Not from 10 feet away, no.
And the vines that are climbing on it, are they flowering anything at all? Is it?
The vines that are there do have what would be like small whitish flower buds, the little flowers that are kind of just blooming in a small scale across the vines.
Do they look like anything that we'd have on our plane?
Not particularly. I mean, they look like white flowers in the distance. You have to get closer to inspect directly.
Can I do that?
Sure.
Be very careful. Nothing here is exactly what it appears to be.
I won't touch it. I won't touch it.
Anything.
I'm just gonna. it's so pretty.
Don't inspect.
Vexalia,
What? Yes.
do you want to go higher and get a bird's eye view? Maybe that's not safe, but
That's
it would
what
give
I'm.
us-
That's why I'm staying in the trees, brother.
I meant even higher.
I will if it looks safe.
All right.
Does it look safe?
I mean, the canopy is very thick, and only in these small little patches of meadow.
I do absolutely think that it's a fair ruling to say it's athletics to get up the tree and acrobatics to go between trees. Especially if it's like a relatively dense canopy where like the jump distances aren't that high, but the footing is very sketchy. That's acrobatics to me.
Like the one that you entered and had all the pools in it, and the one you're entering now, which has the ruin, have little breaks in the canopy where you can actually see the sky. Otherwise, it's very thick. So actually flying through the canopy is, unless you're going very slowly, is going to be whipping you and probably knocking you
Super
off.
hard.
Yeah.
Can I see from my height? Can I see a better view of the ruins and everything?
You can make your way up there a little bit. Make a perception check. Keyleth, you go ahead and approach the ruin and get a closer look at the plants. Go ahead and make a nature check.
Oh, and this is forest, right?
Oh, doggy. 30.
Whoa.
Okay. These white flowers resemble a form of daisy that exists in Taldori. However, they grow in flower clusters out of the ground. You've never seen them sprout from a vine, and the shape's a little different. You don't actually know this form of plant from your personal experience, but you can kind of ascertain a similar nature to it. Even
Nothing is what it seems.
Look at the phasey.
Are they a phasey?
Yes.
Are they like poisonous or anything like that?
Don't appear to be toxic. No.
Can I touch it?
As you reach out and touch it with your finger, I need you to go ahead and do nothing because it's fine.
Oh, you sweet me.
As you,
Starts.
Here we go.
as you always means doom.
I got 25 on my perception.
Okay. As you rock up past the boughs and begin to emerge from the edge of the canopy over this opening, you do see a very large watered pool on the other side of this ruin. You can see where this ruin used to be. Most of it has fallen in and sunken into what appears to be a very, very glassy pool of water. A still surface, untouched. There's no wind in this area. It's just a perfectly reflective surface to the opening above it.
Does this, do I see any life forms around?
You don't see any life forms. You do see a hint, a bare minimum hint
Bare
of
ass.
movement, if you will,
Sure.
Beneath the water. You can't make out the shape, but you do see something moving beneath the water.
Yes?
Does this look similar to the pool that was on the other side of the portal?
I mean, it's a pool.
I wouldn't know.
It looks like water. And you've seen a number that you've come past in this, right? This one's just larger than the others.
Okay.
I want to pick the little white flower.
Oh, I wouldn't do
I
that.
come
okay.
down and I watch as Keelan makes a stupid move.
Okay.
The flower.
Don't pick anything.
You pluck the flower.
permission.
As you pluck it, the vines begin to writhe and pull away from the stone.
Dude, and this is why this vibe from those three, I get it. The Feywild has, let's say, a reputation. But also, this vibe of don't do anything is not good. Like, you definitely want an amount of caution, an amount of paranoia in the Feywild. Totally valid. But this level of don't do anything, and I can see it on Marish. She's like, I picked a flower. Jesus. I don't think that's something that you want. And I also don't really think it fully fits with their characters. I think that's a little bit of meta knowledge seeping in. Maybe not. Maybe I'm reading a little bit too far into it. But it's like I would truly have nothing bad happen here. Like, I don't want them to be worried about stepping on every blade of grass for fear that it's going to have some crazy negative consequence. I'd maybe make a little environmental effect. Like, maybe it does something, but the thing isn't explicitly bad. Just to try and tamp down this. Because I don't think that this is a good, like, force on the party, largely.
As Keelan makes a stupid move.
Okay.
The flower.
Because this is also, even that's not Vex talking, that's fucking Laura talking. And especially, like, because she's narrating an action, not a thought. And so if Marisha actually doesn't think it's a stupid move, then that's not good vibes. Not good vibes.
Don't pick anything.
You pluck the flower.
permission.
As you pluck it, the vines begin to writhe and pull away from the stone, actually like releasing the hold on the ruin. And as it does, you hear what sounds like some movement, some shifting of water on the other side of the
Shit,
stone
there was
wall.
something in the water on the other side of the ruins.
I
Hide,
just
maybe?
take the flower and I put it back.
Hide.
The vine has
Black
retracted
away.
as you set it out towards the vine, it just tumbles off. And actually, the flower you see now, as you reach down, it has turned from a beautiful white and has immediately withered into a black dryness.
Oh, I cannot believe you just killed a living
Wow, we've been
being.
here 5
I was
minutes.
going to press it and keep it.
Yes, we can't
The-
Not lying.
I do think that, like, having it wither and die, very fair. And honestly, at this point, I don't even know if the, like, movement is exactly related on the other side of the waterfall. But it definitely gives the impression that keyless action caused that, which normally I'm down with, but with the vibes right now, I don't know.
We should probably hide because there's
Where
moose going
was once silence, you hear the rushing of leaves, the canopies beginning to close over. Like the trees are leaning in and the actual branches themselves are starting to close up the gap in space. On the
I'm going stealth,
Hi, hi.
peeking into the grass.
Stealth check on both you guys.
I'm hanging back with Grog. I've been scratching my back on his knee for a
I don't see
while.
what the big deal is, really.
29.
Okay.
34.
Okay. Both you guys, you go back into the branch and kind of you feel the branches pushing behind you, and you actually have to kind of get low to not be dragged away with the rest of these extending branches that are closing off the opening in the canopy. Vax, you go ahead and make your way towards one of the tree trunks and kind of just dart out of the way to remain unhidden. Percy, you're watching this in horror as this is
I'm
transpiring.
trying to very gently back her up.
Okay. It's at this point, you guys see a hand creep up over the stone.
Oh,
A secondary hand.
no, this is good. You know,
And
maybe
pulling
it's
up
like his
on it.
version of a doorbell. You know, you pick a plant and you get it.
Cover them up.
Pulling up from here, you now see what appears to be a humanoid female form, lithe, hair wet and slicked back, and as the head peeks over,
I bow.
And I
it's-
push her down.
okay, the moment there is any movement, she just flickers and moves back from the wall, looking already very, very perturbed by this whole circumstance.
Stay.
I need both of you guys to make Constitution saving throws.
Okay.
Oh, not bad.
Oh no.
21.
Natural
Oh,
one.
no.
Natural one. As you're shoved ahead and begin to go into a bow, Percy, you bow, but you can't take your eyes off of it as the creature kind of pulls herself up over the wall. An extremely beautiful, impossibly beautiful woman, nude, steps up over the edge of the wall, and as you glance forward, everything goes dark.
Blackout?
Just blackness.
Is he still conscious? Am I not? Do I?
You go ahead and you bow, and he appears to be bowing, and he's still standing, he's fine.
Hello?
As soon as you say that, the creature darts backward, and you see take a few steps and then leap and dives into the pool and vanishes beneath the water surface. Although you see that, Keyleth. Percy, you do not.
I don't see anything.
You just hear footsteps.
Oh dear.
What happened?
Well, we're going to have to find her.
Did she say anything?
No.
She was very pretty.
Yes, she's also
Are you
naked.
okay? Are you okay?
I think she blinded me.
What?
No, she blinded me. I'm.
And you look at Percy, eyes wide open, glancing about, the pupils moving about. He.
Yes, I'm blinded. I'm blind.
Okay.
Really?
Really? And
We should test it out.
Yeah. How many fingers am I holding up?
one.
He's a liar. He can see fine. Piece of shit.
Grog, did you recognize that woman?
Were you paying attention?
No.
He was working on the spot on my back.
You didn't see the naked woman come up over that wall.
Where?
What do you think of the chances of me having a panic attack?
Hold on. Did you hear that?
I don't know.
If there was a naked woman, I would have seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Can I?
I'm going to curl up in a little ball for a minute and rock.
Okay, Percy now calls him to the ground. and begins rocking
I
back and
hop
forth.
I come down out of the tree.
We can fix this.
Can you just be quiet for 2 seconds?
We're off in
Noise is very. What? Grog,
What?
there was a naked woman in a pool
Go on.
that reminded me of maybe the pool on the other side. We were jumping over from close to that portal, right? Could it be the nymph that you stole the heart of?
She was very pretty.
I don't know, maybe.
Would it be safe for you to see her again and maybe ask for her to cure our friend here, or would you, is
Well,
she
I mean,
dangerous to be around?
She didn't blind me.
What did she do to you?
That's none of your business.
Well, I worry if we go try to talk to her, if it's not her, then she could blind all of us.
I don't know. My chick didn't blind me, so if she did, I think we need to kill
I'm
her.
going to take out my Dragon Slayer longsword.
Okay.
And stand up and start using it as a cane. Find my way to Grog and poke him with it.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Better. That's 18.
Okay, you as they're having this conversation, you just find your way over, and sure enough, no person has the leg density that Grog does, and you're pretty sure you have your mark.
That's true. I think the weird thing to me is he was incredibly cautious before anything happened. And now it's, borne out. Now he's blind. But I don't know. It rings as so out of character to me about Percy. Like, this feels like an Orion meta-knowledge moment. Which, I don't want to draw that comparison too thickly. But, like, in the blood pool, he was confident until the moment that he was drowning in blood. Until that moment, he was pretty unabashed. And even in the Whitestone place, he was pretty down with it until things were, like, well into it. But in this one, he's, like, fucking kowtowing. He's pulling Marisha back. Keyleth. He is very intensely cautious. I think Dal's going for Percy having knowledge of the Feywild, at least knows it's weird and dangerous. I agree that he is going for that. But the conversation that we had at the beginning of this of, do I know anything about the lights? And Matt didn't even let him roll. Matt basically just said no. So to me, that says that there's no, like, backstory reason that he would be this cautious in the Feywild. Unless he is inventing it right now. But at that point, we could have said the same thing about, Tiberius knowing about the running water. Right? If we're just, like, inventing a backstory reason. So I don't know. We'll see, though, because Topaz is saying it's unrelated to the Feywild, which if it's unrelated to the Feywild and I'm just not picking up on it, that's maybe something else. It could totally be something that I'm just not picking up on that is, like, totally separate. Interesting. It's also not just the panic attack, but, like, possibly panicking when you go blind totally makes sense to me. That's fair. It's more the, like, intense caution up until that point that like, rings as odd to me. Tal can't help himself from letting his meta-knowledge seep into Percy. No, all of us, I think to varying degrees, it's more or less difficult for people. But But I also think that this one is like ringing a little bit weird to me because it is preventing other people from learning as well. It would be like if none of them knew what beholders were, but he wanted to be incredibly cautious going in to fight Kavarn. You know, if none of the characters had any reason to know what beholders were. That's sort of what this feels like. Where it's just like not letting the other players faithfully and genuinely engage with it. And in the process, sort of forcing your Taliesin meta knowledge onto the other players and their characters. But I think also Laura Vex is doing a similar thing. I don't know. Well, I'm gonna stop talking about it for a little bit because I want to see how the entire thing shakes out. But yeah, ringing weird to me so far.
Give it a good little whack. Oh, I'm sorry. It's so hard to see.
I'm sorry. I need to be more sensitive. Look out! It's a parrot! And I kick the sword.
Parrots?
Yeah, the rabid parrots out here in the Feywild.
He kicked the sword.
Sword.
Oh, you know what? Just go pick it up. No, let me get it for you. I'll hold on to it since you're obviously useless now. I'll go pick up the Dragon Slayer longsword.
Okay.
I walk over to Percival. Percival, I'm worried you're going to walk your glasses into a tree or something. Do you want one of us to hold those for the time being?
I'll take them off and put them in my pocket.
Do you have something to put them inside of besides just the pocket? I don't want you falling on them.
No, it'll be. I've got a thing. It'll be all right.
Percival,
Alright.
would you like something to hold on to as you walk?
Actually, if you don't mind,
Trinket?
can I borrow a bear? Yes.
Yes, of course.
A bear would be lovely.
I pop Trinket out.
Okay.
Spell
Drink it.
magic?
I do actually have spell magic today,
Let's hold off.
but it might wear off in a hot
Jowls just
second.
shake as you.
I don't know.
We're in a weird
Your fingers
place.
into his
Weird place.
fur.
Things can happen.
Trinket, we're in a very weird place. A weird place. Things can happen.
And
And I whisper to Trinket, don't crush the flowers.
I'm
Wait, actually,
willing to try and make this work for a moment. Let's find this.
Trinket, can you help Percival walk? He's kind of blind.
Hey, Matt,
Yes.
Pike is with us, right?
No.
No, okay. All right.
Shit.
She's back. She's back in Whitestone.
She's back in Whitestone.
All right, I robot out once in a while on Skype.
That's okay. All right. So,
This is so weird.
you feel the somewhat damp, cold nose of a bear nudge under your hand, and then kind of shoulder lunges into you.
Oh, thank you.
Now, don't
thank
walk
you,
him
dear.
into any trees, Trinket.
Do you mind? I'm gonna try and hop on top.
Oh,
So I'm gonna make a leap to get on top of the bear.
Okay. It takes you a little while, but you get up onto the bear. Eventually, you have to
No
kind
one
of
help him, no one help him.
facing the wrong direction a little.
All right, so wait, can we just be clear? You picked a flower, all the trees got pissed off, you went blind, some naked chick jumped a wall, and that's the story of what's happened so far.
Yeah, it's very
We are killing it right
Pick
now.
flower.
5 minutes.
don't touch anything.
I feel like maybe we need a change in leadership, I'm just saying.
very large consequences for picking
Don't pick flowers.
Don't
Nice
pick
to
flowers.
everything.
Don't touch
All right,
anything.
which way did she go?
She jumped over the wall here, and
Should
she's
we
in the.
continue? Should we follow?
Yeah, Vax, can you get a pair of eyes on her without going blind?
I don't feel confident about that.
I can try.
Which direction was this pool?
Like- It's right past the ruins, right there, darling.
Oh,
Can't you
drunk
see?
Percy, go home.
Grog, do you want to give it a go?
We'll go look for her?
Just go see if it's her.
Alright, fuck it, I'll
Peek
take
around,
off.
peek around. Okay.
No, and I'll do like a full vault over the wall.
You land, feet go into the muddy outskirts of the pond, about up to your ankles, but you can see the water is now kind of rippled and disturbed from.
I stick my fingers in the mud, does it smell weird?
It smells like probably the freshest poolside mud you've ever come across.
I'll wipe it across my chest.
Gross.
And do I see any footprints from where naked chick went?
No, none.
What?
She went in the water, Grog.
She left no traces! Are you sure in the
She
water?
was in the water before.
Does anyone want to come with me to the water?
I'll come with
Going
you to
in
the
the
water.
water?
I'll go with
I'll
you.
go with you.
You're not going anywhere!
Drink it.
No.
I'll go get your eyes back. Okay. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I cautiously make my way down to how far is the water? Can I see it from where I am now?
Yeah, it's about maybe 10 feet from you.
All right, I'm stealthily make my way 10 feet towards the water.
Roll a stealth check.
Son of a bitch.
You put it in the descriptor, man.
I did. 17.
Okay. You make your way as markedly quiet as you can.
I'm just gonna sit on the wall and kind of watch for a second.
Okay. You come up to the edge of the water, and you can see some of the ripples are starting to, kind of lap across the mud. The mud and silt just continues downward into a perfectly clear pool, though the light source has been cut off from the sky now as the canopy is closed. So when a little bit of light happens to find its way through the forest ceiling, other than that, it's pretty dark. However, you do have dark vision. A few of you do have dark vision, so it's not a huge hindrance within a certain distance. You do see what appears to be clouds of silt on the bottom of the water that have slowly found their way close to resting.
Then I call out, hello? Nothing.
No immediate response, no.
Can I reach in the bag of holding and grab a basilisk egg? And can I try and launch it as far as I can into the pool?
Yeah, go make a strength check.
I'm going to scramble up next to Keyleth to watch this.
Okay.
Sit on the side of the wall.
23.
23. You lob the egg with perfect accuracy directly into the center of the pool. It hits and just kind of floats from the surface, semi-buoyant. There's just a little bit of the shell revealed on the top. A few moments pass before a few fingers curl up, kind of grab it and pull it down below.
I saw a hand.
Did you recognize the hand?
Do it again.
No, I'm not like Ray Charles. I can't tell someone's attracted to front of head.
Grog, do you know how to float? Do you know how to float on top of water?
Yeah?
You should do that.
Yeah, because
You
then
want
she'll
me to
pull
put
him
my
under
body
and drown him.
in there?
Right, don't we want to talk to her?
What if there's more than one her?
It went really well for you the last time it happened.
I just figured it went well for you the last time, so you know.
Well, do whatever you did
You're
the
the
last
only
time.
one who's done this
Do
before.
something.
Yeah, but there were like these invisible steps, right? Like I feel
Yeah.
like we walked up some kind of steps and then there was a portal.
Yeah, and then...
she came out first. It wasn't like I went to her apartment and I was like, hey,
Well-
wanna hook up?
Hey, does this look like the pool you came into on the other side?
Does this look like the pool I came into on the other side?
Make an intelligence check.
Natural 20!
11.
I mean, you were distracted for the brief time you spent over here, but it does appear to be similar.
Similar?
Is this
Remember
the
her
pool
name?
you consummated with?
Oh, does she have a name?
So you did consummate with her, is that what you were saying?
No, her name was Nymph.
Nymph.
No, I don't know.
Why'd you
Maybe
call out her
just
name?
call out for her.
Oh, Nymph! Where the art thou?
Sure.
Make a persuasion check.
Nymph and I orisons.
Inspire!
7.
You watch as suddenly there's a burst of bubbles under the surface of the water.
I think she just farted at you.
Scanlan!
What's up?
Whisper to Grog what to say to draw a lady out. You're very charismatic.
Oh, yeah.
And just repeat what you hear Scanlan say.
Okay. Well, you gotta come closer though.
I'll come
Use
first.
your earring.
And maybe keep. Oh, yeah, we got earrings.
Cyrano de
Bergerac.
Bergerac. Yeah, Cyrano this shit.
Sure, for the earring.
Alright.
Oh, nymph, hear my call.
Oh, Nymph, hear my ball.
Nope, call.
Call.
Once we spent an afternoon together.
Once we spent an afternoon together.
The sun never shone brighter.
The sun never shone brighter.
The clouds were never quite as fluffy.
The clouds were never quite as fluffy.
Oh, it would make me a man again to see you once more.
Oh, that was too much.
Oh,
It
would
would make me a man again to see you as once more. I have a small dick.
Another burst of bubbles comes up from the surface as the water begins to break, and you can see a very beautiful watercolored nude female form that is laughing uproariously. Oh, like, just. It has been some time.
It's her. It's her. I'm gonna write down that it's her. It's her. Hell yeah. Obviously funny. Obviously fun and funny. But to be, I don't know, the analytical guy for a second. Also, I think good DMing. I think, him going into it just by himself, I think it makes sense to maybe make him make some checks. But I am always, and I think maybe you could have just had him make a check at advantage. You could have done several things. But I like rewarding combo play unduly heavily. Like I said during the I think it was 58? No. 57.5, I think. When Scanlan leaped off the balcony with Mythcarver. Maybe that was 58. Anyway. I was talking about, like, when do I reward the players and for what? The easiest way to get the largest amount of reward from me as a DM is to combo with other players. Because that is like one of the pillars of player-sided like play that I want to encourage is working with your other party members to cover each other's gaps. And the better that comboing, the larger of a reward you're gonna get from me. So it's like, that was so fun and funny and makes in-world sense that I am absolutely just giving them an auto success. I'm just giving them auto success, no roll. It's fun. He didn't even just repeat it word for word. He added his own little grog onto it. Perfect. Exact sort of thing I would reward and exactly the way I would do it. I love that shit.
Oh, my lady.
As she takes her hair off the side and kind of like gets the water out of it and shoves it over her shoulder, she steps up and this time her feet touch the surface and she walks on it like it's solid. As she begins to step carefully towards you. I apologize for being... well, and she kind of points over towards him. I would recommend in the future, perhaps, more respectful means of arrival.
Sorry.
If I recall, your name was Grog, is that correct?
That's right, my lady. Forgive me, your beauty has wiped my mind. Your name was...
Nala.
Nala.
Oh.
Pretty name. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I shan't forget again.
Wondrous. I watch over this glade. It is bound to me as I am to it. I would hope that in the future you'll be more gentle with that resides here.
Sorry, I'm a huge fan, is all. Hi, I'm Keyleth, by the way, of the Arashari.
As you're talking in this moment, there's a sudden sparking sound, like a heavy log has fallen in a forest with a crack and a thoom. There's a flash of light, and she instinctively turns and then just dives beneath the water once more.
It wasn't me, it wasn't
As
me!
you guys glance over, there's a somewhat shimmering form of kind of light that congeals into a small gnomish female, flickering in and out. As Pike, after coming back from your goodbyes and walking to the temple of Pelor, now constructed to take at least a moment to begin building a bastion for ceremony worship here as well, you miss your friends so hard in that moment that for a brief moment, the divine energies give you one last brief moment to walk beside them across the...
Let's see, how long did it take? 40 minutes to get the guest player in. Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's like the trial of the take all over again. Ugh. Not getting in the guest player for 40 minutes? Come on. Nah, I'm psyched. It would have been... It would have been so... Like, I would have gotten it, but it would have been so weird for Ashley to just be sitting there the entire session not playing. Like, again, I would have gotten it if that is what they had ended up doing, but I'm glad that she's in.
It's been like 5 fucking minutes. Wait, but don't we have a gate stone? Yeah, but I'm sorry. I didn't want to stay. Sorry, I was taking care of stuff.
Is it because I owe you 2 gold?
Yes.
Okay, here it is.
Okay, bye.
Buddy!
Hi,
Hey, how are you?
Bye.
What the fuck did you just do?
How are you? I just missed a naked chick.
There's a naked chick.
Oh.
She blinded Percival with her beauty.
Oh, wow. Well, maybe we can take her. Where is she?
Yeah, she went back underwater. Wait, do me a favor. Look, maybe everybody take a knee and be real chill while I throw down this swag, all right?
Sorry, did I come in at a bad time?
Well, you kind of pop Grog a little bit.
I'm sorry, Grog.
I was on fleek and now I'm on fleek.
Oh no. Well, let's fix it.
Yeah.
I had to come. I had to come.
No, yes.
Of course. I'm just so Feywild, you know.
You know it's crazy.
I know it's so crazy. I didn't mean to say bye, but had to come. All right, let's do this.
All
Yeah.
right.
Everybody all get down on me.
Okay.
Nola is a friend, not a foe. She's with me and a great ally of ours.
With that, Nala steps back through the water, taking invisible steps up to the top of the surface, where you're now up to your pretty much up to your waist in the pool at this time. She is now standing directly on the surface about 10 feet from you. She looks out and looks towards you as, I remember you as well.
Hi. I remember you.
Wait,
I didn't.
what?
I didn't mean to startle you. I didn't know everyone was in the middle of something. She fucked her too. I just no.
She met all of you guys.
Yeah, no, she did.
Yes, she did.
Oh, right, because yeah, that's right.
Then
For
she
hot
went, okay,
seconds.
got it.
Then
Of
she
course-
took
Of
grog.
course we remember that thing that happened when we were drunk 2.5 years ago.
She kind of,
I do apologize again for startling you.
it's all right. Not many things happen this way these days, so when they happen rapidly, tends to drop my heart a bit. Speaking of which, do you still carry my heart with you, Grog?
As you know, my lady, of course I do.
Take a break.
She turns her head.
Uh-oh, Grog, are you in trouble? Were you supposed to keep it? Also, how's the volume on that take a break? Too loud? Too quiet? I don't necessarily want it to be like, "Rah." just want us to be able to hear it. You still carry pretty good? Sick. Do you still carry my heart? Okay. All right, let's do what the voice says. Let's do what the voice says. Let's take a break, and we will be right back. Trying to get better at this whole pacing thing. See you in a second. Hello. We're back. I'll go pet virtual cats. Ooh. What game is that? You playing? Do they have Nintendo cats? I'm just thinking of Nintendogs. Do they have Nintendo cats? Wait, what? Error code out of memory. What? Wait, my chat just got mad at me. Am I peeking out my memory? No. Let's refresh. Shouldn't be out of memory. Excuse you? What's going on? Just some cat gacha game? Ah, I see. Well, at least on-screen chat is still working. My back-end chat client is behaving weird. Oh, there it is. We're back. All right. Okay. Play.
I don't sense it on your person.
Right. Like in actual no, I don't. We needed it for something. Yeah, so like when last I saw you, I had this horrible bunk in my chest. It was terrible. And in combination with your heart, I was able to remove it and prolong my life, which means I'm here.
Glad you're safe. I shall begin the process of creating a new one then. I'm glad it served you well.
It did, thank you. Many, many thanks. And you have our apologies again for beheading one of your flowers and for making all the loud snappy noises. This is not the way we wanted to start, believe me.
She's gonna put her hand up and
I druid craft a Taldori daisy and just kind of give it back to her. I didn't mean to hurt you.
She nods and laughs. She kind of brings her arm up, and as she does, a singular vine seems to grow up out of the muck and curl up and take the daisy from your finger and just drag it off into the forest.
Sorry.
If I might ask, old bleachy hair over here, take a look at your beauty, and all of a sudden went, I can't see anything.
Well, that's a hard lesson learned.
Can you not give it back
He's blind forever.
with your striking beauty?
It doesn't work that way, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
How does it work?
How did it happen?
For the most part, those that fall under my protective gaze, they've earned it. I don't consider past that. And my innate talents do not reach beyond that striking, so I'm sorry.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's totally cool. We're gonna put some braille on your
As far
gun.
as I know.
I
regenerate
bet
that.
Pike has a few tricks up his sleeve.
I think I could give it a go with some things.
Do you have regeneration on you today? Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I think it's probably mystical, so as long as, yes, all right.
I could attempt to dispel magic
Maybe
first.
you're just this way now, and you'll have to, your other senses will get better.
better.
They
Yeah,
really-
you know,
they
you
really
can
won't.
you can rock
That's
it for a
actually-
while.
No,
No,
that's not
You
a
said
thing.
it's been very calm around here.
Yes.
No unexpected visitors or commotions lately.
Not around my glade, no. I'd know.
May I introduce to you Vexalia?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good to see you again.
That's right, I forget. She is seeking something in this
Yes,
place.
actually, we all are. Have you heard tale of a sick tree? Something very cancerous on the land.
Trees that fall under various states of corruption time and time again in the Feywild. Light and darkness dance
This
eternal
one
here.
holds a bow at its heart.
It's located in a bog
In a bog.
The
Something about glass.
Shade Bog or something like that. I can't remember any.
near the river of the Gilded Run.
That one.
Shademirk Bog.
The Shademark Bog. That's the one.
The one.
Okay, we gotta pause.
It's roughly 2 days.
I was going to try and just like keep taking the notes, but we gotta pause. Okay, wait. There are trees that fall under various states of corruption time and time again. Light and darkness stands eternal here. There are trees that fall under various states of corruption. Time and time again in the Feywild. Light and darkness stand eternal here. And then Shademirk Bog. 2 days Duskward. Shademirk. Bow tree is in the Shademirk Bog. 2 days Duskward. Okay. And there is, so I'm kind of like trying to catch the vibe of like who Matt's Fey are, because my general rule of thumb, but like I kind of mentioned, I don't know too much about hyper-specific Fey, like nymphs or dryads. I just know about the Fey category as a broad thing, and I know that they are normally characterized by having a very alien sort of moral code and code of politeness. And we've seen a little bit of that with her like being very insistent of like, I know you, I remember you. There's a tad bit of that. And like the fact that she reacted so extremely to the flower getting picked, also maybe a bit of that, but broadly she seems fairly normal in terms of like moral code and politeness. So we'll see, but I'm keeping my eye out for that, for how the Fey denizens are characterized. Because I don't love characterizations that are just, ooh, they're lol so random. They're so random XD. Look at how random they are. I don't like the characterization as just they're chaotic. I like it substantially more when they just have this sort of alien feel to them. Like I think the Feywild is at its best when there are rules. They are just rules that don't make any sense to us. Which isn't necessarily, you know, the so random XD sort of feel. But oh shit, there we go.
On the land.
There are trees that fall under various states of corruption time and time again in the Feywild. Light and darkness dance
This
eternal
one
here.
holds a bow at its heart.
It's located in a bog.
In a bog. Something about glass.
Uncle Bog or something like that? Can't remember any.
Near the river of the Gilded Run.
That one.
Shademirk Bog.
The Shademirk Bog. That's the one.
The one.
That is roughly 2 days duskward from here.
2 days dusk.
Duskward?
Duskward.
That's west. That's west. Okay.
I just started a page on the Feywild and now it's already missed. There it is.
I'm sorry. I'm very simple. Is Duskwood actually west?
Dustwood Bun.
Duskward is towards the dusk. She points, as she puts her finger up, you can see the trees relax now and kind of open up the sky above you, and you can see the direction where most of the setting sunlight is being cast into the sky, and she motions in that direction.
Are you controlling the way the trees move?
This is my glade. We are one.
Yes, it's just very impressive.
Man, can you like teach people how to do that? Because that's awesome.
We'll be moving on before that.
Just, you know what? I'll talk to you later about it.
Have you heard anything of this bow or this tree?
I have not. I stay here. This is my home, and I am bound to it to not wander too far. What I know of the Shademirk, I only know through individuals who passed through and kept me up to speed with things that may or may not be transpiring in this landscape, but those meetings are tens of years, if not more, between.
I'm sorry. Have there been any significant changes of late? Cities here that didn't exist but a while ago?
Not to my knowledge, no. My understanding of realms beyond this wood and beyond this glade are fairly limited beyond what I've been given by passers-by, and it's been, well, not since you, Grog, stepped through with me. I've not had another cross my path.
Sounds lonely.
It is my life. The trees keep me company. The roots, they speak. The earth itself is sustenance, and the voice, the timeless voice of this land. Well, there are many stories here.
She's so sweet.
I really like her. Yeah.
As we make our way towards this area, is there anything that you would warn us of?
Everything.
Oh. Everything?
Like, don't pick the flowers.
Like, don't pick
Is
the
there
flowers.
I've
anything
got that
specifically we
much.
should
Yes,
avoid?
no.
Specific plants, colors?
Hands in the pocket policy going forward? Or?
Gauge with care that which you temper. Many things lie and live in these lands that could be evade, and many your own destruction. Words spoken by many who live and call the Feywild their home are in themselves riddles. Deceit is a common form of time passage. And those that wander from beyond, well, Some would consider you more of a toy or a plaything than a visitor or passerby.
Before we leave, is there anything we might bring you on our way back through here, should we be successful?
Bring me some books.
Books?
I'd like some books.
My kind of books, like pictures?
Pictures are always nice, but things that tell me of things beyond my sphere. Perhaps the world you come from. Beyond the Frostfield, I know very little as well.
I have a book on me. Would you like it?
Take whatever you wish to say goodbye with.
Well, I mean, I basically have it memorized at this point. I've read it so many times.
She takes it and kind of thumbs.
I get it. I want to make it super clear that I get it. And other planes of existence shouldn't feel safe. I get that and I agree. But the answer of what should we watch out for? Is there anything that you would warn us of? And saying everything? I just don't think it's productive to like actually it's not productive towards a substantial amount of time in an area, especially an area that's not a dungeon and we're not like doing a crawl through. I don't think it's productive to be like any action you take is going to be dangerous. It's just encouraging so much inaction, which I guess you could almost argue to a point is like, well, if everything's dangerous, we just consign away the fact that we can avoid it. Which is also, it's fine, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It sort of reminds me of like a fork in the path where you have 2 options, or 3, or 4. Fuck it, whatever. You have 4 options, and they're all described the same. Like in this case, they're all dangerous. And so it's like, okay, so what do I do? Which one do I pick? If they're all dangerous, I don't have anything to make a decision off of. I don't have anything to like base my strategy around. I don't know how to interact. Or even where to start. And taking the thing that Matt is really good at, NPCs, and like the thing that I'm sure he would love for them to interact with the most, NPCs, and making those the extra dangerous things that she really calls out seems counterproductive. We'll have to see. But it's also like this deception and the many denizens will see you more as a toy or a plaything. Again, I'm sort of having to recontextualize the Feywild because obviously I have my own understanding of it. And I am now having to recontextualize what Matt's Feywild is. Because to me, this sounds more like one of the upper planes. Like, this sounds more like the realm of, like, angels and demigods. Potentially, like, that are on, like, the lawful side, but not necessarily the good side of things. Like more of, like, the, what's in between, like, the clockwork realm and like more of the lower realms, whatever it is. That's much more the vibe this is giving me of like incredibly powerful creatures that just kind of want to fuck with mortals for like no just because it's fun. Which is not how the Feywild lives in my head, but if that is if that's Matt's Feywild, I just need to recalibrate to that. And kind of temper my own expectations. Yeah.
Through.
That'll be 30 gold.
35.
50 gold. Yeah.
Markups a bit.
Closes it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any, before we set out, you've told us what to be wary of, everything. Is there anyone out there we can trust if we come across them?
Depends on what you seek and what your reasons are. I mean, trust goes always. The difficulty is finding who is aligned with your ideals, your intentions and your goals, and who isn't. I trust practically no one. Sorry.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me?
Pointing at you.
Just nod.
What were those little coloured lights that disappear as we get close?
Oh, Fey specs. They are.
Fey specs. Very classical fairy stories to me. Lots of Fey folk messing with mortals just cuz. I mean, that's fair. Yeah, it's much more like Brothers Grimm type deal. But again, this is me disentangling what I think is good versus expectations that I have that are not good or bad and are very open to different interpretations. So I'm actively disentangling that. But when I think of those types of stories of like Fey messing with mortals, I think of Fey entering the mortal realm. So like Fey coming into the material plane and fucking around with mortals and that sort of thing. I don't think about it as the generalized makeup of the Feywild. But again, it may not be a bad thing. I'm only concerned about where your players go from there whenever they encounter someone. I do think that Matt's cutting it a little bit with like you have to figure out someone's motivations and intentions. And then you'll know if you can trust them if their intentions are aligned with your own, which is it's fair, but that's also like not Feywild specific. That's not Feywild or Fey specific. That's just like general social interaction advice. Which I guess she doesn't need to be helpful. That's what I'm also like trying to parse through is like what even needs to happen here. And I just need to keep going. But it's very different than I anticipated. She's giving them what I would say is incredibly unhelpful advice at every turn. Which maybe is the point. I don't know. I just worry that that Matt's not giving them enough to kind of... I mean, I guess they know to walk west. Maybe they just don't need anything else? Yeah, maybe it's just walk west. You don't need much else. This nymph is not going to give you much else. I guess that's not bad. They have a direction. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what keeps getting introduced throughout. Yeah. No, I agree with your perception of things. There are lots of stories of people going to the Feywild and it being equally mercurial there. That's fair. That's fair. And this is more this is me out loud trying to figure out Matt's perception of the Feywild and how he's choosing to run it and what that means for how you literally run it. Like, I'm trying to figure out his world building so that I can try to understand if this is like, if I like this pacing and I like this like dissemination of information. Because for my version of the Feywild, I don't like the way that this is being run, but clearly me and Matt have very different versions of it. So I'm trying to think through in my head how that plays out, you know? They do know going towards dusk. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So even though she's not super helpful, they still have a direction. That's accurate. And honestly, if this realm is just broadly hostile, and they really should try to like go through it as quickly as possible and not interact very much, then maybe that's okay. It's just it's definitely not what I expected from like a Critical Role story perspective or a it sort of butts up against my exploration brain of I want to like explore and expand upon the Feywild, and I want to, you know, show my players the interesting parts. But if the Feywild is just, I say just, if it is primarily an incredibly dangerous realm for mortals that they do not want to spend a lot of time in, if that is part of the world building, then this interaction is probably fine. Interesting. Very interesting. I think it's they have to head west regardless, so let's just warn them about encounters to come type of thing. It's more of like, not even really warning them about encounters to come, just warning them that the entire dimension is broadly hostile and they shouldn't do or trust anything unless they absolutely have to. Which again, to my brain is like that like disincentivizes exploration and trying things, but like if that's what you want to disincentivize, I guess fair enough. They're used to peppering an NPC with questions and they'd freely give out exposition. This one isn't, and it's good overall, but they as a party are slow on the uptake. That is also fair. That is also fair that this nymph may just broadly be unhelpful. Like, not every NPC has to be helpful. And she did give them the direction. Yeah. Yeah, this is very not what I expected, but I'm processing. I'm processing the change in expectations and trying to like mold more into like, okay, if this is what the Feywild is, now what do I think? Yeah. If I were Matt in this situation, I'd have them run into a helpful NPC who would ultimately fuck them over if they trust him. Possible. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Small entities that care to the underbrush of the forests here. They're not dangerous.
Do they lead you anywhere?
Oh, I'm sure they lead you many places, though none of them maybe we are trying to go. I wouldn't trust them to guide you. They themselves are very deceptive and trickery-loving entities. But they help me keep the glade in the forest.
It was so low, sorry.
I was just wondering if you have any sort of, you're very well versed with this area, any form of protection that you could offer us or recommend to us as we move forward in this confusing land.
Any last bit of advice?
Make a persuasion roll.
I like the broad and focused question, and I also like Liam's interjection of like a last piece of advice. Like, what are the parting words? Are the parting words still unhelpful? Or is there one useful thing that you are keeping from us? And I like that framing because it also, like you said, it's like, you know, they are used to, and Matt is used to, them peppering the NPCs. And so Matt can't always give away all the information at once. So indicating to Matt, hey, after this question, we're gonna stop, is good for him to know so that he can kind of make that decision on, okay, it's the last chance. Is the NPC going to provide any additional help? And clearly, the default is no, but he's giving them an opportunity with this check to potentially gain something helpful. So I like that little interaction between the players and Matt of them indicating, all right, we get it, we'll stop. And Matt saying, oh, you're stopping? Okay, here's last chance. I like both sides of that.
26.
Wow. She kind of thinks for a moment, holding the tome under her arm. Well, I have minor magical capabilities. Perhaps I could harden the physicality of one of you and way to aid. It won't last long, but it's something.
Yeah.
Any assistance is more than greatly appreciated. Maybe grog?
No, I definitely don't need it. I'm good. Who's all tender?
You mean tender? Well,
Vax.
Percy at this point.
Oh, well, that's true. Maybe as a oops.
Yeah.
How many of us can you embolden?
I'm a bit useless at the moment.
No, don't sell yourself short.
Well, who gets you cared for?
Oh, you're great. You're great.
I know what you're doing right now.
I can feel it.
She steps forward and kind of, as you're having this conversation, she puts her fingers towards the front of your forehead and touches your skin. You feel a surge of warmth through your body, though blackness still opaques your vision. The rest of you watch as his skin suddenly turns to a dark brown and crackles. For a brief moment, you fear, but notice it's like his physical form. All parts of the pinky flesh of the human Percy become hard like tree bark.
Oh,
Maybe some
that's
bark.
attractive.
You got wood.
How's it feel?
I sniff Percy.
It's like a fine cedar.
It's nice. It suits you. It's very masculine. It's a musk. It's
Thank
nice.
you. I'm still angry with you, but thank you.
Gotta carve your name in him.
Oh my god. Holy shit. Percy just considered for 1 minute.
I just put the pistol slowly in the direction I think. I mean, lady, I do appreciate your gift, and I do apologize for my friend and for startling you earlier. It is my deepest regret that I cannot take in the majesty of your realm for the moment.
Of your realm.
Well, keep your wits about
You
you.
didn't blind me.
That's the finest defense you have against this uncertain landscape.
It was a true joy seeing you again. We'll try to bring ourselves by this way on our way out as we can.
I appreciate that. It's good to see your faces, as brief as it is.
Well, wish us luck.
Good luck and safe travels.
I don't know.
As we walk away, I give Percy a wet willy.
I bow to her before I leave.
Does she go for
Yeah, we
does
do
she go
that
for the wet willy?
No, I give you a wet willy.
Are you trying to give me a wet willy?
I'm giving you a
I
wet
say
willy.
again, I
Use missile snare.
bow before we leave.
It's not a range attack.
Missile snare?
So you bow.
Well, wet willy is not a range
She
attack.
turns around again to walk back down the visible steps you see her taking. She drifts deeper into the water and actually kind of, just before she disappears beneath the surface, looks over her shoulder and smiles at you, Grog, and then disappears beneath the water below.
Be honest, you totally.
What?
Did you?
Oh, what?
Did you?
What? What's wrong with your mouth?
Did you know? Did you get it on with her? Did you like?
Population, God,
experience?
population. She means to do the
Population?
thing.
No. There's
Yeah.
no population in that. I think it's just her in there.
Missile
You
snare.
like the beard, though. I noticed
Oh, that's right. You did
I
have
will
the beard
say,
before.
the gill was not off the lily there.
as you guys are having this conversation, there's a brief sound as Percy, even amongst his blinded state, catches Keyleth's finger in midair.
I still don't say that's a range attack. I still don't say that's a range attack.
Gross.
Don't say that out loud.
Children play, I make my way towards the dusk direction.
All right.
There.
Toward the shade, Merc.
Wait, hold on. I believe I was standing next to Keyleth, so I stick my pinky into my mouth and I shove it into Percy's ear.
Wet willy is
All right.
happening.
Flanked by Wet Willies, Percy, one is halted, but in the distracted moment, and the stealthy rogue being what he is, you feel the slimy insertion of a single half-elven digit
Hope you get
into your ear
splinters.
canal.
I say,
Hope you get
Keyleth, that is really immature, really. What is the matter with you? And I walk off.
All right, we got you. You
know
want to
what?
see?
I'm still angry at you.
We should
Deserve
fix
it.
you.
Yes, Pike can fix it. But let's just all remember that the episode title is going
Consider
to be
that
Slime
payback.
Insertion.
Apologies for that.
Is there any like rocks or debris or like little pebbles around on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of like stone debris,
I'll
the
take a
larger
small-
stones.
I'll take a small pebble. But you really should do what you can to help Percy.
All right.
And I toss the pebble at his face.
Okay.
With disadvantage?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
See, that is a ranged attack.
26.
She catches the pebble out of the air.
I mean, you have it pretty well. You're very
My kung fu
doing
is
great.
far stronger than yours.
All right, Pike, do
All
your
right,
thing.
we can fix you.
I don't know if he needs it, but
Well, I know. I don't know if you need it.
I have dreamed about coming here since I was a little child. I'm going to see this.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, let's all just think about this for a moment. Don't do anything hasty. Everybody, let's back up slowly.
It gets really quiet suddenly, Percy.
I'm on a bear.
Yes. Trinket kind of stops and.
It's okay, Trinket.
Pike, if you do this thing that you're going to do, will it take away his bark skin too?
I don't know. That's why I'm a little nervous.
well, you know, that's just how it goes.
You know, and to be fair, bark skins, it's all right. It's all right.
Maybe it's temporary.
Bark skin is temporary.
Just give it like a week.
Oh, the blindness? I don't know.
I'm willing, you know that you're all wearing their earrings. I'm willing to give it. It's dangerous as it is, but.
I mean, it's clearly hilarious, but Percival is our sharpshooter. I don't know if we want
A
to.
blind
He
sharpshooter
is
isn't
one
very
of our
helpful.
sharpshooters, thank you very much.
Oh,
Well,
God.
why would we want one when we could have two?
Let's try it then.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
A blind sharpshooter might not be the best in the Feywild. I would just throw it out there.
Shame if your broom breaks.
All right, lay hands on.
Okay. Well,
Really, I want to heal you, all right?
I know.
I'm not one
Do you
of
want to be
these
healed or not, Percy?
I didn't give you a wet willy.
Jeez, first you say you're mad at me, and then you ensnare my melee wet willy.
People, we're tearing ourselves apart in the Feywild.
I'm just reminding the dear what sign her bread is buttered on.
Let Pike get rid of this blind spot so we can all be together again.
I mean, it's masterful.
How long has he been working on that?
Hell.
Critical role when you come for a high fantasy.
come here.
Give it a go.
All right.
Wait, Percy.
What?
Say you're not mad at me anymore. Say, hey, I know.
That might have been. I think that was his best. I think. I can't think of a better one. I think that's his best. A trumpet womp womp. Look. You rarely get that good of an opportunity. I love it.
Oh, I've done things in the past to piss you off, and you know, maybe.
Kill it.
All of a sudden, Trinket
Kill it.
lurches forward and starts
Am I a
trying.
reckless human?
Yes.
So when I say you shouldn't probably touch anything, that's probably a really good reason, right?
Yeah, you know, it's just, are you gonna hold this one against me because I picked a flower?
Only to the
Trinket's
Kind
already-
of like how you held the
Trinket,
clasp
come here.
against me.
Trinket begin dragging him away from you towards.
You're
Strax.
gonna
I
go
love
hold
you.
against me like the clasp? Huh,
You
Percy?
need inspiration, Pike.
No, I think it's okay. So I'll go up to him.
I'll have my revenge, but I love you.
It's okay.
I mean, that's a very. I'm shaking my head at Percy, not Taliesin here. I think that is a very common thing that people say of like, oh, I'm a broadly cautious or I'm a broadly courageous person. So if I'm doing the opposite right now, shouldn't that mean something? I think it's an incredibly flawed argument because it doesn't mean anything. But I think that is the good type of flawed. This just feels like, unless this has been established previously and I missed it, which is very possible. If it has been established previously, I'll give it. But I don't remember this ever being established, so this feels more like a backstory contrivance to allow Taliesin to use his meta knowledge. I don't know. We'll see. This is what the Feywild does to someone. Yeah.
Okay. Get my way up,
I love you
up
too.
Trinket and cast Greater Restoration.
Okay. So as you clutch your holy symbol, your kind of flickering divine form drifts over towards the side of Trinket. You reach up and touch his leg, and the warmth of the divine energy surges through his leg. You can see almost like a sparkle up his chest, little light rays kind of peering out from beneath the clothing. It comes up his gullet, up the side of his face, and his eyes flash white for a second with beams of gentle sunlight just shooting out for a second. The darkness becomes blurry, and your vision over the next 15 or so seconds returns to normal.
Oh!
You see?
Yes, much better. Hi!
Hi!
It's so good to see you.
All right.
Oh.
Does he still have bark skin?
Yes.
Yay!
Look at that.
I come up from behind and give him another wet willy.
Ah!
See, I got you even when you had your eyes.
Man,
I'll make you a deal.
Yeah.
I'll make you a deal.
All right, what?
Can we start moving forward?
Yeah, we just leave
Yeah,
them.
we're moving.
Yeah, we leave
Yeah.
them.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll keep moving.
Okay. You guys catch up to the rest of the party who's now moved on ahead. Making your way through this thick forest. I would like you all to make a perception check.
Perception check.
Perception check.
Is that the CR audio? Or is that my did it just start like going like in one ear and like less the other? Or is that just like my pair of headphones? I hope that's not my headphones. Oh no. It's CR audio. Okay, cool. Thank goodness. What ear? Okay, sick. Okay. Whew. I was scared for a second. But Matt told them exactly where to go with the plane shift. Yeah, that's fair. It seems like they interpreted plane shift, and I think Marisha might have said this out loud. I could be wrong. That it needed to be somewhere they've either like been before or that they're like familiar with. But I think you're right. I think by the text of plane shift, they could have gone directly to the bog. So I kind of started thinking about that in some of this writing. I think I've spent too long at this point thinking about the Feywild that I've overblown the experience that they're going to have in my head. And I wrote it right here. I have to remember that this journey and its goal is equivalent to the Sunken Tomb, Sphinx Mountain, or the Kevdak fight. It is probably planning on being like 3 episodes absolute max. Maybe 2. Maybe 1. Depending. So I do need to remember that when it comes to like them learning things and their exploration, is that like it's not a dungeon, but they are not there to explore the Feywild or to find something, really. They are there to get the bow. And the bow is just one of like 20 vestiges. Not actually, like 10. But it's not even like it's like the MacGuffin, you know. It's not like a MacGuffin that it would justify them spending a 10 episode arc just to get. This is just one of many. So I think maybe that's a major shift in my mindset that I need to have for the rest of this. Is like I need to think about like, would I have had these same critiques when they're traveling to Sphinx Mountain through the Frostweald? I think to an extent I would, but they would definitely not be like it wouldn't be of this magnitude, I don't think. To me, I'm trying to take the spotlight from the others, but keep talking. Says there's a lot of crosstalk. It does seem like there's a bit of crosstalk going on, which like to me is, I don't want to say reminiscent, but to me it feels like certain players have meta knowledge and they are trying to utilize it without metagaming. And other players don't have that meta knowledge and they are just trying to progress forward because they're in a new environment and they don't have anything else they can do. They have to move forward. So So that's where I feel the disconnect a lot is like, to me, this is one of, I think in a broad sense of like how dysfunctional the entire group feels, this might be one of the most like dysfunctional sections of like meta knowledge versus not. Maybe ever. Because when Orion used meta knowledge, it was normally just him using it and the rest of the group was pretty solid. This is one where like there are so many varying levels of it and they are all using it to like different degrees and they're coming up with different justifications for it. So that's what kind of feels all over the place to me. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Reminds me of so much of a bad improv show. I can kind of see that, yeah. The next few episodes just have so many audio issues. I mean, that's just... I don't blame them. I just want to make sure it's not me. I don't actually care if they have audio issues. I just want to make sure I don't need to do anything to fix it. You mean that thinking they were going to the Feywild for like 10 episodes before they do and having a lot of time to cook has done weird things to your predictions? Who could have expected? Yeah, honestly. I need to remember that I have been thinking about this more than any of them have at this point. Like, way, way more than any of them have. So I really need to temper my expectations of like how into the Feywilds they're even gonna be. I've been cooking on this longer than any critters were at the time, even. Like, I've had more real-world time to cook on it. So yeah, I think that's definitely warping some of my expectations. That is almost unwatchable. The audio cuts out every 2 minutes. It drove me nuts. Dude, this is why I stopped doing Critical Eyes. For while I was having all the internet issues, is because like I did not want to do that sort of experience to people, even if it meant delaying the scheduling. But nice to catch my first stream. What's up, Ivo? Yeah, 59. Wasn't sure if it was one stream per episode. It isn't always. Sometimes I do cut them. But on those, I do like a 0.5 system. So I'll do like, I think 57. I did like one stream was 57. The next stream was like 57.5. So yeah, you can, I try to keep the numbers as lined up as I can. But yeah, this one's 59. They just got to the Feywild. I think one of the problems Megagaming, that's me. So your average person who hasn't played D&D probably doesn't know what a beholder is. Easy to not metagame. Everyone has an idea of what a fey or fairy is. That is true, and I do think that is impacting this a lot. I think you're totally right. And even the like Briarwood vampire example, everyone has an idea of vampires, but I think the only thing that's like super consistent is like garlic and staking. I think like the running water thing, there's even a bit about it in Castlevania which is an amazing show, by the way. Really, really good show. But there's a bit where some of the vampires don't believe that running water will kill them. They're like, one of them's like, I've ridden on boats, and it's like, yeah, you can ride on a boat, you can't cross the running water. And he's like, I've taken baths. Like, it's very funny. So I think that there's a little bit more. There's less consistency in people's knowledge about things like vampires, but I think you're right that everyone has an amount of an idea about the Fae. And to Matt's credit, he did very quickly try to establish what kind of Fae, or what the Fae are like in this context, in his contextual environment. Now, that is just broadly don't talk to them, don't trust them, they are going to want to fuck with you. Which I don't love for like any amount of long-term experience, but maybe it's okay for like more of a dungeon limited run sort of feel. Because I've definitely had dungeons like that, where it's like, yeah, this is the dungeon, fucking everything wants to kill you. So from that perspective, I think it's weird because it feels like he's characterizing an entire plane, where the characterization is maybe more useful specifically because it's going to be more of a dungeon run type of pacing. It's also, maybe the nymph is an unreliable narrator. We don't know. Yeah, it's all just, it's interesting. This is the first time we've really like gone into another plane, so I have a lot that I'm thinking about here. Garlic steak. Metagaming was a typo. Interesting. Another POV on Percy here. He likes to be smart and solve puzzles and be good at navigating situations and diplomacy. Could be the meta knowledge thing, but I can conceive of a way he acts like this in character. It is certainly possible. I can bend my mind around it, and I can get there. It's just, if you had asked me about all of their, if you had asked me about, you know, all of their attitudes, like what are they going to act like when they first go into the Feywild, I think you could have given me 20 guesses, and I don't think I would have anticipated Percy acting like this. Now, that's purely on my own perception and who I think Percy is. I can bend to a perception of him acting like this, but more largely, especially the fact that they were so nervous about her picking a flower before she even did it, to me, it rings more likely to be meta knowledge, but I can conceive of a world where it's not. I think it's fine to characterize an entire plane. Think of it like post-apocalyptic. It is true. Especially if you're not going to spend a substantial amount of time there, I do think it's okay. It'll be very dependent on how long they stay here. We will really have to see. Yeah, I'm having to do a big shift in my mindset, though. Yeah.
Perception?
Yep.
Nice.
That went away.
19. Natural 19.
27.
11.
24.
25.
Oh, 10.
14.
What'd you get, Liam?
24.
24, okay. 25s are higher, which I think is
Yeah,
Keyleth.
25.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Keyleth and Vex. You guys push through the forest for about another 2 hours or so.
While we do that, I take Percy's bark skin and make it, I regal it out. So I give him some little moss epaulets.
Not Sam
I give him moss epaulets, grow some flowers on it, give him a little
She's making a
white
fancy
stone
tree.
flower crown.
Okay, fancy tree.
I'm making him a
Fancy
fancy
tree.
tree.
Fancy
Druidic
like
Sergeant Pepper.
Fancy group.
Now we're even. Good.
All right.
You look marvelous.
2 hours of travel towards the direction of the dusk,
Touching
keeping
you.
tabs on the best you can. You being the tracker you are, you notice that the night hasn't come. The light in the sky itself has not changed. The dusk hasn't waxed or waned. There's been no change in the sky light or color whatsoever. The dusk seems to, at least the past couple hours, been perpetual and unmoving.
Maybe we're in the Dusklands.
I feel like I remember hearing that the time here is very strange.
It stays at a constant, correct?
Well, not necessarily.
Kind of.
I think it's
Maybe it just
malleable.
moves slower here, I don't know.
Or
Well,
may-
we are moving towards dusk, correct? We're moving towards the
You're moving
setting
towards
sun?
that. That was the one direction you were given by the nymph, yes.
It could be that we are either stuck in a loop, or that we are simply in an area of the Feywild that is eternal dusk.
Well,
Does
she
it
said
feel
it
like
was,
we're moving forward?
she said it was 2 days travel.
2 dusks.
Duskward.
So we have to pass the dusk at least.
That could be years.
It could.
Wow.
Do you think it's safe if I fly up? And
No,
look
we
at
might
the
as
sky?
well. Nothing's safe.
Do I see any birds or anything like that in the sky? Any wildlife? Any critters?
Make a perception check.
Critters. All
Any critters? Critters everywhere.
It's everywhere.
I'm 21. No, yes, 21.
Yeah, okay. You glance up the next opening you have in the canopy, and you see occasionally Flock of birds go flying by. There is definitely vibrant wildlife, and you've seen throughout the forest here skittering squirrels and other creatures that live here, though themselves being kind of skittish and running off as soon as your footfalls begin to hit that portion of the forest. There is a very vibrant kind of critter lifestyle here within this part of the Feywild.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this is both a very accurate assertion and assumes a level of factuality. Like, this is assuming that the books that are written are correct and not broadly misinformed. Because so far, the things that they are worried about are broadly bearing out to be valid worries. However, I think it is more reasonable to believe that the vast majority of books written about the Feywild are, if not just, largely embellished, are just flat out wrong and fake. If there's no survivors, then the stories will be don't ever go there. Maybe. They might be. Or they might have something along the lines of that's where you go to ascend. That's where you go to commune, and if you don't, if you don't if you fail, then that's your own fault. It could also be, even if we can even go a step further of, it's not that there are no survivors, but no one remembers their time, or they remember it incorrectly. Again, there are so many embellished, if not outright fake accounts. Like, we have so many stories about Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster and all manner of cryptids, right? But if I actually encounter something that I think is Bigfoot, I am going to think that broadly most of the stories were bullshit. Maybe a few were right, but most of them are bullshit, and I'm going to have to figure this out for myself. So even if we take into account books and stories, we shouldn't rely on those. And the characters, how much the characters rely on those, I think characterizes their proclivities for conspiratorial thinking or even gullibility. If they are basing like hard opinions on stories about the Feywild, especially given the Feywild's general reputation. Do love it in media where someone brings out garlic and the vampire goes, "What the fuck told you that would work?" Yeah, that sort of feel. It must be there because nobody wants to come back. True. Also a valid response, yeah. I think the issue with comparing this to cryptids is the Feywild is a real place that can be traveled to. We know that. But the average, citizen of Tal'Dorei doesn't know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, someone in real life that believes in cryptids would say, yeah, in their universe, the Feywild is real, and in our universe, cryptids are real. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like gods. It's like the conversation that we had around like being an atheist in like a D&D campaign is, unless you are a very specific like adventurer or type of adventurer, you are not going to get hard evidence of most of this. There's going to be like an amount of faith and belief regarding these things. And it's actually, to bring up BG3, I think that Volo in BG3 and probably in the wider D&D canon, I don't know that much about him, is a great example of this sort of thing of like, yeah, dragons are real, but the way that Volo talks about dragons in BG3 is not real and is not accurate. And his accounting of like the battle at Emerald Grove is not even remotely close to the truth. And so if you're trusting Volo's Guide to Monsters as a factual representation of reality, you are going to have an inaccurate belief about the Feywild or about these monsters. So just because we as viewers and them as players know that it's real doesn't give factuality to the material plane stories, if that makes sense. I feel like the big thing about the Feywild is that everyone has completely different ideas of what it is, both in universe and out. Yeah. That is true. I think that which I think a lot of the weirdness.
Take a break.
Oh. All right, I'll take a break and then we'll close out this topic. But I think the weirdness to me about this is that based on what I've heard so far, I would assume that if we imagine a scenario where the Feywild is real in real life, let's imagine that scenario, and I'm the one that's transported in there, me, Mega. I would assume that I have about as much knowledge of the Feywild as Percy does within this context. You know, just like generally living in the world. And I would not feel confident that any of my knowledge is correct. That's the big thing, is they are, for someone who is normally hyper curious, they are reacting with a distinct level of certainty that feels very odd to me. For Vox broadly, but also for Percy specifically. Like, I'm thinking about if he has no special connection or knowledge to the Feywild, which it doesn't seem like he does since Matt didn't let him roll, I would not go into this situation thinking that I actually knew what was going on. Like, he's in here bowing, saying don't touch the flowers. He's not running any experiments like Percy normally would. Yeah, I don't know. He will touch cursed magic items in the material plane all day long. He wants to poke and prod at them. He wants to experiment, but we get to the Feywild and he's suddenly immensely confident about information that I don't see him having a reason to be confident about. Like, he has expertise on the Feywild. Yeah, or at least even not necessarily expertise, but to a degree, yeah. Of like him and Vex, which like maybe Vex has, I mean, obviously Matt let Vex roll. But he is acting like they have the potential to have like actual definitive information, which just doesn't feel very Percy to me. But yeah, I think we'll move forward. I'm sure that there will be other comments about it, and I'm sure that we will learn more. Like comments on the VOD. And I'm sure that we'll learn more across the course of this episode that might modify some things. Percy is also a bit full of himself, so to me it comes across more like bragging that he knows more. I can maybe bend my mind in that direction. Maybe. I can maybe see that. Yeah, maybe. because that is approaching a Percy personality trait. But yeah, I don't know. I think I've gone through kind of my initial reaction to all of this introduction. They're in a travel sequence now. I'll leave it there, and maybe if there's something that happens throughout this episode, maybe we'll come back to it, or maybe it'll be related to the takeaway. Definitely interesting introduction. Definitely not what I was expecting. But I'm going to take a break, give the voice the old rest, go get some water, go to the bathroom, take a break, and I will be right back. See you in a second. What up? Hello! All right. Oh, that's on the wrong monitor. I've realized that I didn't have one of the OBS plugins that I normally use to switch scenes because I had to reinstall some stuff. But we're back. Let's do it. Okay, so we're in. We've been given a direction. Matt has characterized. Everything's dangerous. Don't trust anyone. They're gonna fuck with you. Even the denizens of the Feywild, broadly don't trust people. And it is that away. It is west. Go get him, tiger. So we've been given a direction. We've been given generalized characterization. Where do we go next? Does Matt interrupt us with something? Is there some manner of puzzle to traveling within the Feywild? We will see.
Should I? I'm gonna try flying up.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna
So,
try
yeah.
flying up above the canopy.
Okay. You come above the canopy, having to maneuver around some of the larger branches, and these trees are tall. You probably get yourself about 100 feet up before you finally break the canopy. And as you coast over the top, you can see now before you, this forest is vast. Majority of it behind you, and you can actually see what appears to be the edge of the forest line, maybe about 10 miles up.
Nice.
And just past that, you can see the rolling grass hills before a mountain line. You can see in the distance, very, very far distance, make a perception check.
I'm assuming I'm not in the forest anymore, right?
This would be looking beyond the forest, so yeah, I would not have advantage.
17.
17. You see a faint glimmer of some kind, something that stands out as like a reflection or bead of light amongst the grass fields beyond the forest. You're unable to really tell the distance, but it does stand out as it just kind of like occasionally flickers.
Flickering. Do I see any sort of sign of a city?
Not from this perspective, no. Mostly it just like looks natural from this view. Also, the clouds in the sky are slowly moving like normal clouds, and you can see in the distance what appears to be sun that is just passed beyond the mountain range, but there is no change in the light.
The sky looks the same.
The same it was since the moment you arrived.
Well, at least we know we've made some headway. I go back down.
Good.
There's a tree line, at least. I think we should reach it soon.
And if we don't, then we know that there's a problem.
Exactly.
And just remember, in theory, from what little I know, the prettier it is, the more dangerous it probably is, and the older it is, the more dangerous it probably is.
What? Things get prettier as they get older here? That's not fair.
Maybe you...
Just the men.
Damn it.
All right, well, let's keep going then.
Okay. You guys push on for another 3 or so hours.
We're not out of the tree line yet?
At the pace you guys are walking, you just begin to push outside of the trees. It was hard gauging the distance from that period of time. That was kind of the rough estimate based on the perception roll. You begin to just watch the tree line thin a bit. There's still many trees around you, but the density is beginning to scatter, and you're beginning to see more and more light let through from the treetops. And the trees themselves are not as tall as they were towards the central bulk of the forest. Vex, you do catch to your left side suddenly what sounds like at first a little hiss, but instead it comes to your ear as a chuckle.
Hello?
What?
Did you hear something?
Is somebody there?
Make a perception check.
Oh, natural 20.
Natural 20. You glance out of the corner of your eye and you see about 4 trees behind you, some outline of a shaded figure that darts behind a tree.
Did anybody else see that?
What?
See what?
So what?
Okay, cool. Did it look like childlike or adult-like?
In between.
Okay.
We got a problem here?
Just be ready.
What's wrong?
Which direction?
Behind us.
Okay.
I saw you.
Let's get back to back, shall we?
I'm going to just sit backwards on the bear while we move forward.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back to the twins.
Did you want to say hello?
Response.
All right, I guess we'll just have fun over here without you.
Yeah, sure, you're really excited.
Laugh like I just told a really funny joke.
Oh, you kill me. Man, who would want to miss this?
I know, it was really funny. Oh my god.
I didn't know a nun could
So
curse like
funny.
that.
I didn't know you could tell funny jokes.
Anything?
Uh-huh.
All right. You guys continue making your way towards the edge of the forest, and shortly after, the tree line does come to an end. There are small clusters of trees, but beyond that, you're now opening what looks like this nearly endless grassland. The grasses themselves swaying with a breeze that's just starting to catch up. You can see the waves, they curl over these low hills, and this beautiful, deep, verdant green emerald color that just kind of shifts and cascades over and over and over. As you begin to step into the grass, it's high. It's like chest high to the half elves, about a little below waist high to you, and the gnomes are swimming through grass at this point.
Hey, buddy.
This is fun though.
I keep staying down there doing the breaststroke.
Oh no.
I was
I'm
gonna say,
done.
it occurs to me, I don't actually have to ride the bear anymore.
That's
No,
true.
you
Do you guys
don't,
want to ride
lady,
Trinket
yes.
and see?
No thanks.
Yeah.
I'll ride Grog.
Yeah.
All right, Trinket.
Sweet.
Okay. So you're up on Trinket. You get off
down.
Trinket.
Scan to the
Still
top
have
of
Vox
the,
in? Yeah, nice.
He looks good
I'm
too,
Groot.
right? See,
I
look.
do.
Yes, it's so
See-
fancy.
see his little
She's done me up.
epaulets? Yeah.
I give Trinket a scratch where it makes him like go weird and start like
the head,
scratching
like
his back leg. Does dispatch.
He goes up and gives you a lick, but it kind of like pseudo passes through your form, and Trinket looks really confused and kind of tilts
That's
the bare
right.
head to the side.
That's right.
Sorry, buddy.
Oh, as we're walking, well, first question. Do I see any form of path through this grass, or does it just look like endless?
It's just open field,
Cool.
directionless, and before you. There is still the dusk ahead of you, and that's the best directional point you have right now. But there is no worn path. There is no road or street. There are no signs of civilization. It looks like just an endless field. It is
I
beautiful.
played the original Legend of Zelda. I know if we go up, left, down, left, we should get out of this field of grass.
Shoot the bush.
The flicker of light I saw in the distance, are we going to intersect it the direction that we're going?
You will get near it.
Okay,
It won't be a
so I'll
direct
keep an eye in that direction as we move forward.
Okay.
But I want to talk to you, Keyleth.
Yeah.
So I've been trying to find out a way to talk to Trinket like I know you can, right?
Oh, yeah,
And I was wondering if maybe you could teach me how to do that.
Teach you?
Do you think that's possible?
I don't know, but I'd like to try.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Right.
Okay. Can I do something like that?
I have a spell slot available to first speak to animals that I never claimed that I want to learn.
You want to take it?
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys begin to walk through the field, you begin to reveal some of the druidic secrets of animal communication to Vex, and over the course of the next hour of travel,
See, the
over
thing
one of
is, you
larger
kind of have to
hills.
get the accents right, for each critter, because
Okay.
or else they could get a little offended.
Oh, right.
You know, so
Queen of accents.
you know,
Yes.
totally. So you know, I keep going.
She bestows upon you the elements of it. It's less about vocality, and it's being able to connect on an empathic and emotional level, where creatures can speak to you less out of words and more out of the idea of emotions and thoughts, which our human minds, or mostly in some cases half human minds, accept as words. But
right.
there's no actual speech that there's talking like, "Hello, my dear."
So one of the
can interpret
things,
that way.
you know, that I like to do is just to kind of like embody the animal, you know, and then it can kind of get you like in the mindset of
I
where
will
they're coming
definitely
from.
keep that in mind.
You know, so let's just
Okay.
practice. You know, let's practice being Trinket together. You know, so let's.
I let her just do that, and I'm just gonna keep walking.
Yeah, she does it for a while.
Yeah.
I think this is fun. I do like when it comes to either multi-classing or particular features of your class that it feels maybe a bit off for you to have, you know, naturally discovered. I like interacting with other members of the party that might already know those skills. And it's even easier when you have a giant-ass party like this. When you have 7 players, it's way easier to do that sort of thing even more. When I don't have such a giant party, I like to encourage that sort of interaction with NPCs. I think it's a fun way to play out things that normally don't have a huge amount of flavor attached to them. Like learning spells is just kind of something that happens for most classes. There's not a huge amount of flavor associated with it. So anytime I can interject a tiny bit of flavor into it, I think it's fun. So yeah, I like this.
She just
I go
keeps
to
going.
Grog.
I'm learning so much.
See, so you kind of gotta like, you know.
I think we're all learning. This is so great.
I wish
I walk
that
up to
Nala had
Trinket?
cast blindness on me.
Can I walk up to Trinket and say, "Hey, buddy, can you understand me?"
Everything.
Do you cast the spell?
Yeah.
And Trinket kind of turns to you.
Do you understand me?
Yes.
I hug him so hard. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
You kind of grab it. I don't think Trinket doesn't seem to realize any sort of difference. Trinket.
But you understand me all the time.
Yes.
Oh, darling, but now I understand you, and it's wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, quick question. Do you mind being in my necklace, or does it bother you? What's it like? Is it terrible? Because I don't want to do it if you hate it.
It's a little lonely, but
Oh no! It's lonely.
I haven't been in there very long.
No, you haven't. Okay, well that's good. Well, I basically just wanted to say that I love you.
I give her a thumbs up.
I love you too, Richard.
I start crying.
Big lick goes on your face and kind of nudges his head against you.
This is the best spell ever. I can't believe it.
Oh, Twinz.
Thanks, Keelan. The accent's really good. You're doing a good job. It's very good.
As Keelan, or as Trinket nudges you, and she says, "It's okay. I can stay in there all you need.
Thanks, buddy.
I can watch you through there
You can?
and see you.
You can? Wait, you can?
Yes.
Cool. It's kind of like when, you know, like, your dog comes in the room when you're peeing. It's a little awkward at first when
No,
you
it's
hear
good
about
to
it, but
know.
it's fine. It's okay.
Grog, you've actually been in there, so you kind of have an idea of what he's talking about.
If you understood what he was saying, which you don't, because you don't.
Boom, what? Yeah.
I'm just imagining like the genie bobble.
Ugh.
From, yeah.
And I just thought, like, for a while, I just want to,
Good
as
luck.
long as my spell lasts, I just want to keep talking to Trinket and, like, catch up on old times and
You
hear
guys
about
do,
it.
and he talks about how he kind of hated at the time, but is in hindsight enjoyed the memory of the pie contest and Whitestone.
Oh, right, that was so good, right?
What about getting his hair done with flowers
Do you remember
and braids
the
and
bows?
He tells you that was fine, but you can tell through the subtle
sucked,
bare
right?
undertones that he wasn't too happy about it.
Yeah.
But everything has this tone of basically whatever you need and anything for you.
Oh,
There is an undying loyalty and love from Trinket that you've always felt, but now to hear in language form is very moving.
You're having a
I'm
flashback montage.
I'm watching quietly. I'm watching quietly the whole time with a smile at this bear that I've known as a cub grunting with my sister grunting back, and it's very touching. It's very touching, and I'm just
Very
smile.
love it.
I love the
so
Feywild.
much.
I love the Feywild.
I think the whole thing's fucking weird.
Keyleth wipes away a little tear.
Same. I'm sitting on Trinket, just swiping away tears.
What's going
Yeah,
on?
no, we're walking forward.
We're still walking.
We've been
Let's get a
walking
little
this whole
further away
time.
from the tree line.
Yeah.
You guys keep walking,
Yeah.
and you keep walking,
Still haven't hit that tree line?
walking.
Can I spin around?
Tree line, right?
Past the tree line, you're in the grass, but the grass, it's hard to really gauge since you have no sun in the sky and you don't have a central timepiece of any kind.
Do we feel tired?
Well, hold on. Can I spin around and see if the grass we've been trampling on is leaving a trail?
No, none.
No trail.
No trail. It's like you never stepped through behind you. The grass is parted where you walked through, and then looking behind, it's like you were just dropped in the middle of the field.
Anything following us?
Make a perception check.
There was that kid that we talked to.
Good call.
Talked
A
to?
deathly 8.
There was like a
Nothing.
creature in the woods.
That you saw.
Magical.
I saw it.
Nothing.
Yes.
We're good.
It was following us.
Make a perception check as well. Yeah.
Vex, do you feel like just popping above the, just getting a little bit of a bird's eye view really quickly? Perhaps.
14.
Glancing about, there's just a smooth grass line, no sign of any other
We're
movement.
clear. Team Monster!
No one's following us.
What about this? What if? Wait.
Don't tell her. Don't
can
tell
you
her.
move
Just leave it up here for
trees?
as long as it has to be.
We can't, but there's no trees.
Just grass.
I will turn around. How far away are we from the tree line?
Where you guys left?
Yeah.
It's visible, but it's quite a ways away.
Okay.
We have been
We're making
moving
headway.
away.
Yeah, it's just the rolling fields and the hills of this it's comparable to almost the width of the valley between the Cliffkeep Mountains and the Stormcrest Mountains on Taldore. It just seems like such a vast space with no immediate like scattered landmarks to where in your head, which is used to gauging your position from small changes in the scenery, it's
gonna die
it's
out
mind numbing.
No,
it feels
no,
like
no.
endless.
We have food. We're on our
What
way.
if this is a week's journey? What if this is 2 weeks' journey?
She said 2 days south.
She said
said
2
dusks.
dusks
2
south.
dusks south.
What if this is a month?
So she said 2 days duskward.
2 days.
2 days
duskward.
duskward. So she
See,
did say
2 days.
Duskward.
But does that mean
Days
2
in
days?
our.
Yeah.
Does that
in a way
mean 2
you
days in the
understand.
dusk or 2 days that last an eternity?
2 days. It's
Well,
2 days.
She
wait.
said 2 days duskward. That's all you.
We're
But-
fine.
It's
Wait, but you were saying she was using 2 days in a way that we would understand. So
I don't think we know what she
discern.
would
We
understand.
don't know. We don't know.
She said 2 days.
I'm feeling pretty confident.
Me
about
too.
it.
I feel fine
I'm
about
not
this.
having a lot of stress.
Let's
about
keep
this.
grooving.
I think we keep
Sun's
moving
out.
We're still walking.
until it's time that we all think it's time to take a rest. and
Yeah.
take a nap.
Yeah, when we feel tired, I mean, I do want to make sure that nothing's following us on occasion and make sure that
We
nothing's
checked it
around.
out. We're solid.
Should one of us circle
Nope,
back
yeah,
and
nobody's
just
following us.
double back and make sure that no one's behind us?
No.
No,
Really,
we
no.
get separated.
We'll never
These-
find each
We
other
stay
again.
together.
All right,
We're fine.
then we can keep going, and I'll just keep reading my
Do we-
book on top of Grog.
Do we still see the flashing light in the distance that she saw?
Only at
That's
times, because you kind of, when you go below the hills into these like deep valleys before you come to the next hill line, it kind of cuts off your perspective in the future. But as you get close, go ahead and make another perception check. Vex, as you're keeping an eye on the back trinket.
Wait, you said Vax. Do you mean Vax or do you mean Vex?
Said Vex.
18.
18. The source of the glimmer is becoming larger, but you can't make out any details, and there are actually kind of a few glimmers clustered.
Okay.
And it's one of those things where it's not like a perpetual, but like every now and then you just like,
Well, we are heading towards something. I'm not sure what it is.
It's an erratic
It seems erratic, yeah.
Something's on fire.
It's a party.
Press on?
Yeah.
I mean, what else are we going to do?
Definitely another beer.
All right.
Press on until it's time to rest.
Yeah.
All right. You push on for a few more hours, and trying to think back how long you've been here, and the time passes in a strange way, to the point where you have no way of understanding really how much time has gone by. But you're starting to get a little tired, like you would towards the end of a day's worth of travel. You come up over a large hillside, and you can see now there's a base of a mountain range that you can kind of make out a little in the distance that meets up where that flickering is, and you can see what appears to be now the source of the flickering. There looks to be some sort of a civilization. There are towers. There appears to be a stone ring around it. It's hard to make out the details from this distance, but it looks fairly large, and it's kind of in the side of the mountain range.
I say we camp here. I think it's a lovely.
I will say, so it's hard to. I don't even want this to be taken as a critique of how Matt's running it, because there's very clearly stuff going on that the players are unaware of. So any amount of critique towards the DMing right now would require me knowing what's behind the screen. So I don't want it to be taken as that. But I do want to just point out a player behavior thing where when Matt starts doing the repetition of you keep walking, you keep walking, you keep walking, it could be that the players are a little jumpy because he's done repetition before for different effects. But one of the effects of repetition is giving a sense of movement while also inviting players to interrupt you because something is going on with the repetition. Like, the repetition is indicative of potentially being trapped in a loop of some kind, which is what it seems like the players here took it as. Now, that might have been purposeful. There might have been something for them to react to, but they didn't catch it, or they didn't ask the right questions. Very possible, which is why I say, I would have to see what's behind the screen to really know. But I did want to point that out to put into your toolkit, is if you want to give the sensation of a strange, maybe this is the way to put it, a strange amount of nothing. Right? Because sometimes that happens in real life where we go for so long without anything interesting happening that we start, in real life, we start to think that we're just missing something. And I think one of the best ways to communicate that feeling of extended nothing is that repetition of you keep walking, you keep walking, you keep walking, you keep walking. Because as you repeat and don't change, they will eventually realize this is simulating time passing. And you just kind of wait for them to interrupt you, simulating the player or the characters getting anxious or wanting to investigate the perpetual nothing. So now, if you didn't want them to stop, the repetition may not be the way to go. Because the repetition, at least in the way it was handled here, I think is going to encourage them to stop and consider things and try to find what they're missing. The something within the nothing, to an extent. So if Matt didn't want them to stop and potentially change tactic, I don't know about that repetition sequence, but it's hard to tell. This entire sequence is super uncertain what, they're just missing, what's actually there, what's not. So hard to tell, but yeah.
Lovely idea.
What's around us? Just grass fields, pretty much?
Just grass fields.
Get to the top. As far as you can see.
Well, as far as you can see, and then it the hill line eventually gets so high in the distance where you can't see past it, and you see the mountain range and whatever the source of this glimmer is, this strange city-like series of structures at the base of that mountain range.
Yeah, let's like set up shop, drop.
Can I fly up on the broom and see if I can see anything in the field around us or look for any kind of movement in the grass?
You got your hat.
Yep.
I put my fucking hat on.
It suits you. It's not bad. I'm going to use my optics to try and sketch what I can of the city for the moment and sort of get a general idea of it, sitting down and starting to get an idea of it.
All right.
And does it look like anything from my sister and my memory?
It's. Go ahead and roll a perception check on your end as well, Vax.
And me?
20. Not a natural.
As you getting up, sure, go ahead and make one. So you get a better view as well.
25.
25. Vax, it's hard at this distance to make out much of the information, especially with the grass being as high as it is and the hill beyond it. For the most part, the folks that can get a clear beat are those that are above the grass line and keeping a keen eye, which Vex is.
Oh, whispers. Whispers in the night.
This is the anticipation that you feel before you open a loot crate. Now, not knowing what it could be. Could it be good? Could it be bad?
I know.
What you do know is that it's $3 off if you use the code Critical Role.
Yeah,
That's a concept.
I'm trying Super Saiyan me.
Amazing.
I got you.
Oh, actually.
Give me Goku back.
Oh, not quite.
Almost.
Not quite.
Wait, maybe the bigger one. Maybe the bigger one. Wait.
We've been chewing on that. Just so
Yeah,
you
bigger
know.
one.
Bigger one.
In addition to that, do I see anything in the grass around us?
From what you can see, there is every now and then you see just tiny little bits of movement in the grass, maybe a quarter mile to one way. You can see a similar type of winding shape in the grass, a mile or so the other way. It's even further out. There are other things moving in the grass, but none of them are breaking the grass surface. But they appear to be singular, at least in the shifting and movement.
Ooh.
You do catch a smaller source of movement in the grass, no more than maybe 30 feet off from where the rest of your party is currently walking.
Can I fly down near it?
Yeah. You swoop down, and you catch overview of that, and you can see what appears to be a small humanoid that is kind of curling through the grass line. Looks human. Big, thick, curled beard, very, very coarse, dark hair. A muscled torso, stocky but strong. What appear to be, what appears to be a light blue vest that is kind of covering that part of the torso. Most of the buttons missing, and the bottom of it kind of tattered and worn. The hindquarters themselves are fur and come into cloven hoofs, and you can see a small pair of horns hooking off the back of the head. This individual is kind of skulking through the grass, carrying what looks to be a small book and a long quill in a hand, and is like occasionally leaping up over the grass line, landing, and then drawing something in the book.
Does he see me?
Leaping over the grass, he does not see you at the moment, no. You're overhead.
I want to float down kind of above him on the broom and like lay down on the broom and say, "What you drawn?"
As soon as you come down and whisper, the tome slams shut. The figure stands up straight, slowly turns the eyes towards you, and you can see kind of the dark and ruddy skin, the kind of sun-touched nose and cheeks, just a darker, more leather texture to them, but the eyes are piercing ice blue as he looks back into yours. Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Just taking notes.
On those people up there.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Because why not?
Why not?
You know, you probably could get a better view of them if you were riding on this broom.
You see, it's. If you're worried, it's not me you need to worry about. It's him. And points past your shoulder.
I'm not looking. I'm not falling for that. Nope. Can I insight check him and see?
Make an insight check, yeah.
I love this place.
Not falling for that. I love this.
16.
16?
Oh.
He seems like a slippery person in general, though he's caught off guard and right now is in self-preservation mode. It's hard to really gauge if he's telling the truth or not.
I'm not going to bite you.
I don't. I'm not a biter. I'm not a biter.
You're not a biter either.
I'm not the biter in this area. He starts backing up towards the grass.
Can I fly down and grab his wrist?
Sure.
And then fly up.
You grab his wrist and fly up. I need you to go ahead and make a grapple check. So go ahead and make an athletics.
Oh, okay.
I love all of this.
Man.
I love it.
Athletics or great.
Rodeo that
15?
fucking satyr.
He pulls away, and as your hand grabs his wrist, he attempts to slip his hand up. Fingers just pull through from your grasp as you double over your other hand and grab him by the elbow. And you lift up and pull him out of the grass field, now dangling his little feet in the middle of the air. As he's being dragged up, the quill gets dropped, and he kind of looks forward, and the book is tumbling out of his hand. He grabs the book and just kind of clutches at himself. What are you doing?
Now spin around and see if there's anything behind me.
There is nothing visible.
Nicely done. Sneaky little
Shit.
fuck.
Don't BS a
Please, this is really high. This is really high.
It really is. I think we should go say hi to my friends, don't you? We're in need of company, dear, and we've like that. So to everyone.
You drag him down the broom, coasting right over the grass line, presenting you and your new compatriot to the rest of Vox Machina.
Did you
Well, look at this friend. Hello. Look at you. Adorable.
Dangling from her grasp now.
Grog, grab him.
Gentle, Grog, gentle.
Gently.
He did nothing to us.
Friend, you look like a smart fella. Let's have a conversation.
Don't talk to him.
Grog.
What is this?
He's, what are you? Who are you?
What are you?
I am but a simple wanderer and an individual who enjoys learning about things that are new and different.
Squeeze him.
Don't squeeze him. Don't squeeze him, Grog.
What's your name?
Garmili?
Garmili?
Garmili.
Garmili.
Garmili?
What are you
Garmili.
reading?
Garmili.
What are you reading?
Nothing. No reading. It's not
No
for,
reading,
not for
just
reading.
drawing. Percy, you know, our friend Percival here,
I
he
do
likes
draw.
to draw as well.
I did quite a bit. Let's see this. Let's see your work.
Oh, yeah, compare
You
notes.
guys look out of your grasp, but there's nothing. Just concrete around him.
With one of my fingers, can I go like, give him a little tickle?
No.
I'm going to very gently put my hand on the book
Okay.
and take it.
It's a very, very finely bound book. The leather is it's impeccable. It's oiled. There's a brass metallic trim around the edges of it, and the binding. There is a thick piece of like red velvet strip that is set as a bookmarker in the center of it.
May I?
Garmili, now I saw what you were drawing and it was quite lovely. Don't you want to share?
What's the matter? Are you scared?
You might want to tell us what's going on before we figure it out for ourselves. This is your chance.
Really nothing going on. I was just curious and taking notes.
I've been
what?
taking notes
Oh,
myself.
for what? Yeah, you guys should compare notes. You know, cross references are always good.
Wouldn't understand.
You could help us.
Can we have that hunk of not that's going to help here.
The hunk of coal. It's
I'll step
expired.
forward and put my hand on his shoulder and say, listen,
Which, by the way, he's being held up by Grog right now.
Well, put him on the
on his
ground.
toe
would you?
then.
Okay.
I'll say, listen, little man. I'm little.
I will say, I like the setup of there is someone just following them and taking notes. I like that as a morality check for the party on like how are they going to interact with this seemingly non-hostile entity that is collecting information about them for who knows what. It's an interesting little morality check for the party. Vox Machina is very much coming off as bullies right now. But I don't fully blame them. I think that the morality check in this situation is being heavily influenced by everything they have been told up to this point and everything they've experienced. Of don't trust anyone, don't trust anything, everything is out to get ya. So I understand them being potentially a little aggressive about it. Yeah. It's interesting. It's also something that we were talking about random encounters and encounter tables during the what was it? When we were talking about travel, we were talking about like random encounters, et cetera, et cetera. And I talked about how I don't really do a lot of random combat encounters unless I really want to characterize the world as like that segment of the world, that biome, I guess you could say, as incredibly dangerous. But this is a great example of I don't think this encounter was actually random, but it's a good example of something that could go on a random encounter table. Maybe not even necessarily for the Feywild, not necessarily, in terms of a Fey. This could be a kid, it could be a teenager, and it could just be in an unfamiliar part of the world where someone is very curious about outsiders. And they're like following them and taking notes. Great example of a random encounter that does not, and probably shouldn't, be violent. Shouldn't devolve into an actual combat. But a good example of something that could be a random encounter. And this is also one of the things where, like, you read, I think it's, 3 to 5 encounters per day. Is like the recommended by the DMG. This is an example of like something that I would consider an encounter because they might use resources here, but not a combat one. Won't slow down the pace too much. Don't pause now. The best part is right after. I'll pause whenever I want. The pausing is part of the agreement. It's like last stream when I had like 10 minutes left and I spent an hour paused. Hey, that's just the way of it. If you want to be able to skip through my talking, you should watch the VOD. Not to be too aggressive about it, but playing and pausing is something that comes to me, not something that is dictated by what is happening in the episode. I think by now we've learned to accept that Mega pauses at the most times. Yeah. And I ain't changing. I'm telling you that.
Too, and you have nothing to fear from us as long as you just cooperate. I will cast suggestion on him. Nice. And I will suggest that he fully cooperate with us and tell us all he knows.
What's the DC?
Well, I didn't use the hand cone, did I? So,
no.
18.
Big money, no win.
Okay.
Is the book safe to open?
As you touching his leg and looking up at him, there's that kind of shimmer of purplish energy in your eyes, and he kind of gives you a look.
Right, no worries, no problems whatsoever. Whatever you need.
Can I go find his feather quill that he dropped?
You don't know that he dropped it.
You don't know about the quill. You just know the book that he had.
I thought okay.
Tell us. Can we open the book?
Do you want to try to open the book?
I'm asking, is it safe to open? For me?
Yes, it's quite safe.
What's at the bookmark, may I ask? And I slowly start to open at the bookmark.
It's just where I'm currently making notes.
These be nudie pictures.
I'm gently opening it.
All right. The picture you come to, as of right now, is a very, very finely detailed sketch of of Grog.
Oh.
Very well drawn, but he has bulging eyes, big buck teeth, and what looks to be like a very, very tiny penis.
What do you see?
He's brilliant. He's captured everything. It's truly spectacular.
What's it a picture of?
He's a little shithead.
Has he drawn us?
He's a little
I turn it.
Don't kill him.
Don't kill him, Rob. Don't kill him,
There's nothing wrong with drawing a funny picture.
Art is subjective.
Oh man, he nailed you, Grog.
What other Goliath has been tromping through this place?
Many, so many.
I'm going to start gently flipping through some of the pages.
There are drawings of the entire party, but with like extremely exaggerated, cartoonish parody pictures. For Pike, her head is extremely large.
Like Six Flags Magic Mountain caricature kind of vibe?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a hint of Mad Magazine.
Sure, yeah, political ad
where
style.
It's based, there's like just it's essentially a book full of dick butts. It's just him drawing and vandalizing the image of a number of you guys. Like there's a picture of what looks like Vax and Keyleth that are both just covered in poo and like slapping it on their face. And going like, I've written in Elvish, I love this, like with the word bubble. It's essentially just like a kid entertaining himself with a bunch of stupid pictures.
This is an awfully expensive book to be
drawing that in.
shitty
So my
in.
question is this just your hobby, your pastime, or are you an actual records keeper for whatever town this is? Because both would be humorous.
No record keeper, not for the town. No.
I'm going much earlier in the book to see what's there.
You start seeing what look to be a number of elven individuals. You see people in like really nice regal armor, but all of them are like just pooping themselves. There's a bunch of elvish ladies with just oversized floppy boobs and like smacking each other in the face. It's truly childish.
Oh my God, he's the best.
They're all really well drawn and well shaded. Like there is a serious talent to the artwork. It's just his skewed intent of the imagery is fascinating.
Gamla, I'm in the mood to hear this guy's life story. Get him on
I know.
All right.
I love them, honestly. I think you're quite talented.
Should we make camp here and invite him into the mansion?
Oh.
Oh.
What is the
as
name?
long as he's secure, yeah.
What's the name of this little town here that we see?
That is the
I can tell you that.
elven city of Single, and they've been here for a little while, and they've been a gracious source of subjects.
And where do you live when Singorn's not here?
I live wherever I please. I choose my place to rest, and
Where do your clothes come from? Where do you live?
Do you have any family, friends?
I've got family and friends all over. Yeah, they're just a ways away.
So you know this area quite well.
I know it well, yes.
So you could potentially guide us.
Well, it's hard to guide when you're being crushed by a giant grey man thing.
No, I'm just saying, is there anyone that would miss you if you're gone?
Bob, be nice to our guest.
We're in the Feywild.
I have a deal for
Next
you.
to things.
We could offer you
Dinner.
delicious dinner, chicken. Have you ever had chicken? It's so wonderful.
Chicken?
Yes.
Also a bath.
If you happen to lead us where we want to go.
Where do you want to go?
We'll get into
We'll
that
tell
later.
you in a little bit.
Yeah, crack out the door, homie.
All right.
And to sweeten the offer, after you've had dinner with us and we send you on your way, perhaps we will consider giving you your book back. Perhaps.
I fly off and I go grab the quill.
Make a perception check.
Oh, gee.
Oh yeah, that would be hard to
Fell in
fucking
the center
find.
of a tall grass.
I just need to clip this moment for the next time that we have a conversation about Vox Machina being heroic. Because they are giving much more neutral mercenary vibe right now. Potentially closer to evil. Which, hey, that's fine. But that's Grog, though he's murder positive. Yes. Accurate. But they're not blackjacking a teenager. They might give him his book back. They're going to essentially kidnap him into a pocket dimension for a little while. And that is all only if he agrees to work for them for a while. They're our favorite morally gray group. They are definitely morally gray at times. This is leaning a little bit more to one side of the gray than the other. Sure, they're not like actively torturing him yet. But it doesn't seem too far down the pipeline.
Oh, natural 20.
She didn't even make it into the
I didn't make it
square
into
she
the
was
square.
aiming to.
It was pathetic. 27?
You spend the better part of the next 20 minutes
20 minutes. Jeez.
realizing that there is no way you're finding this quill amongst the
Anyways,
grass.
I'll
I mean,
see you-
this is the needle in a hay factory.
Yeah.
You know, it's on.
All right.
Can I pat it down just for any weapons?
Oh, sure.
Do you
Make an
want to pat it
investigation check.
Little
Got- he's got
TSA.
7 dicks.
down? 9.
From best you can find throughout his body, the only thing that catches your attention is a now crushed ocarina that he had in his pocket that did not survive the grasping of grog.
That's sad.
We can fix it for
Well, we can make you a new one somewhere.
Hopefully.
Maybe we have
know,
maybe
Give
he
me
has
the
one of
bits,
them.
give me the bits.
Drum Neely, we have a very bad track record when we make friends. We have been burned badly a few times, and I just want to make it clear that you will be watched while you're here. Come in, eat, enjoy yourself, but multiple people here are keeping an eye on you, understand?
I understand. Look, if we're to strike an accord here, one of friendly trade of services, I would greatly appreciate it's done without this very handsome muscle-bound...
That's sneeze right in his face.
You see kind of
So mean.
off his nose.
Without this man trying to smash my innards, please.
Rob, let him go.
Well, not go.
Yeah,
Just
no,
put
no,
him down.
yeah. I can put
Rob,
him down.
put
in
him
the
down and
lobby.
put your hand on his shoulder.
Let's go. Are we making camp here? Shall we
think
get
let's
into the
make camp.
house?
Let's hold hands as we walk through the door.
All right, I'll cast the mansion.
Okay.
I'll just sit down and sing. My house is a very, very, very fine house with children everywhere. Life used to be so fair, but now it's better because of me.
As you finish the incantation, the shimmering doorway of Scanlan's magnificent mansion outlines within the grass field, only emerging about a foot beyond the actual tallest part of the grass. You kind of have to bow down and get into it, but you guys all enter, along with your new friend, Garmili, into the mansion itself. We'll go ahead and take a break there. And we'll jump back into this crazed circumstance here in a minute.
All right, break for Vox Machina, and break for us soon. Not yet. VM is not about heroes. It's about fuck-ups maybe moving slightly closer to being heroic, slowly, and with a lot of setbacks. That's true. That's true. Percy became the hero of Whitestone accidentally by just getting revenge. I think maybe this is the difference in my interpretation versus other people's, is I don't often see active desire to be heroes, which is not, I want to be clear, not a bad thing. I don't need all of my parties and players to be or characters to be heroic. Not a problem. It's just it's things like this that help me characterize them and like think about like the consequences of things. Like this is why when we were talking about the Westrun fight and like what the consequences of that fight are. And we were like, well, the consequence is that assumingly more innocents die. And I'm like, okay, but like I'm talking about like a real consequence. Like an actual consequence for this group of chuckle fucks. It's okay if they're not heroic, but we have to keep that in mind that traditional heroic consequences and traditional heroic rewards aren't going to work on them or work for them. Percy becoming the hero of Whitestone by accident is a really good example of they're there to get revenge. The setback would not be if he didn't become the hero. The setback would be if he didn't get revenge. Everything else is all kind of separated. Percy didn't want to become the hero of Whitestone. He probably wouldn't call himself that. True, but people see him as the hero. Right. And so I think that all of that can be true. And is. My thing is like as from the perspective of like thinking about DMing this group is from that perspective, I have to hedge away from traditional heroic consequences. It's the same reason that I don't know. It's hard to think of a question to ask Vex. How do you challenge her personally? Because any traditional heroic consequences aren't really gonna impact her at all. You need to get a lot more personalized with her and with the party really at large. I think that the one that I really see the desire out of, consistent-ishly, is Vax. That's the one. Everyone else did not give a shit about the about the kid, whatever the fuck his name was back in Amon, that they said like, go prove yourself if you want to be a hero first. No one else gave a fuck. But Vax actually did care. He did care. He went back to check on him. He felt bad about it. He's the one that's actually been grappling with this question of the heroism. So I think you can use traditional heroic rewards and consequences for Vax sometimes. But any of the others, it's not going to hit him. At least right now, it's not. And you also can't present them with how would I say this? Traditional heroic barriers, right? Traditional heroic barriers of we're not going to force this random teen to work with / for us against his will. I think that's a pretty traditional, what I would maybe call heroic barrier. But that's not a problem for Vox Machina. That's not a problem. So that's not a true barrier. Again, not a bad thing, but definitely something you have to keep in mind as a DM when you're trying to set up these sorts of decisions and potential moral gray areas. Is that if they don't have those traditional heroic desires, you have to play on their individualized morality sets to actually make morally gray decisions for them. Because right now, it doesn't seem like there's much of a decision here. Yeah. Grog doesn't want to be a hero. He wants to prove he doesn't deserve to be kicked out of the herd. Yeah. Doesn't really want to be a hero per se, but he does now care about how his daughter sees him, which is a start. Yeah, and to all of those, exactly the point I'm making of you can't use generic rewards or consequences like the innocents, broadly. The citizens of this city. You can't, if the city doesn't mean anything to them and those people don't mean anything to them, I don't think that that's a thing you can actually use to push Vox Machina one way or another. You have to make it personalized. You have to now be, what would your daughter think, Scanlan? Oh, Grog, you're too weak to be a part of us. Yeah, precisely. At this point, I think Grog is over that even. His life goal is just to have fun. Yeah, kinda. I think you're kind of right, Dawdling. Like, he kind of had his arc, and now he's just, kind of chilling and, helping his friends. Yeah, post-arc. But from freeing his herd from tyrannical rule wasn't primarily motivated by heroism. Yeah, it wasn't even really about freeing them from tyrannical rule. He wanted to install another tyrant. Just a tyrant that had a better plan, in Grog's opinion. So the tyrannical rule was not the problem at all. Can you rank the party from most to least? Right now, from my perspective, most to least altruistic, I would say Keyleth highest, Vax second highest, three-way tie between Percy, Grog, and Pike, and then Scanlan, and then Vex. I originally would have put Scanlan at the bottom, but since the introduction of Kaylee, I think he has gotten a little bit more altruistic. Vex just doesn't have any reason to be. Truly. She has no down in her gut, it seems, compass pushing her to be altruistic, and she has no exterior motivation to do so. Pike's hard to tell, because there's so many things about her that aren't a direct consequence of Ashley Johnson. So that's why I kind of put her on a three-way tie. Percy's way more aware of public perception, but doesn't seem to have any true hang-ups with any sort of morality. He mostly just thinks about how his morality will be perceived. And then Grog doesn't really have any, like, naturally evil inclinations or even selfish or self-serving motivations like someone like Percy. I think Percy will very willingly use people to his own ends. I don't think Grog has any of those motivations or those inclinations, but he also has basically zero hang-ups about really doing some psychological damage to people if it advances the motivations of his friends. So that's why I kind of rank them in like a little bit of a triangle in the middle, and then these two above them and those two below them. I think there's about 3 tiers of altruism in this party. From my, again, when I hit it home, from my perspective. And I think relatively few heroes actually want to be heroes, but I feel they must do a heroic thing for one reason or another. That is true. But I do think that there are certain, like, moral barriers that I think of when I think about heroics. Like valuing the lives of innocent people. I don't think that's a super common thing in Vox Machina.
Take a break.
Oh, take a break. Like, I truly don't think these three really care about the lives of innocent people. These people definitely, provably don't. And these two do. So I think it's those sorts of decisions. It's more like lines you won't cross for me than results of your actions, which, hey, maybe that says something about me as in terms of ends justifying the means in my own personal philosophical view. I think to a degree what delineates a true heroic nature is the means that are off the table, as opposed to the ends that are achieved. Now, that's not to say that that's not to define what is like a good or a bad person. I think that is still very up for debate. In terms of a purely like what is accomplished discussion, in terms of like a purely like an ends discussion, totally disregarding means. I think we can have a discussion there about like good versus bad people, you know? But in terms of like actual heroes, heroics, the way that that sits in my brain is implicitly tied to the means that are used to achieve the ends, and which means are available. You think Grog is more altruistic than Vex? Yes. Pike is also hard. Pike is hard. I agree. But yeah, I absolutely do. I don't think that Grog would see someone and fuck with them for essentially no reason. Whereas I absolutely think Vex would. The closest he ever gets to that is messing with Vax. But I think that Vex would have gone down to talk to that satyr, even if he wasn't ostensibly taking notes on them, even if he was just following them. Whereas Grog might have ignored him. Now, I'm not saying there's a big gap. Keep in mind, I think these three are pretty close to these two, and then there's a gap, and then there's Vax above these three, and then there's another gap, and then there's Keyleth. I don't think they're that far apart, but I would say that I think Grog is slightly more altruistic, yeah. At this point, I think Grog is arguably more altruistic. He has stood up for the little guy far more often than she has. Yeah. Yeah, Vex is incredibly tribal, which is, again, when we get into the concept of like a good person versus bad person, it depends on what you value. You could argue that Vex is a very good person if you think that valuing your family and your friends over strangers is a valid moral code. If you think that's a valid moral code, she's an incredibly good person, I think. She is very willing to put herself at risk and on the line for the party and for her friends. And even when her friends, I was about to say fuck up or make mistakes, even when her friends make mistakes that kill her, she doesn't really hold it against them. That's a very forgiving personality, but only for her friends. I don't think she ever forgives and forgets strangers. So that's what I'm saying. When we talk about these heroics, it is not rooted in are these good or bad people. It is rooted in a little bit more of a limited conversation. Messing with Vax is not for no reason, though. Hey, precisely, Pharaoh. Exactly. I think it's maybe because Vex is more paranoid, so she's less trusting of outsiders, which can come across as harsh or cruel at times. Yeah. I think that's accurate. I think she has a low view of the standard outsider. And a very mistrusting view. Like, outsiders need to prove themselves to her before she will even value them at neutral. Everyone is negative until they prove themselves. There is no innocent until proven guilty with Vex. Vex is guilty until proven innocent. Yeah. Which, like, you know, it's a dangerous world. She's had a hard life. I don't blame her. None of these are like indictments on these characters. It's just like a framework that I need to establish so that I can evaluate how good or bad I think certain moral choices are. Or not even good or bad necessarily, but how effective certain moral choices will be. And how effective certain consequences are. Certain consequences or benefits, rewards. And that is actually pretty firmly rooted in the moon tree theory on, like, I don't think Vex will give two shits about the sun tree going away. Because it doesn't directly affect anyone in the party. Some people in the party might be a little upset about it, but it doesn't actually harm them. So I think that Vex would justify it to herself as, like, keeping them safe. Even if they may not see it that way. But all that being said, I'm sure we'll talk about this again. I'm sure that we are not at the end of this conversation yet. So, we were supposed to take a break like 5 minutes ago. I'm going to go do that, and then we will be right back. We're making good time, I think. I just realized we just got to the break. 1:31 for the first half. Hour 10 for the second half. So we're more than halfway through. Look at us. Look at us. After only 5 hours. Yeah. I'm not particularly disagreeing with you, just curious for your thoughts. Yeah, no, I feel you. I sometimes when I caveat stuff, it is not as a, you know, when I extensively caveat stuff, it's not necessarily a response to any individual chatter. It is also kind of a pre-response to potential comments. That is sometimes the reason that I overly explain or overly caveat myself. It's not necessarily a response to anyone individually in chat. It's more of like a broad response to a potential argument that I can foresee. But with that, I'll be right back. I accidentally started it for some reason. I don't know why I did that, but it's paused, I swear. Hello, what's up? Oh, hi, bird. Hello. What up, what up? How we doing? I think we're actually doing great on time. That is what I have decided that I'm choosing to believe. I'm choosing to believe that this is going to be a 7.5 hour stream. Now, will it actually turn out that way if I have another hour-long diatribe about the moon tree at the end? Probably not. But it's the world I will choose to live in. Because we're doing the whole episode today, baby. We're doing it. There's no question. So let's get into it.
Yeah. A few minutes.
All right. How does Loot Crate obtain such exquisite geek and gaming treasures every month? They rely on the best. Every month we curate an epic mystery box of ridiculously...
In a talent show, though, is real. I'm doing it nicely poached
affectionately.
baby
There we
panda.
go. All right, guys. So
All right, okay.
back in the game, as you guys find your way into the interior of Scanlan's magnificent mansion, yeah, the individual, the Fey creature known as Garmele, nervously walks along with you. What do you wish to do for an evening's rest is taken?
I stand at the door.
Let's have some chicken, damn it.
Let's definitely have some chicken.
Let's just have some food. Let's put two guards on him.
I put 20 guards on him.
20 guards. That's a lot of guards.
But the servants just kind of shimmer up next to him, and he's like, "No, hello."
Guys, let's have a carpet picnic tonight. Can we have a carpet picnic? Let's
Is
sit on
there
the floor.
carpet? Yeah.
Is it carpet?
There's carpet.
There's a nice
but I
rug.
mean,
It's like a nice
we
thick
have
shag.
beds.
Oh, it is a
I
shag?
just want to just
Oh, yeah.
Just a
70s.
picnic. Just a picnic.
What's a carpet picnic? Is that a thing? She's saying it like it's a thing. I mean, I could imply what it is, but I've never heard of a carpet picnic.
No, because we're in the Feywild. It seems appropriate.
We're not
We're
in
in
the
the
Feywild, we're
Feywild.
in the house.
We're
the
but in the
Feywild, we
Feywild
don't
in
use
the
tables.
You know, I just thought it'd be fun.
I would have a picnic with you, darling.
Thank you. I sit down next to the satyr, and I stare at him like this a little bit.
Hi.
What do we want to know from this little twerp?
So,
Why don't we eat and we'll get to the questions in a
All right,
little
servants,
bit. Let's give him
bring
a
out some
rest.
chicken.
I kind of shocked him when I abducted him.
Right.
Do you shed?
A
Do you
little.
grow a thicker coat during wintertime?
Winter seasons, it's not really a thing.
That's cool.
Here.
Do you grow horns?
I mean, they grew.
That's awesome.
Do you
I-
care for any ale?
Yes, please.
All right, I'll crack out the big ass cask of ale.
I would like some of that as well, bro.
Same.
Pass it around.
All right.
Sit
Pass the ale
around.
around. He just skulls it. Just.
Well, all right, Tiny Toons. Nicely done.
Can I just pull Vax aside for a moment and ask, do you want to go to Stinghorn? We could avoid it.
Well, we know no one here. Except for this guy.
Right.
We need to find you that boat. And I don't relish the idea of dealing with our father again. But it seems like our best bet.
Right. Of course. We should go see them.
Are you sure you want to go?
Of course, why wouldn't I? Please. And I walk back to the group.
I'll give the satyr another drink.
I say,
Greedily drinks it down.
can I like pet your fur? Is it coarse?
Healy.
you're being
Elif, that's a bit forward.
a bit weird.
So touchy today.
He's.
I know, I understand.
So, if we're here to talk and make this deal we're discussing, what is it you want from me?
Is he looking any more drunk?
He's looking a little, slight slur.
Oh yeah, it doesn't seem like they're gonna go any more deeper into it. I like it. And ooh. We'll see. We'll see. Because I did say that what happens surrounding Singor and what happens surrounding their dad would potentially modify who I think is going to go and talk to the tree. And to me, as if I'm the DM, I'm watching this at the table, my ears are going up with the way that Laura responded to that. Of like, oh, we're okay. We're down? We're down? Because that, obviously, you know, he said, oh, are you okay with going? Vax did to Vex. Say, oh, are you okay with going? And obviously, if you just take the literal words of, yeah, totally. But that to me is, hey, DM, I am, as Vex, I feel some sort of way about this. Therefore, it would not be out of left field if you potentially gave me something that I would feel some sort of way about. I'm just saying, I wouldn't find it unexpected if something went wrong or if there was some drama. So yeah, that is and Matt is, my interpretation of Matt is that he is better at picking up those sort of signals than I am. So if I'm picking up on it, I'm sure he's picking up on it. At least I think. So that is indicative to me that we might get the inciting incident for a Vex quest inside of Singorn. And or more of Vex's backstory will get revealed, so that when her quest does start at some point, it's possible that the inciting incident that Matt has in mind, because I've talked about like, oh man, I don't understand what she holds dear. I don't understand, what you can threaten Vex with as like a consequence or as like a moral decision. But that is also partially because I don't know a lot about Vex other than, what I've seen. I don't know actually a lot about her. And so this also could be an opportunity for us to see Vex in a bit more of a vulnerable light so that we learn a bit more about her. And when potentially a different inciting incident that is a little bit more, maybe not more related to her core, but is potentially so niche that if they just did it, it would be weird to the other players and the audience. So this also might be an opportunity to characterize her further so that when we have that inciting incident later, it doesn't come out of nowhere. That could also be. But that, to me, that is the equivalent of Grog choosing not to sleep. In my head. Like when he was wielding Craven Edge. That was the equivalent of him choosing not to sleep, of saying, hey, DM, I'm ready for some plot stuff. And that's the sort of shit I'm watching out for, because I'm not good at reading those signals. So I have to really consciously watch out for it. Yeah. I see that. I think that Keyleth really, or that Marisha really often works Keyleth's lack of social awareness to a good degree, and it's one of the reasons that Grog and Keyleth often interact, because they often have that sort of childlike sense of wonder and of lack of social boundaries, which can both be fun but also kind of cringe sometimes in a good way. Not Marisha is cringe for playing Keyleth that way. Keyleth is cringe, and that's an interesting flaw for her to have. So complicated. As it stands out, who do you think will talk to the tree? As it stands right now, I think it will be Vax. As it stands right now. Maybe channeled through Keyleth? But probably not. My top three to talk to them in order is Vax, then Keyleth, then Vex. I don't think anyone else will talk to the tree. And I am also assuming that they're gonna talk to it. Maybe not. They might not. It might be like that the tree is not sentient, and so they don't talk to it. Maybe it has... Maybe it has a guardian that they talk to. Equivalent to the nymph in the glade. Maybe it maybe it just gives off vibes, but they can't actually talk back and forth to it. So they have an amount of information, but it's not like a conscious transfer of information and discussion. You know, lots of potential ways, but I do currently think that someone will talk to it, and that's based off them talking to the Sun Tree. And that's why Keyleth is ahead of Vex. Because I think that if the tree cannot actively talk to them, then if it can, it would be Vax. If it can't, it would then be Keyleth casting, like, talk to plants. And then I would maybe say if there's a guardian that they can talk to, maybe then it transfers to Vex. But even that, at that point, if it's a guardian rather than the tree itself, I would give pretty equal weighting to Vex and Vax. Right now, currently. But I also think that their interactions in Singorn will modify my expectations in a pretty major way.
Can I have some more ale as well, Grog?
Keep it coming.
Keep it coming, all around.
Yeah, fine.
So, honest opinion, what is the disposition of the people in that city over on the hill?
Ooh, well,
You can be frank. We're not from around here. You can't offend us with your opinion of them.
It's a busy place right now. I mean, we haven't seen the city of Singorn in close to 100 years at the very least, and they have an entire army building up right now, and places hustle and bustle.
They have an army building up. Why is that?
Hell if I know. I just wandered through and used that distraction to acquire a few things and make some fantastic notes.
Acquire what?
Things.
Oh.
Do you steal, darling?
I don't steal, I borrow indefinitely.
Are you just like pinch small things though, like little gold trinkets? You're not really, this is not really a talent of yours, is it? You're not.
Are we talking like klepto stealing or career?
I just take things that look nice that I think I would want and take
Where do
them.
you steal these things? Are you a pickpocketer?
I am no simple street thief.
What the fuck is this? A job interview? They're asking for Mans' resume. They're gonna be talking about his CV next. What the fuck? You have 2 rogues. Your guys are fine. Oh my goodness. Vox Machina, never, I'll give this to them, never one to let a resource go to waste.
I am a procurer of wayward items and objects that need a better home.
I think you should know that this door that you walk through in this big house, if you steal anything, it shreds you into ribbons when you leave.
Make a deception check.
Fuck.
6.
Oh, I'm sure it does, big man.
Well,
Pats your knee.
it'll disappear if you take it.
It certainly will.
Well, good to know.
Chicken in your belly goes then.
Look, I'm not going to take anything from you. We've already proven far more of a match for me than I had ever anticipated. And what was meant to be just a simple, fun game of follow has turned into a much more complicated circumstance. So I'd like to get it over with as soon as possible. If you
Are
don't
you
mind.
not having fun? We want you to at least enjoy yourself.
My quill is gone!
Oh,
You've threatened me in my
I
life!
searched for it. I searched for it.
Is that all?
Was it a special quill or was it a regular
it has
quill?
sentimental value. I can get another.
I'm sorry.
What do you want from me?
We want you to take us to this place. This Merc place.
The Shade Merc.
The Shade Merc
Well,
bog.
go to the Shade Merc.
Yes.
Is it
Whatever
scary?
for? Why would you go to the Shade Merc?
It's a very scary
to
tree
know.
there. I mean, for us to know.
Why?
Ixnay on the.
Wait, what do you know about the Shade Merc?
Stay the hell out of it, certainly.
Okay, a little more
A little
elaborate.
more than that, friend. Yeah, a little more.
Your
That's
glass is
something
looking
in
empty.
there.
You must know something or else you wouldn't stay out of it.
Takes it from you. It's and kind of sloshes around and makes wild gestures. Like, it's a dangerous place. It's been a source of vileness and ichor here in the Feywild for hundreds of years. It's a terrible, horrible cesspool of nothing. I'm so sorry, this is getting everywhere.
Don't worry, the servants will get it. It's terrible because of what dwells there, or because of the place itself?
Both, all of it.
What dwells there?
Creatures, things, trollish, slime
You are
creatures.
making this up, aren't you?
Do you have drawings? Have you drawn things from there?
Which page?
Flip.
Tell us.
You take a moment to scan through, and there were all sorts of creatures, all drawn stupidly, many with like extra private parts coming out of shoulder.
Oh my god. I mean, I think this is definitely an interesting storyline, which I hadn't really picked up on, but it's a very interesting storyline for twins, especially twins that are, like half elves, half humans, like not a single species. It's that amount of like, yes, they are twins. It's sort of almost an interest. It approaches a nature versus nurture, or not even discussion, but like plot factor or characterization, which is very interesting, especially for two party members. Yeah. I'd never really picked up on that, but I do see what you mean to me, Vex acts a little bit more elf-y, and Vax acts a little bit more human-y. I think in general, we're approaching a point where their personalities are starting to diverge. They came in very much being like the fucking twins in a Pixar movie. I just watched How to Train Your Dragon the other day. They sort of came in like those twins, and their personalities are diverging over the course of the campaign. And it is an interesting plot line for two characters in their very specific scenario. Yeah, it's an interesting plot construction. Yeah. What up, Sarah? How you doing? It's been on for a while, I bet. Yeah, we're approaching 5 hours, 30 minutes-ish. I could say more about Vex being more elfy, but it'd be a spoiler. Gotcha. Yeah. Even without me saying which one, everyone got what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. Where we at? Yeah, we're at 204. 204 in the app. So we're making good time, I'd say. That is DreamWorks, not Pixar, but I agree. Yeah. Right. But yes, yeah. Mainstream twin depiction. Yeah, exactly. Where they very much come in and they're like basically the same person, but now throughout the course of the campaign, they are reacting to events differently, and it is slowly progressing their personalities and highlighting differences that haven't been apparent up until now, because they've always been different, truly. It's just that they were never in a situation to express those differences. And now those expressions and the disconnects in them are shaping their personalities even more and diverging them even more. And that has sort of like this accelerated feel, which is all cool. And it's a very particular kind of story that you can't often tell. Like, I'm trying to think of a way that you can tell it that is not this way. And I can't even really think of one off the top of the dome, at least. Yeah. Nice bit of irony that the thing which kickstarts the divergence started because they love each other so much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. It is a rather unique storyline that I don't think you see very often. And I think it's probably because in traditional media, it would be required to be a story told over multiple seasons of like a television show. And a lot of television doesn't have that amount of foresight to really let that be a slow burn. Especially as just like not a main part of the plot, as just like a little side thing. It is a unique benefit of the D&D medium where you have individual writers very concerned with specific aspects of the story. Like Laura Bailey you could characterize as a writer. She is writing part of the story as she plays it. I know that I just realized as I'm saying this that I'm hedging towards like Critical Role is scripted stuff. I'm not. I want to be clear. She is a storyteller. But Laura Bailey has, yes, interest in the broad storytelling of the entire campaign, but also particular focused interest into Vex and Vex's story. Which means that Vex is always going to get an amount of special attention from one of the storytellers. Which is not even if you're in a giant writer's room for a movie or a TV show. I mean, maybe some TV shows do this, but I feel like all of the writers typically look at the entire show. I don't think it's often that you have like one writer that is like just the fucking Star-Lord writer, it's the entire writer's room is sort of doing it together. So yeah, it's a very unique thing where you can have someone that is constantly focused on these sort of slow burn type of stories. I think it's very, very rare that you can have that in traditional media, and a really distinct and kind of bespoke advantage of D&D or of TTRPGs as a storytelling medium. Yeah. Joke's on you, it is a TV show. Fair. Have you seen the Kevin Can F himself? I have not. I don't even think I've heard of that. Calling them writers is a verbal mismatch with tabletop as a medium, but it's the best word after storyteller for what comes out. Yeah, it's definitely... It's an abstraction, It's like when you think about the campaign as a story, most stories in the modern day are written by writers. So I think it's the term that gels TTRPGs into most modern mediums the best, and you can kind of use that to compare them. But I agree, it is kind of like a fundamentally wrong word for what the players and the DMs do in a game in a TTRPG. It is just like a fundamentally different medium that has different mechanics. But I think that storyteller can almost be a skosh too vague when talking about intentionality with how you play your characters. But this is just, hey, there's no perfect word for it. there's no what do you call it? I don't think there's a right answer. They all have benefits. It feels natural because it is organically occurring and not pre-planned. So they end up behaving more like real people because not everything needs to be compact because there's not a runtime limit. In TTRPGs broadly, I totally agree. And I also think that that's a good example of how sometimes Critical Role can lose a little bit of that organic feel. And I know why some people prefer Critical Role compared to Dimension 20 is it's not pre-planned, but Dimension 20 is much more pre-produced. There are very specific, very detailed set pieces. They have a much shorter runtime. They have shorter episodes. All of these things are pressures that do make it a little bit less organic. And I've talked about Critical Role sometimes being a victim of the 3-hour format, where they have this meta constraint that does sometimes block their ability to be truly organic, like a home game might be. And when we were having that discussion before, someone brought up paid DMs, which imply and introduce a runtime limit, because if the DM goes too short, you've wasted money, and if they go too long, they're lowering their dollar per hour. So I think you're absolutely spot on, Confused Strawberry, of that timing constraint that you see in television and movies definitely can reduce the amount of organic feel that a TTRPG has as one of its base benefits. Yeah, I agree. It's so good. It changes between single camera dramatic filming to multicam sitcom. Whoa, interesting. Kevin F. It's too bleak. Interesting. I might have to check it out. Maybe I'll tell Paige about it. She's a little bit more into like trying out TV shows. So I might tell her about it and see what she thinks. Yeah. Honestly, some of the best storytelling I've seen on TV in a while. Interesting. Yeah. The comparison does make MC chuckle because D20 is closer to what scripted would mean, along with them editing out all the rough bits. Yeah. But that does, to a degree, reduce the organic feel. But it doesn't eliminate it by any means. I know that there's a... I've seen a clip of, and this is like, I think, first episode of Fantasy High. So if you haven't seen it, potential spoiler for the very first episode. But I saw a discussion between Brennan and Lou, where Lou was playing a character and he had an interaction where he tried out for the sports team at the school. They're like a freshman, and he doesn't make the team because he rolls bad. And Lou said when they were having a discussion, I think this is like years later, when they were having a discussion about it, Lou was like, I did not consider for even a moment that I wouldn't make the team. Like, I had an idea of like where I thought this character's arc was going to go, and not all of it, but like a portion of it was based on him making the team. And so I had to completely readjust my framework of like what this character is going to like pursue after this, which is hitting on that sort of organic, slow burn and surprising collaboration within this medium, even though D20 is much more pre-planned. So it's all, varying levels of those forces. And there's big benefits and detriments to any balance that you pick, at this point at least. Yeah, Interview with a Vampire is my favorite TV show. Paige is watching that right now. Or maybe just finished. I don't remember. Yeah, Paige was just watching that. She liked it. Yeah, the Vox Machina campaign just has a lot of random stuff that never comes back later. A tight screenplay. Well, that's the reason that I'm not watching Legend of Vox Machina, is because I'm positive that they cut out all the things that never get brought back, or that, aren't as tight. And that might really fuck with my perception of certain theories when I don't know if something's going to get brought back up, you know? D20 broad strokes. The players are all complete improv. The GM is a bit more railroady than is ideal so they can hit certain beats. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. You look like you'd be right from that guy to the TikTok that wanted to be the next SNL cast member? Jake Novak? I've never heard that before. I get Tim Curry all the time. If people, especially like Tim Curry and Clue. Especially, I used to have very short hair. And so I would get Tim Curry and Clue all the time, which I love Clue, so I'm fine with that. And I used to get the guy from Vine that did like big ass teeth. Vine, big teeth. Yeah, I get this guy, Zachary Piona. I get Zachary Piona as well. Let's see. Jake Novak. You know, it's so weird because I don't wear glasses. I don't see myself wearing glasses very often because I don't actually need them to see. They're just like blue light. And so it's weird to see me compared to someone with glasses, but I get it. I'm a little shrimpy. I see it. D20 is incredibly railroad. It just doesn't feel like it because all the DMs are good at what they do. Yeah. It's a everyone is biting on the hooks. When there's a hook that they sense, they immediately bite. Which is, you know, because they just have those pressures. They have that awareness that that's what they need to do to hit whatever beats are prescribed. And I think that's the thing is I've never even considered legitimately thinking that it's scripted. It's just that they know the constraints of the show. They know how many episodes there are going to be. They have like a fucking filming schedule. And so they know if Brennan puts a hook in front of me, I bite. And that's not scripted. That's just them understanding the format that they're in. Yeah. Have you ever watched VLDL D&D? No. I haven't watched any actual plays besides the first few episodes of Adventure Zone and Fantasy Eye. Otherwise, no experience with actual plays. Maybe someday. You do have Tim Curry energy. Tim Curry is such a good call. I've gotten it my entire life, so I'm very I'm very used to it. In my comments, I used to have a channel that was like people calling Mega Tim Curry because I used to get it a ton when I first started posting shorts. There's a guy on TT and YouTube that does comic impressions of dogs, and you also kind of resemble him. Interesting. Also should be considered a compliment. Tim Curry's awesome. Oh, I love Tim Curry. I love it. Rocky Horror Picture Show is Rocky Horror Picture Show was one of my first like awareness points that men that are considered traditionally masculine in like standard life can also do whatever the fuck Rocky Horror is. You know what I'm saying? It was a little bit of an eye opener for sheltered young Mega. So I have a lot of fondness for like Clue and Rocky Horror. Yeah. I take it as a compliment. That's a good point about biting hooks. I think CR skips a lot of hooks because they don't need to. Different tone. Yeah, exactly. Very different tone. I understand why there's a divide of people that like one, like the other, or like both. Like, I understand why all those people exist because they're incredibly different shows, which is good, you know? It's representing the medium in different ways. Yeah. Sam and Curry look vaguely similar. Yeah. Dude, if I could grow facial hair, which I can't, this is right now the exact level of facial hair that I have. I shaved, I think 5 days ago ish. There's nothing. There's nothing happening. The chest hair situation, very similar. I've never shaved my armpits ever. Basically nothing. But I got fucking all this shit up here, so I don't know. My hair follicles are very concentrated in certain zones and not others. Anyways, back to the show.
And stuff.
How did it work?
Around page 163, 4-ish. And you see,
Mealy, you have a
and there are
dirty
creatures all
mug.
throughout, but at that page in particular, you see what looks to be a lanky, tall humanoid that is just like oozing kind of a black, thick, like viscous tar. It's shaded in a way where it looks like it has that type of glaze that only thick oil-like substances really give off.
It really is very good work.
And it's just dragging this absolutely unnecessarily large dong behind it, about 4 feet. And it's just, every picture looks pretty good to a point. And you're like, really?
Abandoned the dog.
Garmili, that creature, is it very large?
That's a little bigger than you.
Oh, shit.
Just sure takes his drink back.
Does it have a name? What's this called?
I've not close enough to it.
Tripod.
But you know how to get there if you drew this
I
picture.
know how to get there, but it's not an easy or let alone safe route.
Well, we'll protect you.
So are you saying that as part of this agreement, I will be your guide to the outskirts of the Shademark? Because I am not going in there.
I mean, if you want.
If you have you heard of a very large, well, I don't know if it's large, a very scary tree there? Something poisoning the land?
The whole land there is poisoned. I haven't gone within myself. I'm sure there's many poison trees.
How far from here would you say it is?
Day and a half, maybe? Dusk word, C word, maybe?
He's been very helpful. Maybe he could just point us in the direction.
No, we're taking him.
Oh.
We're taking him as far as we can, and we need guides who know the land.
Then, let us make the other side of this agreement. You
Right.
want me to be your guide. You'll give me back my book, says the drink down. Back my book. And he kind of looks at the rest of you. You seem to speak like you know thievery. Yes?
One of us is a member of a thieves' guild.
There's a few things in that there dreary elvish city that I haven't the skills to procure, but if you wouldn't mind maybe borrowing them for me in my stead, well, we've a done deal.
Borrowing them indefinitely.
Yes, what are we discussing exactly?
Quid pro quo?
If you will.
I've got no problem stealing from any of those people.
Yes, but the devil's in the details. What are we after? Tell me a little bit more.
What are we stealing
We make the agreement first.
Say again?
We make the agreement first.
I don't
Consider it a bit of trust.
Balls is what that is.
Let us add an addendum then. If we are going to steal things from you, you will not only take us to the bog,
But you'll take us to our final destination.
Nope, no Shademark. I'm out. Sorry.
Or we could just kill you here.
Are we killing people?
don't.
Absolutely. Totally agree, Daniel. Totally agree. It is this little sequence of this guy trying to kind of strike a deal, I think is interesting. It is really a push towards how far is Vox Machina going to go with this? Because, like, let's all be honest with ourselves. The whole we're working together thing was just so that they didn't have to outright be forcing him. It was a cover. But now he's actually asking for things like real goods and services to be rendered and to make this like a real transaction. He's kind of calling their bluff. To a degree. He's calling their bluff in a this is a transaction. Really? Okay. Then let's transact. And if they won't, they are going to have to live with being the bad guys for a little bit. Something that they were very indignant about a few minutes ago, which I wrote down here, is like he kind of said like, "Hey, you kidnapped me. What the fuck?" And they're like, hey, whoa, hey, kidnapping, hey, such a strong word. What? But now he's like, okay, if you're not kidnapping me, I guess let's talk a deal. And then he proposes a deal. He sets out his terms, and they say, hey, go fuck yourself. And he's like, okay. So is it a kidnapping situation? It seems like a kidnapping situation. Which is, I think, good. I like that pushing of them. It's escalating the moral grayness of the area, because they kind of talked themselves out of the moral quandary. But Matt's not letting them get out of it. He's like, no. You're not talking your way out of this one, which I like. I like that a lot. Imagine if Garmelie says, the thing I want you to steal from me is your father's heart from his chest. Dude, that'd be awesome. That's Fey shit right there. When I talk about like Fey having like a different morality, like a different moral compass, I think it would be absolutely killer in a good way. If you worked this sort of thing, like this is the sort of thing that I think of when I think of different moral compass, is steal your dad's heart from his chest. And if they're like, but you mean murder him? And Garmelie's like, oh, I mean, I guess. But I guess if you can do it without murdering him, I don't care. I just want his heart. I know, killer. I just want his heart. Like, he only really considers it thievery, not murder. That's the sort of thing that I think of when I think of Fey having a alternative moral code or system or compass. Are these just like, well, it's way less important that you're killing him. It's way more important whether or not he has his heart. Whether or not the heart is like in his corpse, right? That's way more impactful. That's the really fucked up thing that we're doing here. I think that'd be sick. That's exactly the sort of shit I think of. So I think that'd be fun. When did Vox Machina become New Yorkers? Always. They've always been it. You just haven't noticed. How sad if Vex and Vags have to really steal a heart because they can't metaphorically get their father to say he loves them. Oh my god. That's fucking awesome. I love that. Chat or end up checking out Kevin Gnev himself. The main character is pretty unlikable and frustrating. The show is a lot about her growth. Okay, cool. I think that's a good disclaimer of starts out pretty unlikable. The show is about them not being that anymore. I'm stuck behind the door here.
Have to kill him.
Or do I get to grab him again?
No, remember, you have to be nice to things in the Feywild. This is what we've learned.
We have a power of a position in negotiation. I'm a master negotiator.
No.
We make the agreement first.
I don't
Balls is what that is.
Let us add an addendum then. If we are going to steal things from you, you will not only take us to the bog,
but you'll take us to our final destination.
Nope, no shade, Merc. I'm out. Sorry.
Or we could just kill you here.
Are we killing people?
don't have to
kill him.
Or do I get to grab him again?
No, remember, you have to be nice to things in the Feywild. This is what we've learned.
We have a power of a position in negotiation. I'm a master negotiator.
No.
What is he doing? Pink.
Who's getting whispered to?
Oh, shit.
Percy! Percy goes blind again. Every 5 minutes.
This is interesting. 17.
A roll and a re-whisper.
What?
Oh, shit.
Feywild. Slippery. Sneaky.
This is crazy.
I mean, I'll just make it short. It's hard. It's hard because we don't know what they're whispering. But I would assume should use a passive there, right? But maybe the passive let him notice something that was the first whisper, and then the active is just Matt predicting something that Percy would naturally want to do more actively once the first passive cleared. I don't know. I'm so interested.
Whoa.
What's going on?
Interesting.
You just said the C word.
Said a lot of
the
things.
F word. The G word.
What?
Look, if it's that important to you to go to this dark place, then keep the book. All right, I can draw more.
I've got an idea.
Oh?
We broke your ocarina, correct?
Yes.
Why don't I try and fix the ocarina? We give him his book back. We take a couple things from those people and just get on our way. We can just get on our way.
Wait, not have him at all?
No, let's make the deal and get this moving. This is a place where deals happen. Let's do it.
But you're usually so, like, picky about details.
You are.
What if he has to steal somebody?
We're talking about a
Then he
pantsless
doesn't come with
cartoonist in the middle of fairyland. I mean,
we're going to we agree to the deal.
I guess
he
that's
presents
true.
it, and then we're there.
If we can't steal the things, then the deal is off.
It's that simple. We both go our separate ways, and good luck finding the shade mark on your own.
All right.
It's kismet, in my opinion.
Would I trust you, Percy, if you think it's smart?
Can I insight check Percy? He's acting a little strange.
same.
You can make an insight check, but he's not acting too far out of his normal place here.
Yeah, but I've done.
Okay, the thing is, this is normal Percy. This is not Percy about 2 hours ago when they entered the Feywild. That's the thing. That's the thing that was like so throwing me off when I first when we first got in here. This is normal Percy. I kind of agree with Matt. But in Ashley's defense, he was acting fucking so, like, anxious and particular when they first got in here. And now he's suddenly all loosey-goosey with the Fey creature? So I think very justified insight, I would say.
Insight checks before, because he's Percy.
Did you do it? Yeah, but I didn't get anything.
All right.
I got a 15. Balls.
It's an interestingly tense conversation. It's hard to ride one way or the other, but it's a valid point. If worst comes to worst, and what he's asking for you, is beyond your grasp, or something you wish on to do, then the deal is off and you go your separate ways.
We're in the Feywild. We're going to make a deal with something.
Yeah, we've done way worse.
This is sort of what the Fey.
All right. We did not get very far in this half. I guess we got about 14 minutes in an hour. But I think I'll try to keep the talking down during the next break. But otherwise, it's hard to read into the fact that we saw the GM whisper. Well, of course. Which I think is that's what I'm saying. That's what Matt is implying. Matt is implying by saying, like, oh, he's not acting too far out of the normal, that Ashley is only doing that because she saw the whisper, and essentially he's soft accusing metagaming. I am saying that I think there is a valid in fiction justification for her to think that Percy is acting strange. And that it is not just based on the fact that they saw the whisper. I think he is acting odd. But I'm starting to hear there's a suggest spell. Oh, I think suggestion has like somatics and shit. I'm actually not sure though. Suggestion 5e. Yeah, it has verbal and material. Well, actually, okay, this really depends on how you read verbal components. Because sometimes spells will specify, blank as the material, blank as the verbal, whatever. My assumption here is that there are separate verbal components, but honestly, I could also very reasonably read this as the verbal component is the suggested course of activity, and that it might be kind of hard to tell if someone is doing this. Especially when we work in Fey wibbly-wobbliness. So it may not be actual suggestion. It might be a different spell. It might be a bespoke Fey charm type ability. Some sort of Fey enchantment. Yeah, exactly, Sarah. So it could be also all over the place. But the reason I looked it up is I was like, oh, it's gonna have somatic. And somatic is so hard to hide. But it doesn't. And so even if it's not something like suggestion, I could see a suggestion-like feature being employed here. Even if that's not what's happening. I'm not taking this as you telling me what is going on. I am taking this as you implying from the exact same amount of information that I have. And from that, it could be a suggestion-esque feature or spell. Or it could be any manner of Fey bullshit. You're assuming the rules of magic. Also true. I love one of the main places I put any wild magic zones is often in the Feywild. Yeah. Interesting. Bruce's answer was super subtle though. Like if he's being influenced, it's low key. Yeah. Which it's tough because we also, well, it's tough. It's fun because we also know that Taliesin is a little chaos gremlin and will very often phrase things to be purposefully chaotic and fuck with the other players. Like, he loves it when people get their shit fucked with. So it's very possible that he didn't have to phrase it that low-key, and Taliesin, the player, just chose to. But yeah. Either way, we're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back. Goodbye. What's up? Hello. I don't know if anyone told you, but we're watching Critical Role. Let's get back to it.
Feywild is.
All right, fine.
All right.
So wait,
I turn to Vex. What do you like this idea? You want to do this?
I have no love for that city. I don't care.
I kind of want to go there too.
The people we're stealing from better be meanies, though. And they better have deserved it at some point.
Ultimately, I would love to ask them to help us in our fight.
Trying to feel better about this.
They're cowardly and stupid for hiding, but we could use their help if they are making
Possibly better equipped and better educated than this one here.
Well, Garmelie also said they were strengthening up an army. Did they ever have a standing army before?
They did.
Yeah, I mean,
Of course they did. They're a city.
Street smart.
Of course. Yeah. It wasn't like a huge army per se, but they had trained forces and they had means of defending their city. And
We had a fight instructor when we were growing up. I mean,
They're elves. They're very civilized. They've all got sticks up their asses. They're fucking elves.
I can't wait.
Let's
I like
do
this
it.
one.
Are you gonna fix his? What is it called?
Give me your ocarina. Let me see if I can go to work on it.
I can help Percy.
I will inspire Percy by singing. Go ahead, Percy, and fix his ocarina. Take your tickling tools and fix his ocarina. You get Percy the whole thing and fix his ocarina.
Hey, ocarina! Hi.
Alright.
Take your D10.
Can I help with a mending spell?
I need a glue. Or you can help with a mending spell.
Mending spell?
Mending spell?
Like, can I do it almost like as
Do
a
you have the
ritual?
cantrip?
Do I have a cantrip?
Mending is a cantrip.
Have a mending spell? I don't know.
I thought she used it once before on
I
something.
thought I used it as a ritual spell before.
You fixed that little doll, that little Serenray doll.
It's true.
Yeah.
Right, but so you have the spell, correct?
I guess I thought I learned it. I thought it was a first. I don't know.
Oh, geez, here comes the internet.
I don't
It's a
have it
definite
now.
yes.
I don't have it
Cantrips you have at all
now.
times.
Can I use it as like a first level spell?
What cantrips do you know?
Guidance, Druidcraft. I used Druidcraft.
You used
before
Druidcraft.
for the wooden thing.
Yes, you did.
I used Druidcraft to
assist.
How would you use Druidcraft in
What's it made out of? Is it made out of wood?
Clay?
Clay item.
Clay?
Actually, it's made
Like
out of
natural things?
So I'm going to attempt to glue it together, and I'm going to need something to bind it into a holding, to hold the whole thing together while the glue sets.
Okay.
Dude. If that moment isn't an explanation of how strangely unintuitive D&D's casting system is, I don't know. I can't think of a better encapsulation. Like, obviously, it's so second nature to me at this point of, like, the interaction between cantrips and leveled spells. Or not the interaction, the delineation. The, like, how cantrips scale, how higher leveled casting works. But it's just so unlike most other Magic systems in, like, most other games. And sometimes I forget that. But, like, the idea of, like, can I cast Mending as a first level spell? Obviously, like, in my head, I'm like, ha, silly. Of course not. Now, certain level 1 spells you can cast at higher level because they're different. It's like, what? But, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting to occasionally be reminded of. It's one of the things I like about watching Campaign 1 is getting reminded about the hurdles to learning D&D and, like, some of the non-intuitive stuff. What up, Thashel? How you doing? What up, what up? So, yeah. Also, it's funny to think about how weird cantrips are. Yeah. It's just so not how most Magic systems work. Most Magic systems have, like, cheap spells. Like, really cheap. But they're not free. But also, your magic is, like, constantly replenishing. I'm thinking about, like, mana-based systems. So it's all very... It's non-intuitive because it is so different from how almost every other like popular gaming Magic experience works. You know, I still struggle with cantrip versus level spelled. Yeah, it's non-intuitive. Like, I get it, and I don't think it's bad design. It's just definitely non-intuitive design. If D&D had mana cost, having mana cost 0 would be weird. Yeah, precisely. But that is exactly what cantrips are. They're just like mana cost 0s. But also within the context of D&D, you don't regen mana ever. So like, or you don't regen mana until like the end of the day. So you kind of have to have 0 cost stuff. It's strange. It's definitely strange. I like that aspect of D&D. I like the fact that D&D is like a resource management system. But it has these aesthetics that are super uncommon. Like, super uncommon for those two things to be paired together. It's very weird.
So, you go ahead and you using what materials are within the workshop that you had before, there was a very mild adhesive paste that you construct. Go ahead and make a tinkering roll. Let's do the intelligence modifier.
That was a natural 20.
Yes, sir. Hey!
Very rapidly with the things that are given at your disposal, not even needing the materials here, but what you have on you as part of your traveling tinkering kit, you piece together a nearly unnoticeable binding agent for clay and dirt and earth-based materials. You manage to fix the ocarina rather quickly in a period of maybe 20 minutes, and with the help of Keyless Druidcraft, dry it and manage to get it fixed.
Your instrument, sir.
Thank you. That's one good deed you've done me today. I appreciate that.
Oh, don't forget about all them ales, yeah?
Oh.
Boy.
Save it for the talent show.
I really know how to play it, and it's like, well, yeah, but
It's quite nice. It's quite nice. I mean, at least you can always draw.
I can find my quill.
I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. I looked for 20 fucking minutes. I looked, all right?
Thank you.
I'm sure we could find you a quill.
I've got one right fucking here. I pull the black feather out from behind my ear and hold it up. This is a very fine feather to sweeten the deal. Don't fuck us over.
That's
and
an
I slide
amazing
it into the
feather.
book.
Don't give him that, Vax. It's too nice.
No, it is really nice. I know you're acting like he's lying, but he's
That's
telling you
actually
about
true,
the
yeah.
Good lie, Grog.
Let's do that so it is tuna.
We've really been burned. I am really going to punch you in the back of the head if you fuck us over. Do you understand me? I don't like you.
I like you.
Yeah.
Rest is back.
Well, are we at an agreement?
Yes.
Sure, why not? Me?
Who's he shaking?
Whoever your
my
leader is,
hand.
shake my hand.
Whoever your leader is, shake my head. Oh, Vex stepping up. Vex stepping up. Are there any systems where spells have a mechanic like do X D8 damage and use Y D6 mana? I mean, you could argue that D&D does with level or with upcasting. So like with magic yeah, with something like Magic Missile, it's like when you start casting it at higher levels, you're essentially using, you're using more mana to up that damage. So it's basically, it's like XD8 where X is the level of the spell slot that you use. But this is actually one of my kind of gripes with concentration, is that there really isn't any system in D&D that that has a variable resource cost, where like once you start the action, you don't know how much of a resource you are going to be expending, except for concentration. Because concentration is but actually not even that, you're spending a consistent amount of resources just for a variable effect. But I still don't love that aspect of it, where it's like concentration's like you spend one spell slot and you are going to get either a very minor, probably I would say mediocre for the level effect, or you're going to get an incredible effect on the other side. And it's like, oh, where will you land in the middle? And that's very, like, not how the rest of D&D is designed. So it's always stuck out to me as odd. But in general, D&D does not have any variable resource expenditure. Blades in the Dark has almost, not necessarily the opposite, but Blades in the Dark has consistent resource expenditure where every time you use a stress, you know how much stress you're going to use, what it's going to do, but the healing for stress is variable. It's kind of like if every time you healed in D&D, you rolled hit dies instead of healing all the way up. But like maybe you didn't expend hit die or something. So it'd be like if you regained a variable amount of resources. That's the closest one I can think of. But like, yeah, a variable amount of resource expenditure for a consistent action, it isn't Oh, you actually, you know what? I'll tell you exactly what has it. Ticket to Ride Europe. I think Ticket to Ride Europe, unless someone else has mentioned a different one in the chat, Ticket to Ride Europe is one that I can think of, where when you are building tunnels in Ticket to Ride Europe specifically, not in the US version or any of the others, when you are building tunnels, you have to spend the number of cars that is normally there, and you have to reveal cards off the top of the deck. You have to reveal 3, and you have to pay an extra car for every card revealed that matches the tunnel's color. So that's the only, I don't know if we'd call that a magic system, but that's the only game system I can think of that has that sort of variable resource expenditure. Yeah. I have always thought of spell slots as a mana pool depicted in a different way. It's a representation of how much magic you have available versus constant regen. I mean, it depends on like the aesthetics of what we're talking about. There isn't any real difference between spell slots and a mana pool, other than the fact that with a typical mana pool, as long as you have enough mana, you can cast whatever you want. Whereas the spell slot system, having its levels, makes it to where if you spend all of your 5th level spell slots, even if you have every other level left, 4 through 1, certainly if you were to do a mana conversion, you would certainly have enough for another 5th level spell. But in the spell slot in Vancian casting, you cannot cast that 5th level spell anymore. So it's close to a mana pool, but it's not quite. Key is really a mana pool. Key is the actual like closest thing in D&D to a mana pool. Maybe spell points if you want to, but they're a little weird. But and I also think that the other like more, I think the more traditional thing about a mana pool, especially versus spell slots, is the aspect of regen, of constant regen, even if it's slow, rather than like long rest regen. I think those are the main things, are the hard cutoffs that cut off regardless of the other resources that you have, and the long rest recharge. I've started Gar is fun. I started rewatching C2. One thing I like about CR is that they will roleplay things from their character sheet, features that a casual home player is almost too experienced to try anymore. Like how games people sometimes are sheepish about role-playing mechanical details like level learning and will just replay story stuff. I can very much agree with you there. And I have noticed that at some tables that, yeah, some experienced players are sheepish about role-playing mechanics. There's like a weird cut in their head between the two. But I don't think that is necessary. So I do appreciate. It's like earlier when Vex wanted to learn beast speech from Keyleth. It's like, oh, that's fun. Yeah. It's definitely not required by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think it's fun. I think it's very, very fun. I thought this was critical eyes, not deep cuts. Look, if there's one other thing I know about, it's board games. It's not TV, it's not movies, but I can talk board games. That card ticket description just reminds me of a regular card deck games with dealing or drawing. Crazy Eights or Uno has inconsistent replenishment. The difference is inconsistent replenishment is like BitD. The ticket system is inconsistent expenditure. So the cards that you draw off the top add cost to what you have to pay. If you pull the wrong cards, or if you pull different cards, the cost of doing the action is different. And sometimes it'll fuck you. If you don't have enough cards and you pull too many off the top, you might just fail at the action, which is crazy. But it's because it has that variable expenditure rather than variable replenishment. Yeah. Because like variable replenishment is also the same thing as like a short rest. You know, short rest is variable replenishment. Yeah. The closest 5e thing I can think of is planar ally requiring you to bargain with the resultant ally. It's close. Yeah. That's maybe the closest one where the level of cooperation that you're getting, but the cost is still going to be the same. Right? The cost is always the spell slot. It is just variable value that you're getting out of the resource, which is similar to concentration, which also I'm a little bit back. You might be referring to concentration when you say the closest thing. But yeah, I think that like planar ally and concentration are in a general area of variable value, but consistent expenditure. Yeah, mana would be more flexible. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. My headcanon is that there are limits on how much strong spells you are able to channel, so a little bit more complex than a straight mana pool. Yeah, there's like a level of like constitution to it, which maybe is like the justification for sorcerers having that like conversion between points and slots. Also, my continued pitch to have sorcerers be entirely points-based and or constitution casters and or both. Yeah, my TTRPG doesn't actually have a passive mana regen all the time. I should really try to finish a first draft. Yeah. I mean, just getting a first draft that, even if it's not perfect and complete, if it is comprehensible, you can then start sending it to like friends and family and getting reactions to it, which is good. It'll help you notice things that maybe you missed. My theory for why not to roleplay mechanics is that maybe it feels more vulnerable because you take something hardline and introduce ambiguity and vulnerability. What if you try to roleplay learning a spell with someone and it doesn't go right? I think you would agree. I don't think as a DM you should ever tie like roleplay failure to progression failure, but I don't think that's what you're saying. I think you're saying like there is a subconscious fear that will happen, even if maybe a little bit more rationally it wouldn't. So I can see that as like a barrier towards people wanting to roleplay that sort of stuff. Yeah. I don't know if you ever got to that comment I left on one of the Sorcerer shorts, but that was basically my suggestion. I might have. I've been trying to engage with comments less. I just go down rabbit holes. Not even bad rabbit holes. It's not like I'm like arguing with people and like feeling bad. It's just like I get into discussions like we get into on stream, but because they're off stream and I can respond to them while doing something else, they last so much longer. So that's why I've been trying to do more shorts about it, like in response to comments, so that I can just like do the response and then it's done. So I probably did see it, but might have been a while ago. But yeah, I absolutely think like Sorcerer's class identity should just be that they have the equivalent of key instead of slots. I think that would be, and then they just have their own little custom chart of like spells of this level cost this many points. Just like, I mean, basically like 4 Elements Monk. Which maybe I shouldn't invoke that as the example of what we should do, but that's a balancing thing, not like a fundamental design thing. Yeah. I think Sorcerers as Concasters is such a good idea. I'm 50-50 on Con Sorcerers. I am mostly just of the opinion that there are too many Charisma casters. I like the idea of getting a little weird and wacky with our casting traits. I don't know. I just like the big thing. I'm not even that married to the idea. I just want, and if you've been watching long enough, you'll probably have picked up on this. I just want every class to feel super distinct at base. I do not want them to be confusable with a different class. Now, when we get into subclasses, we can start hedging around. Like, we can have a Gloomstalker Ranger that's very reminiscent of Rogue. We can have an Eldritch Knight that's reminiscent of spellcasters, I guess. we can have a Blade Singer Wizard. Like, we can start muddying the water when we get to subclasses. But I want every base class to feel incredibly distinct. That's why I understand why people sometimes have beef with Pact Magic. It's a weird system. But I think it's inarguable that Warlock to play feels so distinct compared to Sorcerer, Wizard, Druid, all that. I think it inarguably feels incredibly distinct, incredibly unique. And that's what I want for every caster. That's what I want for every class. It's why I want Druid to lean into wild shape, Sorcerers to lean into points or flexibility or, I don't know, something. Why I want Wizards to lean even more into their book and like being able to be the most spelly of them all. It's also why I would like Paladin to, this is maybe an opinion I haven't shared on stream. I think that Paladins should be the passive aura class. I think that Smite should be left at the door. I don't think it's unique enough. I know it's flashy, but it's just use a spell slot to do a bunch of damage. I'm sorry. We already have clerics and wizards and everyone that can use spell slots. Use a slot to do a bunch of damage is not unique. So yeah, I think that Smite should get left at the door and we invest in Paladin being the passive aura class. That's my hot take. It's a hot take. It's a hot take. And maybe Smite is part of a specific oath. I think Smite as a it makes perfect sense as the defining Oath of Vengeance feature. Makes total sense to me. But also, again, I'm not married to any of this. I just want all of them to be incredibly unique to play. That's the real thing I want out of it. A paladin who has all passive buffs and doesn't actually cast spells is a creative idea, but it takes actions away from players. Depends on what the passive does, I would say. Like, most invocations are essentially passives. You know what I'm saying? like Repelling Blast, Lance of Lethargy, Eyes of the Rune Keeper, Mask of Many. Well, I guess it's debatable if Mask of Many Faces is a passive or not. It's a passive that gives you an active. But also, you can permanently have that active on. So I'd call it more of a passive. But I don't think that invocations are boring. I think they're super fun and interesting for warlocks. So make the switching between the passives the interesting thing. Maybe paladins get access to like 5 different passives, but they can only have 1 up at any time. So now the paladin gameplay is which aura is the best for this situation. Do I want to give all my allies extra speed? Do I want to give them all saving throw advantage? Do I want to give them maybe certain auras you can only activate a certain number of times per rest? We can make auras themselves active, but the aura effect is passive. We can have some wibbly wobbly complicated design. But again, I'm also not married to that. I don't really love Paladin. I just want everyone to feel incredibly distinct. That is the core design desire that I have. And then within subclasses, we start to muddy the water. Yeah, I like it thematically, but it would make paladins more boring. I don't think that... I very much understand what you're saying. I don't want to make it seem like I don't. But I do think that is not mutually exclusive to that design direction. But that design direction, I agree, could very easily wind up being boring. It could risk going the way of base PHB Ranger. Because base PHB Ranger has a similar kind of train of thought with it, and is super boring. So I think the fear is valid.
Yeah, give me a fucking hand, you dirty bastard.
Before you got your hand there, Vax, Vex put her hand in, and both of you guys clasped both sides of his hand at the same time.
Yeah.
Twitchy.
This is
A
awkward.
trio handshake.
Weirdly appropriate.
I'm pretty sure he was talking to me, but...
Pretty sure he was talking to me, actually.
All right, so you guys shake hands with him. You feel this kind of shiver on your back as you shake hands. And he kind of smiles. Very well. Now, you've probably gotten acquainted. My proper introductions are in order. And he stands up and kind of wobbles for a second, a little drunk on the ale.
Yeah, you want
My
more?
name is Garmili. I'm a simple joy finder of the ever-shifting grasses. And I'm happy to be your guide for the remainder of this journey to the outskirts of the Shade Mark, and no further. So, 3 things you wish to avoid as we progress further. As we are traveling through the Moonbrush, alongside the Green Sea, we could take one or the other, your choice. Eventually finding our way to the Gilded Run, and from there, onto the Shade Mark itself. So, I'll be leaving you at the outskirts of the Gilded Run, but it should suffice for the journey you wish to have ahead.
Oh.
Things you wish to avoid. 1. The hut of Odena. She's a terrible woman. If you see a hut, don't go.
Odena?
You may smell enticing things.
Odena?
Wodena.
Wodena.
Delightful smells, sounds of soft music, a gentle light across the shade and sea. 2 words at once, I'm drunk. But, not go near the hut. Avoid the hut. No hut.
No hut.
No hut. Avoid the last campsite of Sorodun the Happy.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Avoid it. Trust me. Avoid it. If there's a campsite that's empty, looks happy, avoid it.
Sorodun the Happy.
And 3, avoid the theater.
I love the theater.
Oh, that's good advice,
Theater.
actually.
Avoid the theater.
Just in general, the theater?
Just in general. I hate all
Musicals?
theater. Let's avoid the theater, please.
I do an insight check on him.
Do it.
Wow. I don't know what I have.
Probably not bad.
Terrible. 13.
13. I mean, seems pretty perturbed by the idea of theater.
I'm changing my mind on this guy.
That's a critical.
Avoid the theater.
We avoid the hut. I mean, what does Wodena do?
Got really mad.
She's been around a while.
She's a hag? Is she a hag?
That's a name.
Oh.
Best to avoid it.
Best to avoid
Trust me.
We do nothing but trust you.
Great, wonders. And who are you, by the way?
Oh.
We're Vox Machina.
The
Vox
Slayer's
Machina.
take.
The Vox Machina Slayer Steak. Very well. A pleasure to meet you all, Vox Machina Slayer Steak. He holds his drink out for you to fill again.
How many fingers am I holding up?
I don't care. Thank you. Now, the deal is made. Drink's been had. Introductions have been properly given. I think it's time for bed.
Yes.
He takes 2 steps before face first in the center of the main area and just starts snoring loudly.
Maybe we should move him to
a room,
a safe location that we can lock.
With those 20 guards, right, Scanlan?
Sure, he's surrounded.
Can I
Yeah.
take his ocarina just for the night?
Make a study hand check.
He's asleep. So do I get advantage or something?
Or something.
Make a study hand check.
Oh, wow. She's a ghost.
That's true.
Move forward. In a move that made Vax proud, he pulled the ocarina from his grasp, showed the rest of the party, and tuck it away.
I look over at Vax and give him a wink. And Vax, hey.
Wow.
That was primo, baby.
Hey, thanks.
Hey, Keyleth.
Yeah.
You've got magic.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
I don't entirely trust this thing.
Yeah.
We were told specifically not to trust anything.
That's
Do you
true,
have
he's
any
very
sort of
shifty.
spell that can do true seeing, or that can restore him if he's putting on this form, or that can dispel some charm that he has around him, or some
Maybe
aura?
some sort of magical thing that he put on me, because I'm pretty sure he cast something on me and my brother.
Really? What happened? What'd you feel?
A shiver when we shook his hand.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good thing.
Yeah.
Maybe a jacket.
He never told us what he wanted you to
He
get.
didn't.
What he
No,
wanted
he
to
didn't.
steal.
No, he hasn't.
Pikey,
We're supposed
do
to
you-
steal it
Pikey, do you
before-
have something that can reveal some sort of truth, or dispel some sort of magic from him? If he's...
Dispel magic.
I actually currently have Dispel Magic right now.
Can we
Currently
try
right.
it?
I also have Regenerate learned
On
as
me
well.
and my brother, see if it
Yeah,
cancels out whatever he just did.
I'll try
you
it.
won't know, I suppose.
I'll touch Vex and cast Dispel Magic and see if anything happens.
Spell magic? All right.
You're not wearing anything wait. Take off all magical items first.
Everything I'm wearing is magic.
Well, take it
Oh.
off.
Yeah, take it up. Take it up.
Is it about
Not like
magic
taking
that
it
makes us get naked all the time?
I just don't want, it's like, you know,
The hat is not magic. You could leave that on.
Thank you. So I take off everything except for the hat.
Yes.
I just don't want to, you know, risk
New
dispelling
painting
anything.
for the mansion.
It's like wearing...
Taking a short walk, all right? I'm taking a short walk.
Every time I've seen anything attractive and naked, it's gone very poorly today. I'm walking away.
It's like wearing metal in a really hot sauna. You just don't do it. All right, come on.
I'm
all right.
Roll a d20 and add your wisdom modifier.
All right. Let me do, I'll do the big guy. I'll do the big guy. Come on, big guy. Oh, that's okay. My wisdom, just my modifier. 22.
Okay. You cast the spell.
Wait.
Do you feel different?
Do I feel different?
That's a very high wisdom roll. It's just, did you feel anything?
Do I feel anything?
You didn't feel anything in particular.
No,
I don't-
give it a minute. It might take a while to take effect. Maybe like do some jumping jacks.
I'm definitely putting my clothes back on.
Okay.
I mean, I can also try a regeneration spell.
Wait. I think I can do something.
Really?
Yes, I can sing a song. That's mostly what I do.
No.
We haven't even noticed
You
by
can
now.
sing a song and what?
I have a power that I never ever use. What? It's called counter charm. I can counter charms.
As
So-
they're being cast, so you still can't use it.
Damn it!
I'm going to start gathering the servants to pick the.
Okay. I want to read the text of Counter Charm because I am curious. I've been curious about this, but I've just been kind of letting it marinate. And I'm curious about the Counter Charm text because it will give me a potential road for discussion. As an action, you can start a performance during that time. They have advantage. A creature must be able to hear you. Okay. Oh, interesting. That lasts until the end of your next turn. Wow. I don't remember Counter Charm being so, how do I say it? Bad. Like, you have to play 5D chess with the charmer because you have to do it as an action, and it only lasts until the end of your next turn. And they only get advantage and only on saving throws, which is one of the lines that I was going down with this. Is like, they didn't make a saving throw, which is something that I'm generally hesitant about. I don't love imposing effects on players without them making saving throws. It's not off the table. It's not totally off the table, let's say. But it is definitely something I lean away from when possible. And this is even more of an example of why, because if you don't make a saving throw, Counter Charm does fuck all. Yeah, weird. Yeah. I don't remember it being that like 5D chessy. I assumed it was, my recollection of it was more just along the lines of counterspell. Like, you just do it as a reaction. Weird. Oh, Counter Charm, you're so useless. Yeah. I've been a bard for 16 levels, and I still don't know how to use Counter Charm. I would like it if the Counter Charm let you trigger an immediate saving throw for an ally, and it's a 6th level spell. Counter Charm is not. Counter Charm is free. You just get it at 6th level. It's just an action you can do. It doesn't even use any sort of like resource. Yeah, I would just prefer, it seems like there are sometimes, don't mind me, I'm saying, no worries. There are sometimes features like this that will be resourceless. You know, this is equivalent to like a cantrip, essentially. And when you think about it like that, it's kind of good, but it's in like True Strike territory. Honestly, it's incredibly comparable to True Strike. When you kind of boil it down, it's True Strike but for charms. But it's kind of even harder to use because while you have to concentrate on True Strike, you get to control the fact that you are going to make an attack roll the next turn. Whereas this, you don't know if the enemy is going to be doing an effect that would frighten or charm people. Unless you're in a combat where it has been established that the enemy has some sort of charge-up ability that like takes a turn to resolve or something. I don't know. Yeah, I think I would like this more if it used a charge of your bardic inspiration, but it was just like a reaction. Like you just threw it in there when a charm effect comes out. So yeah, the idea of interrupting a charm is cool, but not what it does. Yeah, I mean, you could just very easily make it the equivalent of counterspell, but for charms. But it's just not that. Just like make it like a cheaper counterspell. Which, hey, I mean, I famously don't love counterspell, but from a design perspective, I think that makes the most sense. Also, doesn't Paladin Aura buff a saving throw passively within 10 feet? Yeah. I think at 6th level. So I guess this is 30 feet? I don't know. I mean, look, bards don't need it. Bards are great. So it's not like they're hurting. But yeah, yeah, that's fine. The resistance cantrip lasts up to 1 minute and would give you 1d4. Pfft, yeah, man. Yeah, that's whack. I mean, I guess the big thing is that it could stack with any of those things. But like the 9D, the predictive component of it is very strange. You can give someone Bargain's race a bonus action that is better than counter charm. Yeah. What are you gonna do? You win some, you lose some. Right after that, they get magical secrets. Like I said, they're not hurting. They're fine. But that's, Counter Charm's not great.
The boy up and put him in his room.
And the 20 guards lift his form and carry him off to some side
Don't let him
closet.
steal any of our shit.
Everything would
Disappear.
No, I mean our personal shit.
Lock the door.
All right.
Yeah, but what if he can do Scanlan's thing where he goes through the door?
Well, that's
I have a feeling if he shook your hand and did something, it's gonna, like Scanlan said, it's probably a pipe thing, like a remove curse, or it's got to be something more like that. Mine is all nature-based.
Okay, well.
I can try to regenerate you, but I don't think this would fall under that.
She's fun. It was a draft. She needs to wear more clothes. It's all right.
Do you feel different?
No, not anymore.
I have a
didn't feel
feeling.
anything.
It's like if you stray from a contract or something, you might feel it. I don't know.
Right.
That's what I would think.
I'll go to bed.
All right.
And I sleep on all of my weapons and stuff. Like they're under me on top of the mattress.
Perfect. Everyone else go to bed?
I put a blanket over the satyr.
Okay.
Pet him, and I pet him now that he's asleep and feel is his fur coarse or is it soft?
It's pretty coarse.
Okay.
That is really creepy.
No, I know.
Consented.
Okay, good night.
I make sure everything's fine, and yes, and I will. Unless anything has, I will leave him his book, lock the door, and head up to my room and lock the door behind me as well.
All right.
I stay up all night reading.
Again?
Yes.
Are you gonna take a point of exhaustion for that?
Yeah.
I have to.
I get very little sleep. I'm having trouble sleeping.
Here we are.
All right. So this is your second level of exhaustion.
No, I slept last.
Oh, that's right. You did sleep. Correct. So you do take your point of exhaustion now. So you're back to 1 point of exhaustion. So all your ability checks are at disadvantage.
How long does that take? Usually to
week.
read? It takes a week.
I have to
memorize
read
it?
40. I think it was 48 hours of reading over a period of 6 days.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
wow.
easy.
Close.
Yeah, you might be.
And I'm on day 4, I believe.
Yeah.
And I'm up to 36 hours now. If this counts as like 10, 12 hours of
Wow.
So you're close.
I'm close.
Yeah, you're doing good.
All right. Anyone else? Anything?
I sleep and I dream of fireflies in the Feywild because it's so magical.
There you go. All right.
I'm gonna get up early.
Oh, also, we are approaching the next time for a break, but I think we're gonna push through. I feel like we're gonna push through. I don't think we need a break right now, so I'm gonna mute the reminder.
Okay.
But yeah,
I'm gonna get up early and try to fix my hair and make it as pristine as I can, and try to clean off my clothes and everything before we go.
I sleep like a baby in my armor.
All right. Percy, as you get ready to go to bed, you feel this strange tickle at the back of your head.
Oh, goddammit. Okay.
That dissipates. And
Is it what I think it is?
it is the fading of a charm person's.
Okay, goddammit.
Yeah.
The fading of a trunk?
Son of a
What's over there?
And just as I'm going to bed? Or just as I wake up?
Just as you're going to bed.
Okay.
Fuck.
He was charmed. He's the reason it was.
Did you fuck us?
What?
Percy was charmed.
Oh, no, I would. You don't know anything yet.
Yep.
I'm not quite going to go to sleep yet. I'm going to go see who else is still awake.
Okay. Scanlan is reading in his room. The door's slightly ajar.
Oh, yes, yes.
The little fucker jumped me.
I knew it! I suspected it. That's why I tried to use counter charm, but I don't know how to use it. Apparently it's some sort of preemptive thing. I have to read about it. Oh shit, I'm already reading this. It's like, damn it. Anyway, what do you think we should do?
I don't know what we can do.
Wait, when were you charmed? What did it affect? What decisions did you make today that were key?
You made a bloody deal with him.
Well, we can always back out on the deal. I mean, you and I can...
no, we can't really.
What, is there some sort of blood pact that we made?
You make... I don't know exactly how it works. It's just in any book you read about Feywild, you make a deal, and it's a deal, and you have to deal with it.
What does that mean? You and I could go down to his room right now and just kill him and be done with it.
I don't think that would work.
Would we be cursed?
Maybe.
Haunted forever?
Probably.
Oh, man. That sucks.
I don't know. I still don't know how to interpret Percy here. 'Cause this almost sounds like like a childish fear of the dark. Because, like, he's like, I don't know how it works, probably. He sounds so defeatist, which is just very abnormal for Percy. Like, I picture Percy as the person that wants to know the exact edge of the rules so that he can get as close to breaking them as possible without actually breaking them. But in this one, he's just like, I don't fucking know, man. You read books, and they all seem to agree you don't break the deal, so I guess we're fucked. And it's like, damn. It does feel like it, yeah. I don't, and to be fair, he did talk about dreaming of coming here since he was a child. Maybe it literally is childhood fear. Maybe he is so... He does not feel that he can figure it out, so why try? Because, like, Percy's definitely the type that if he doesn't think he can succeed, he doesn't try. He's very much one of those types of people, doesn't put himself in a position to fail. So maybe that's it? It's interesting. It's a new part of Percy's character I haven't really seen. Yeah. From my perspective, in medieval times, the Fey were like demons, devils. Like, they're dangerous creatures you don't make a deal with. We're talking about Percy. We're talking about confirmed warlock level having, or actually maybe he doesn't have warlock. Confirmed eldritch blast having. Literal devil deal maker. Percy. Like, Mans was very comfortable with Orthax. So that's the thing to me. I would understand a level of timidity from some of the others, but it's kind of just that it's from Percy. Is he? I might have misspoke. I think he actually just has Magic Initiate. I don't think he actually has a Warlock level, but he's about as close as you can get without multi-classing. So that's kind of the full thing with me. Is that it is specifically weird for specifically Percy to be so timid around this. And maybe it is just like a character kind of introduction thing. You know? I don't know. Since he was a child, I presume he means pre-Briarwood usurpation, murder, and torture? Possibly. Percy did have a traumatic, interrupted childhood. Yeah. And maybe this is, you know, kind of this is sort of being revealed to an extent. Yeah, I don't know. Is he I think Matt confirmed it was Magic Initiate. I could be wrong about that. That could just be an assumption that I made. But I believe Magic Initiate. All I know is that we've seen him use EB. But we haven't... I don't think we've gotten much confirmation outside of that. But EB can be gained from Magic Initiate. He was hoping to have a chat about this to one of the people who knew about the deal with Vex Vax. Who knew about the deal? I don't know if I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Given how is so solidly science over magic, it's such a fascinating RP choice from him, a vulnerability. He thinks he can think his way around it, and he falls on his face a bunch here. I think my thing with this is that he's not really trying to think around it. Which isn't, I guess it isn't bad, but he is a very specific like choice and vulnerability of like not even attempting to think around it, which is so common for him. But I guess it is like, he's just so out of his comfort zone that he doesn't even want to try. It's possible. It's possible. Percy doesn't have Eldritch Blast. I'm almost... Are you sure? I am almost positive that I've seen him cast it. I mean, there's definitely a point during the Briarwood arc where we get confirmation that he definitely... Oh, it's Hex. Hex. You're right. It's not EB. It's Hex. And I actually don't know. I actually don't know what all classes have Hex. I mean, I know that obviously Warlock has it. Why did I just do that? D&D 5e. Because that is the opener to... Oh, Hex is a Warlock only. Okay. So he's either has Warlock levels or is a Warlock magic initiate. Sorry, I'm not even being sarcastic here. It's not EB, but it is Hex. For all intents and purposes, might as well be EB. But Arrested Development more than Regression. Yeah, I think Arrested Development. It seems I would say Arrested Development for Percy. But. Like Vex and Vax felt the shiver when they made the deal, but for some reason he's not bringing that up. I also don't know if the shiver was just flavor. This is one of the problems with with having people not make saves against effects is that they don't actually know when it's actually a mechanical effect and when it is just flavor. And that's why I said that it's not off the table for me. The only time I ever use no save kind of curses or charms is when I very specifically want that ambiguity. Is when I want them to not be able to tell if it was flavor or if it was something else. That is very rare that I actually want that, but it has happened. It might be a spoiler. Yeah, 1000% he cast Hex. Gotcha. I know all his class level, if you want, I can tell you, but I think some people might consider it a spoiler. Yeah, don't worry about it. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter. My whole point was that Percy's a devil dealer. he's not little church boy. He is absolutely the type that is trying to think around the devil. But this is interesting characterization for that type of person. Which is interesting. With you streaming for so long, I hope you're not in pain from dying. No, I'm good. The pain comes from doing these long of streams like multiple days in a row. And taking the breaks helps. I'm good. I can go I would guess. Like I think consistently I will be able to do a full episode weekly from now on. Is in terms of like my vocal strain. As long as I'm not doing like a 10-hour stream a different day where I'm talking a bunch. Yeah, no, I'm good. I think these orders might be from Matt trying to be slick with this and hide it from the table, and that puts Tal in the spot of having to improv to what Matt wants. It's definitely, yeah. We'll continue seeing how it plays out because I think I might have more to say about it, but it sort of gets into a deeper conversation about whispers, about hiding information from players, hiding information from select players, but giving it to others. It's not a shallow well of conversation. So we'll see if there's maybe more that happens, and if there's not, maybe we'll talk about it more. But yeah, it's interesting.
I'll be haunted. That's for you and Vax.
You look lovely in eyeliner.
No baggage, man. No baggage. What do we do?
I suppose we
made a deal with the devil of some sort.
It was inevitable.
Is there a way to trick the trickster?
Possibly.
Into releasing us from the deal?
Could be.
Because, you know, I'm a sly talker.
When did the show turn into Rosencrantz and Guildenstern?
It's also interesting that Sam rarely, if ever, has the let's think around the problem approach. He goes for the shiny option. Let's viva la revolution. Like, he's not typically trying to, like, outthink the opponent. But in the Feywild, it's, like, suddenly very attractive to him. It's like a stacking layer cake of weird and interesting characterization that I would not have anticipated.
Right now.
Right now. I'm going to have to tell the others in the morning. I'm going to go see if anybody else is awake. And, oh God. Sleep well. Oh, you're reading. Never mind.
Now
Don't
I've got
sleep.
to read about the fucking Fae, too.
No. Finished your bloody book.
Keyleth is at rest. Krog is at rest. Vax is at rest. Vax is still up cleaning out your garments, you said, right? And Pike, you went to bed, but you're waking up early, correct? Yes. Yeah, so essentially it's just Vex who's awake.
Vex!
Yes?
Little shit put a charm on me. I felt it wear off about 45 minutes ago.
Before we made the deal with him?
Yes, around the time we made it.
Percy, I made the deal because you said it was fine.
Well,
It's fine, you didn't know. Well,
at least we know that he definitely can't be trusted.
it's our own stupid fault. We knew we weren't supposed to trust anything here.
I know. We've got to make sure that Pike doesn't give him back his whistle just yet, and we have to figure out a
Why
way.
did you want to fix his whistle? You just liked him.
He was so nice. I mean, he was just so nice.
Damn it, I thought you knew something we didn't know. I really thought you did.
I did. It's sadly what I knew is he's a little shit. I just didn't know till about half an hour ago. I hate magic.
Hindsight sucks.
I hate magic.
Percy,
Word.
change of subject. Would you say I look put together? Well off? With this armor?
In what sense?
Well, you come from money, right?
Yes.
Right, so, do I look like I come from money?
Does she look like she comes from money?
That's entirely up to your opinion. You know the attire she wears. You've traveled with her. It's based on what you want to base that judgment on, whether it be just pure looks of the person inside. It's whatever Percival thinks she would be in his eyes.
She's naked in the house.
Honestly, dear, you're too happy to look like you come from money.
I don't believe that.
No, it's a sure sign of it. It's just an abject misery. Believe me, I can speak to it. You look too much like you, and you don't look enough like something you're supposed to be. If you feel the urge to deeply bullshit, I'd be happy to help you. It's not hard.
No?
No, it is easy to pretend you come from money.
Well...
You just have to be a bit of a shit and wear what everybody else is wearing. Does this have something to do with that city? It does, doesn't it? Who's there?
Well, you know, everyone. We were judged growing up. I don't look forward to seeing that again.
Well...
It's not important.
Oh, I disagree. I think, dear, I think that if you're worried about them knowing whether or not you've made your money and made your fortune, I don't think that's going to be the thing to earn their respect. I think you're better off, A, with the company that you keep, and B, with the fact that you're probably just better than most of them. I've known a lot of people with money, and they are definitely not worth you. And besides, if they have something nice that makes you feel inferior, we can just take it.
I like the way you think.
Well, and then they're just, shit without anything, and then you're you with their stuff.
Thank you, Percy.
You're welcome. I know it doesn't really help, but...
Will you stay at my side when we're there?
Yes. And, the outfit works. Don't change it. Keep the hat.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
We'll sort out this, charmed mess in the morning.
I'm sorry for my part in it.
So, you guys go your separate ways. You find yourself entering the bed as the rest of the group is asleep. Vex, you take...
Oh. It makes so much sense. Oh. Percy is being sweet. I know. That was very sweet. That definitely got me more than some other parts have. You asking a little bit a while ago about Vex being vulnerable, yeah. I mean, it makes it makes sense. It's still hi bird. It still fits with everything. It's Vex does only care about her tribe, about her people. And I was talking about how that's the only way that you could threaten her is by thank you, Nasty. Is by threatening another member of Vox Machina. That's the only way that you could get to her. And I didn't consider, from my perspective so far, her two tribes have been her and her brother, and Vox Machina, and then Vox Machina. But I think that what we're finding out, the reveal here is that before she had Vox Machina, she wanted more. She wanted the larger group, the tribe. She wanted to be on the inside. And she couldn't. And it was told to her that it was because she didn't have money. And I'm sure that she knows that that's not the reality. But that amount of rejection and betrayal, or not even really betrayal, but just being presented with these people that are supposed to be your tribe, that you're supposed to care about, and them clearly not caring about you. Yeah, that it is very cohesive in a good way, but also in a sad way, with what we've seen from Vex so far. And even though she has what she has now, she is almost certainly so much better off than 95% of Singorn. Before the Chroma Conclave, she owned a castle. I guarantee that shit was in Vex's name. Scanlan's name did not appear on the deed for Grayskull. This was not co-owned by Vox Machina LLC, because she's the accountant. And probably their lawyer, despite Burt Reynolds' attorney at law playing one on television. She's, yeah, it's a real, honest to God reason for her shiny disease. It tracks with every thing that I have learned about her so far. It makes so much sense why she holds on to Vox Machina so tight, and why she is so forgiving of them, because at the end of the day, they're not the people from Singorn. Huh. Damn, yeah. Yeah, I didn't see it coming. Clearly, I have been putting a big old question mark on Vex's motives up until now. And what would end up challenging Vex. Yeah, this did not stand out to me. Yeah. Interesting.
Take a bit of solace in the conversation, finish cleaning your things, though that doesn't seem like the incessant scrubbing you were driven on has much purpose nor the impact you thought it might at this point, and you resign yourself to sleep for the evening. As the evening comes to a close, Pike, you wake up early. As you come out of your room, you struggle with the view of 20 guards slowly shifting through the foyer as a very hungover and groaning satyr begins clomping through the main foyer going, breakfast, please? Is breakfast?
Yes. Follow me to the kitchen. I actually
Yes,
wanted to...
someone they listen to.
Yes,
Thank you.
Come.
Rubbing his eyes, he follows you into the kitchen. Comes up onto one of the long benches in the center of one of the main dining tables.
I put down a cup of coffee for him, and I run into the kitchen and get a very large... Oh, no.
What is... Are you poisoning me?
What's wrong?
What is this?
It's coffee?
I don't like coffee.
Oh, what do you want?
Something that's not coffee.
Okay. Can we get him something that's not coffee?
He's gonna look at you confused and wander off and come back.
Cup of
with
chicken
a
broth.
carafe of like an apple juice.
Apple juice will be great. Sure.
That is familiar. Thank you. And she takes the
Hey.
carafe and kind of like.
I run in the kitchen really quick and get a very large piece of butcher paper.
Okay.
Okay. So, Gamelli.
Yes.
I think you're so talented. And I'm just, I wanted to ask if maybe you could draw a family portrait for us, and the most ridiculous you can make it.
What do you mean?
Just of all of us. I want to hang it above the mantle before everybody wakes up.
Well,
Yeah, we need to replace the one of naked Scanlan. No, and this is a good point from Ross. I think there's a more than solid chance that this didn't exist in session 1. All of this like detail and nuance with Vex did not exist in session 1. Probably didn't exist in session 10. I'm not talking about like, of the streamed campaign. I'm talking about like, pre-stream. And it is a good example of like, you don't have to have your backstory completely like flushed to the ground, done. Like I think a lot of people assume Taliesin did with Percy, or at least he had a substantial portion of it. You don't have to have all of that done ahead of time to continue to grow it afterward. I think you're totally right. That as the campaign evolved, as she grew an attachment to Vex, She went through and progressively deepened who Vex is, looked into events in her past that could have shaped her to be that way. Yeah. So yeah, it's a good reminder for players that this rocks, and she probably didn't have it on session 1. You can always continue. You should always continue developing your character, and you can continue to develop the backstory. The only reason I was hesitant about, like, you know, spontaneous backstory development earlier was because it seemed like a justification for meta knowledge. But putting that aside, adding to your backstory in ways that don't contradict anything that's happened is something I heavily encourage. Heavily encourage. Yeah. Listening to unpack autism. It was very fun knowing this episode was up next. I did talk a lot about Vex last episode. That's true. Yeah. Ooh, this does also put... Oh, man. This does raise Vex above Keyleth. I still don't know if it's her or Vax. It might even be a beef between them. Oh. 'Cause, like, this swamp is a swamp that everybody seems to fucking hate. that like, everyone's like, ugh, gross, patooey. And I'll make a little prediction right now. I would bet you that whatever Singorn is prepping their army for, whatever that is, the bog is between Singorn and their objective and wherever the army needs to march. And it's a piece of loot that I'm sure is legendary in the Feywild and in Singorn. Maybe even a status symbol. We might even come to find out that Fenthros has been historically held by the ruling house of Singorn or some shit like that, right? And so now, because before I was like, oh, Vex will want it because it's a piece of loot. But we could add way more fucking weight to it. We could add the weight that taking it out is going to benefit the entire city. It has a special symbolic value to this group of people that she's been wanting to prove herself to for her entire life. And it could be an interesting beef between her and Vax, who is now maybe the bow does something a little sus. Maybe the process of removing it has some sort of impact on his oath. And we could highlight Vax moving on versus Vex living in the past. It could be a twin beef. It could be twin beef. Twin beef. Twin beef. Ooh. All of this does... I'm still not sure. But I do think it knocks Kiki out of the running for who's gonna be the main interactor with the tree and the bow and all that. I think it's either still Vax or it's Vax and Vex. But I honestly, I think that Vex's desire will need to be contrasted against someone else in the party. Especially seeing all of this now of like her new family versus her old family. And Vax is the connecting tissue between those two things. He's the one person she should trust unabashedly with absolutely no strings attached. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Remember, Vex gets really upset when they have to escape Iman and leave Grayskull? Yeah. That's fair. That's very fair. Yeah. Talking about Vex evolving, we are. An evolving backstory makes your character feel more part of the world versus just being dropped into the world? Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. Because in the same way that the DM has to watch and vibe check the players to see what sort of stories they're interested in telling, the players have to do the exact same in reverse. They have to vibe check the DM to see what the DM is interested in, like Matt not really being interested in travel. And evolving your backstory to involve something or a tone or a character or a conceit that you know the DM is interested in guarantees that they're going to work that into their world. And you will be able to be a more full part of that. So yeah. Yeah, I agree. Team Half Elf. Substance affecting different creatures differently is always great at stressing differences. Like the idea of Faye having weird reactions to coffee. Yeah. I 100% agree. Yeah, like them having literally different like biological reactions versus them all potentially having different cultural reactions. Like I think about like I think it's in Italy. It's like super bad taste to drink espresso like afternoon. I think. I don't remember the rule. But they have some weird rule about like when you can drink coffee. Or I shouldn't call it a weird rule, but like a cultural taboo around drinking coffee at certain times of day. I think that introducing more and more of those is incredibly good at characterizing cultures. Just like these like hyper-specific sort of taboos that maybe have like understandable roots, but which a culture puts a lot of emphasis on. Yeah. In the book, The Magicians, the air itself of the magical realm is a percentage of opium. Oh my god. Insane. I'm Italian. Am I right about the espresso thing? I feel like I can't remember. I don't drink coffee at all. So all I remember is there was some time taboo about coffee, but I don't drink it, so it didn't impact me. With what Meg is talking about, I think it's safe to say what I was going to say a while back now. It's interesting that Vex reads more elf-like because Vex is desperate to be seen as worthy of elves, and Vex has moved on. Yeah, I think there's a very reasonable. I think that's a very reasonable observation. Yeah. It's very interesting. This has been very revelatory for several of the characters. Honestly, the past few episodes in general have done a lot of characterizing of various characters. It's weird. It's cappuccino, not espresso. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna be real, I don't know the difference. But that's not even like that's not even like an American thing. That's just a me thing. I don't do coffee. I am sure many to most Americans would know the difference. But gotcha. So no cappuccino after afternoon. Got it. But yeah, I think those sorts of taboos are very interesting for like hyper specifically characterizing a culture, because most of them obviously have like reasonable roots. Like, hey, don't drink a buttload of caffeine afternoon so that you can fall asleep easier. Like, that makes sense, but it is interesting for it to take on the level of a taboo. And I think that is the really interesting characterization of a culture. Yeah. Because milk, I suppose? Oh, so other coffee is cool. Oh, I wonder if milk has. Dairy does fuck with your sleep, so maybe that's part of it. Could be. I'm sure that there's like research into the taboo that I could look into, but that sort of thing where it's like, yeah, you can get there. Like, it's not like a hard leap to make. But it's interesting when people place a lot more weight on certain things. Vex and Vex have had the most of this backstory from the beginning. It just isn't the type of backstory that naturally comes up slowly. That's fair. Espresso are a concentrated shot of coffee. Oh, whereas cappuccino's more of like an actual drink, like a latte. Cool. Coffee's always one of those things that adults told me. They're like, you'll like it eventually. Just never happened. I've tried it so many times. Paige drinks coffee, but it just never happened for me. Kind of the same thing with like beer. BOR is like, you'll develop a taste for it. And I'm sure with both of those, if I drank them consistently enough, I probably would eventually develop a taste for them. But I have no interest in doing that. Yeah. Is the coffee avoidance an ADHD thing? Oh. No, it tastes like dirt thing. I mean, maybe there's some backing like psychology or whatever, but I don't avoid caffeine. I was just drinking an energy drink earlier today. But no, I just hate the taste. I hate the taste. Which is weird because I like really bitter alcohol. But coffee, I will have a drink of a coffee drink because someone's like, "Go try this." And I'm like, "Damn, this would taste so great if it had no coffee in it." I'm always just like, you know what's ruining this? The point. So I just don't drink it. But I know that, like, you know, coffee's like one of the most, I think it's the most popular drink in the world, just like straight up. So like, I know that I'm in the minority. But no, it's just a taste thing. Yeah, espresso is fine whenever. Gotcha. Interesting. One of the few instances of true magic I've experienced was an espresso at 5 p.m. when I landed in Rome. Yeah, that was the woo. You're just like, your brain just like turns on. I can imagine it. I'd do a shot of espresso if I really needed to. If I just purely wanted the coffee, or like if I just wanted a shot of caffeine. Because I can take shots of gross stuff. I've taken shots of hard liquor. It'd be the same thing. It's like, if I really want the coffee, yeah, I'll do espresso. Or I'll do, is it espresso? Yeah, espresso. I was curious. I love the taste a lot, but I make mine very sweet. My uncles who make black coffee are idiots. That's like me with wine. I love the taste of red wine. But I also don't like getting shit-faced on a random Tuesday. And sometimes these desires are in conflict. Where it's like, man, you know what would go great with this dinner is a glass of wine. Man, that glass of wine tasted so good. I would like another. And then it's Tuesday night, and I'm drunk, and I don't like that. I've tried non-alcoholic wines. They all taste like shit. If there was non-alcoholic wine that just tasted like normal wine, I would drink that all the time. I don't care about the calories. I don't care about anything. I just love the taste. But I don't really care for getting drunk. I wish. I'm bi-national, so having different cultures felt so much more natural that I find it weird not doing things different in different cultures and not having to explain things from culture A to culture B. Interesting. That is very, very interesting. I definitely have, for whatever reason, my friend group in college was like very in with the international students and the international crowd. Like a lot of our friends ended up going overseas. and settling down overseas. So I've definitely had a lot of exposure to other cultures, but I've never, and I have a lot of natural interest as well. But I don't think I've ever had an extended conversation with someone who's binational. I guess, actually, one of my friends now is a Dutch citizen. So I guess she's technically binational now. Could have a conversation with her. Anyways. Last thing, I suppose, the way the twins protect each other and are distrustful of everyone else makes so much sense seeing where they come from. Yeah, I'm already starting to get it. Just having it kind of like introduced. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sarah, we're on the same wavelength on that. Absolutely. But anyways.
It's hard to do without seeing the subjects, but I mean, if you want to fill in the details.
You already know how you fill in the details.
All right. Well, I need a quill or some charcoal.
Vax gave you a quill last night.
Well, he gave me a feather. It has to be refined into a quill.
Oh, I forgot. I think there's one in the kitchen.
There is no quill in the kitchen.
Shit.
Kids' crayon.
But glancing around and asking the servants, there are pieces of
quill
charcoal.
around here somewhere.
There is charcoal available, like sketch
Okay.
charcoal.
Can you use charcoal?
Of course, of course.
Great.
All right.
Have at it.
You first?
Sure.
All right.
I wasn't sure if it would work. Sometimes she responds to my calls and other times not. Hi. Well, now she's not doing a good job of being on camera. Hi. Oh, there we go. Okay, I will not exploit you any further. If you also dislike mushrooms and asparagus, we might be cousins. I do dislike mushrooms. I love asparagus. Asparagus is my favorite vegetable. Can I be a cousin too? Bird and bug. Bird dog. Anyways. We've been streaming for 8 hours. We gotta get serious about this. Clearly, I'm not in a huge rush. I'm vibing. I'm having a good time.
It's Leonardo and Winslet.
Draw me like one of your French girls.
You know, the gentle lyrical stylings of Celine Dion swell in the background. Seder creepily begins sketching your charcoal form.
And remember, very ridiculous.
I don't know what that means, but I'll do my best. Yeah. In rapid time, faster than anyone you've ever seen sketch, his form almost becomes blurred with the haste in which he draws. And within the hour, he has completed an extremely well-detailed portrait. And I mean portrait, everyone standing shoulder to shoulder like a family above a mantle. And it is grotesque. Horrifying. I mean, you look like perhaps the Trickfoots had been keeping the bloodline strong for a very, very long period of time. A droopy face, one eye sinking over the other. It's you don't even have the right number of fingers. You see Grog in the back, who is as wide as the rest of everybody. He's just behind them like this giant wall with this tiny little head with a tongue kind of lolling up the side. It looks like he has one finger's thumbs up and the other one's up his bum. In the front, you see Vex and Vax, the twins, are just furiously making out. And
Oh, the fan art! No!
Healith is currently clutching the side of a tree happily, and as she does, her eyes are going in different directions. And the tree itself is like trying to push her off the branch.
Yeah.
You see Percy, who is extremely tall with this squat, kind of thin head with these giant glasses that make his eyes bug-eyed and strange. You see a little bit of scruff on the chin that's actually kind of turning into this long, awful, kind of matted dingleberry mess of a goatee. And he has both of his guns pointed at his head, going. And next to that is a perfectly defined, unchanged portrait of Scanlan Shepard.
Oh, I just wanted to hear you explain it. Okay. So I'm gonna take it and put it above. I'm gonna just paste it above the mantle.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go back up
Servants
to my
are gonna
room to
nail
bed.
it
Yeah, I'm gonna go back upstairs in my room.
Okay. Eventually, you all come to consciousness, brought to the wonderful welcome morning scent of, once again, chicken for breakfast. find yourselves down to a, once again, passed out satyr slumped over the breakfast table with what looks to be 2 plates of mostly devoured chicken, mashed potatoes, and a couple other side elements.
That sounds so good.
Delicious.
And there above, on the mantle across the room, is a glorious, glorious sketch of the family of Vox Machina.
Charming.
Wow.
Who changed my look pretty good.
This is brilliant. Wait, Scanlan, why do you look normal? Does he just really
I think we all look normal, actually. That's how I see us, sure.
This picture is disgusting.
I love
Where
it.
did that come from?
No, it is awful.
Burn it.
You guys, we have a souvenir.
Oh,
We have a
it's been
souvenir from the
thrown away,
Feywild.
I love it.
I think he wants a beating. That's what he wants.
Flick his head.
Yes, what, who, hi. Hi!
Hey.
Why would you do that when we've been so hospitable?
Because
What?
It's a gift.
It's a
Make a persuasion
souvenir,
check.
Grog.
Oh, 15?
Yes. I thought I'd leave you a little present.
I love it.
I think it's, well, it's gross,
I think
but
it's-
everybody else looks quite wonderful.
I like it.
I sit down right in front of the across the table.
I guess I don't mind. At least I'm big.
I like it.
Guys, we'll
I think
cherish
it's
this forever.
gross.
Of course you do.
Eat up, and we'll be on our way. I'm just gonna. He like notices kind of the tension from Percy and Grog and.
No, not yet, not yet. Just so all cards are on the table, we know that we agreed to a deal.
Yes,
last
yes,
night,
we did.
Despite your charm spell on me, which was
Wait, what?
Defending
play.
myself as was
play.
warranted.
fair play.
Well,
When did he charm?
You got
Charm
charm?
spell.
I do think we should inform you, though. We may have used a little magic on you. Sorry. Just to make sure the deal was solid.
Well, I'm certain that was necessary precaution.
Well, the deal stands for as it is at the moment, I suppose.
Wondrous side hope as such, because we have much to gain. So,
Wait,
Oh yeah, no, he charmed me. He put a charm on me last night.
I had a feeling.
So you no longer think it's a good idea to enter into this agreement? with the
Well, a
giant?
little late.
it is a little late.
You never told us what you wanted.
No, he hasn't.
Oh,
I'm
that's
going
true.
to show you.
You're gonna walk us right in.
Oh boy.
Something like that.
Well, might as
What are you
well.
gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Why don't you just pet his legs again? Weirdo.
You fascinate me.
Good. That's not the first time I've heard that.
Friend, I applaud your cleverness. I'm excited by this deal, and I just want to let you know that, God forbid, something comes up where I come from, the world I come from. I am possibly the worst person you've ever met. And I think I kind of hope, not necessarily to hurt you or harm you, but I hope that one day that you can know just how awful I can be.
Intimidation check.
Where's my 17?
Hope it never comes to that.
Let's hope.
I can make addendums to the art piece if you're unhappy.
I love the art piece. Actually, since we're on the subject, have you ever drawn yourself before?
Well, many times.
I'd be curious to see one of your self-portraits.
Oh, that.
Are they in the book?
No.
I didn't think so. Self-reflection is not one of my favorite pastimes either. Anyway, what are you looking for in the city?
I'll show it. As part of the agreement, it'll be unveiled upon arrival.
Sounds good to me.
That's not sneaky at all. I fully trust you.
Great. Now, finish your food. Much to do, much to see, much to take.
I hate him now.
No,
You don't have it.
We
You
did
don't
that
have
for
that.
you.
What are you
doing
playing?
with your
Do not
hands?
abuse this. That's right.
What are you doing with your hands?
Where did what? Where did what? Where did what?
They give it, and they take away.
Bless the small print.
Well then. Eat well. And he kind of makes his way towards the door, and the guards stop him there. I'll just sit here then. And sits on the floor, waiting for you guys to finish.
What sort of magic did you cast on us?
What do you mean?
What was the deal we agreed to? What will happen if it breaks?
Deals are meant to be kept. Should you go against a deal that you've made, especially in here, these realms, there are consequences.
Yes.
So don't stray from the deal.
I think it's just a deal. I just think deals may be a big deal here.
So we can still kill him.
I don't know.
All right.
I think if it comes to it, it's possibly.
What
I
happened to
wanna
don't
test
hurt
that.
or touch anything in the Feywild?
Well,
Yeah, we fucked that up, didn't we?
To it.
Can I take out
I don't want to kill him.
I simply picked a flower.
Ocarina?
Yeah.
And just play a couple notes while I'm looking at him?
Like dead stare.
Performance check.
That's the thing.
Performance check?
Thing. You're definitely the right person to be doing this.
Yeah, right. 13.
It's as if you can play an ocarina
13.
well. Like anyone.
In a very rudimentary kindergarten recorder.
Hot cross
Hot
buns.
cross buns.
It's a little shaky, but you get the hang of it. It's the only sound in the room. It's just dead quiet as you just do this little breakfast with food being brought to the table.
That was amazing, Mike.
Mike!
Well, I just...
Oh, move over, Scanlan. Holy hell, that was good.
That was good.
Thanks.
That was really good.
I mean, I learned once. I don't know.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone play an instrument that well.
Wait, hey, this is my house.
You know.
Oh, look, the same.
We are in the same room. Hush, hush, hush. Bug. Oh. She's very... She doesn't get... She's shut in to eat her food with me. And she gets very worried if me and Paige are separated into separate rooms. It's the other one, the more protective one, not the big fluffer earlier. Doggy. We're gonna keep going. I might have to stop to deal with this. We'll see. While the A, they have hot cross buns memorized that I recognize them from. I would never have recognized it. I don't know, man. What is it going? Hot cross buns. Hot cross buns. Get a load of this pair of hot crossed buns. Did I do it? I would never have recognized.
It is sad. What's the matter, friend?
She has my ocarina.
That's terrible.
bad. Yeah.
Poor guy.
More clever, I'm
Listen,
sure you'll be fine.
Maybe we'll give it back to you, but I know what you did to my friend with this little thing. So I'm not gonna give it back to you. Not just yet.
Yeah.
Eat your breakfast.
I already did.
Damn,
Oh,
that
somebody
fine
get this
print.
poor asshole a handkerchief. He looks
Look, I've probably played it at some point in the past, but I was more of a what's the boom 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 boom. I was more of a Seven Nation Army. Or the other one. What's the guitar one that you can play all on the E string? That's like the one about the water. We are also having to contend with my severely terrible memory. I've learned like 5 instruments over the course of my life to varying degrees of proficiency. I don't remember almost any songs. I can relearn them. I don't have any solid memories since before age like 8. And ages 8 to 16 are vague at best. So there's probably a lot of shit I used to know. I presume Mega did not have a standard elementary school. It was relatively standard, I would say. From what I understand of elementary schools. It was religious, but also we had like instrument class. What did they call that? They had like a name for it where you like went and I learned how to play the clarinet and the recorder. And then I switched to trumpet because my lips kept growing even when my body stopped. But it's hot cross buns, one a penny, 2 a penny. God, white stripes, yeah. Smoke on the water, yes. I know smoke on the water. But yeah, no, I think elementary was relatively standard, except for we had church once a week, like during school. I think that's the main, and we had a class, like a religion class, on top of all the other classes. I think that was the main two things that were like super different. And it was kindergarten through 8th grade. Whereas normally those are separated. So like I didn't have like a separate middle school. I just had elementary and middle and then high school. This tangent is wild. That song should be updated to $1 to $1. Lol. Thought I remembered you being homeschooled? No, I knew a lot of kids that were homeschooled. I did theater with a lot of kids that were homeschooled. But I was not homeschooled. My parents would not have had the capability to homeschool me. Not because of anything about me, but because they were divorced. And my dad was like in and out. And my mom was, working constantly. So I was a latchkey kid. They would not have had they just wouldn't have had the capability to homeschool me. I was more of an after school program type of vibe. But yeah, I played, obviously recorder first, then clarinet, then trumpet. And then in high school, I was all over the drum line. I was like snare, bass. I did a very short stint on timpani, but not long. And then cymbals, which is the most fun position on drumline, by the way, even if it's not the most flashy. And then I also did violin in high school, but not at a very high level of proficiency. And then throughout that whole time, I was doing guitar. But then I went to college and didn't bring any of my instruments. I did bring my guitar, but I lost proficiency so quick. And when I say didn't bring my instruments, I mean didn't steal the school's instruments, which is what I was using, except for my acoustic. And then I just didn't do any music stuff in college, so I've lost it all at this point. I'm sure I could relearn pretty quick. And drums, it's hard to forget, but yeah, most of it's gone now. Oh, and I guess piano was slipped in there as well. I can still kinda do piano. And by kinda, I mean I can play notes that don't sound clashing. But I can't play it like a song.
I didn't even know that you played clarinet or violin.
You didn't know that?
We've been together for 7 years. 7 years. And I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I knew the other ones, but I did not know that you ever played a string instrument that wasn't guitar.
Not very well, let's be clear.
For more than a year?
Probably around a year. I think I started right at the beginning of senior year. Yeah.
You started senior year?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. It was fun.
You're a sociopath.
Like I said, I wasn't very good at it. I was mostly just peeking off of the person next to me.
Well, yeah. That's what I did in cello for 6 years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Music class. Yeah, let's be real. Most of the kids who are homeschooled also don't have the capability. Well, that's fair enough. Our music class did learning HCB on the recorder, but they also accidentally taught us gambling by letting us play dreidel during the winter before break. Fuck yeah. Get the kids hooked early. Teach them. Oh, that's funny. There are exceptions, of course, but teaching is legit difficult, and random people who are parents are probably terrible at it. Yeah, absolutely. I knew some kids whose homeschooled experience was very, very good. But broadly, the delineating factor seemed to be how much the kids naturally enjoyed, like, researching and learning, as to how productive homeschool seemed, at least in my area. Symbols are metal. Metal is flashy. That's true. The symbols were so much fun. Easily the most, like, fun experience I had playing instruments in in high school. But definitely not the coolest, you might say. Careful now, she'll make you play piano forte poorly at a party like you're Elizabeth Bennet. Is that... Wait! I think I know this reference. Pride and Prejudice? And or Emma? I think it's one of the books written by that author that does Pride and Prejudice. Let's go! That's one of Paige's favorite movies. She's made me watch it like twice. So I'm like, wait, I recognize Bennett. I don't remember the scene you're referring to at all, but I remembered Bennett. I used to know how to play chopsticks on piano, but I've since forgotten what keys to hit. You could do the same arrangement. That might sound all right. Symbols might be the lowest bar for getting into fun. Just smash the shit out of it and it's fun. Yeah, absolutely. And then there are more interesting things you can do. Like, it doesn't have absolutely no skill progression, which is I think what most people assume. There are like much higher skill stuff you can do. You can also start getting much fancier with like your movements, and like symbols can have a lot of movement that other percussion isn't capable of doing. But yeah, symbols are fun, and they're a super low bar to getting involved. Oh.
Okay, so sorry. Sometimes after I'm in here, I'm like, what are they saying in the comments about what I've said? Because I care only about me. And Topaz is asking which one I like. I have tried really hard for the 90s miniseries. I've tried. I've gotten like halfway through the first episode. And I just can't, because the Keira Knightley one is just so much better. But maybe I need to give it another shot, because I've heard it's really good. So I'll have to do that.
we were just talking earlier about Interview with a Vampire. Yeah. And I was like, oh, Paige is watching that. Have you heard of, what is it? Like Kevin Fucks? Or Everybody Fucks Kevin?
Oh!
What's the name?
The one with the girl from Schitt's Creek. Question mark?
I don't know. Someone was talking about it earlier. It was something with Kevin and fuck. And they said it was a very, very good movie. And then later that chatter was also like, I like Interview with a Vampire.
Kevin fuck sucks or something like that.
Kevin fucking sucks.
It's a movie though?
No, it's a TV show.
You said movie.
I was wrong.
Yeah, no, I want to watch that. That's on my list.
All right. I should probably finish Critical Role at some point, huh? All right. Let's do it.
So sad.
It's tough. I know I'm going to pause immediately again. It's tough during this type of Critical Role episode when they are clearly ramping up and they're doing a lot of role play. It puts me in like just like a talky mood. Like I'm not very I'm not enjoying the Critical Role. It's good television, but I'm not like keyed in like I am with the Rakshasa or, you know, that sort of stuff. I'm not like, ooh, the theories, what's gonna happen? It's just like, like we're just chilling back with some buddies. And so that like, I feel like makes me tangent a lot more is because I'm just like, I think I'm getting infected by their like lighthearted role play. And I'm like, let's we're just having lighthearted bants with the friends, with the mates. And so I end up going on, I think, way more tangents and being way less concerned about like when I'm gonna finish. Like the episode length fucking explodes. Yeah. Not fuck Critical Role. More tangents. It's tough. I like the tangents, and I like making a short stream that is more consumable for VOD watchers. So it's tough. I have two wolves inside of me. And one of the wolves is always telling me, talk more about the detailed language dialectics that you just watched a video on. And the other wolf is like, make the best CR watching VOD you can. You're a VOD frog. You need to make it good for the VOD frogs. And both of the wolves end up just curling up and sleeping. And then we get what we have. And that's me. And that's my inland empire for you. I like how Megan tried to turn it into a positive. It was definitely something like Kevin can get fucked. Kevin can fuck himself. Oh, okay. I don't remember. We all fuck Kevin. I like earlier in the ep when Scanlan said, I don't want to be haunted. That's for you in facts. One wolf tells the truth and the other wolf lies, but you don't know which one they are because they're wolves and don't speak English. Precisely. And one of them is British, but I still don't know which one it is, so I can't revolt. I can't kick it out yet. I can't throw away all of its tea. Oh no! I heart tangents. Don't let Paige catch you saying that shit. She always tells me to make merch. Ah! She heard her name. Oh no, she's been summoned. Bloody Mary 3 times in the mirror. Oh no. Back to the CR, quick. She can't interrupt.
And he just kind of sits there and pouts. As you guys finish your meal, laughing and enjoying yourself.
As he pouts, I druid craft a little flower crown for him.
He somehow like recedes even further into his grumpy self, his neck disappearing as his head pulls into his torso.
He's so fun to mess with.
We are really shit at making friends. Really shit.
I know.
So I'm curious, while we're eating, would you happen to tell us what our first objective might be?
He's going to show us.
I think it's time to make our way in.
Go. Yeah, I'm full.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna walk over to Scanlan.
What?
I'm gonna give this to you.
The Macarena?
Yeah, because I don't like performing.
You're really good at it.
That's a lie. Just
You don't know.
take this and maybe you could charm some people with it. I don't know if that's what it is, but I don't want him to have it. Okay.
Thank you. I'll try my best.
All right, let's go.
Can't believe I wasted a natural 20 on his little... Sorry, I'm good.
You guys finish your breakfast? The guards come with you and escort you and your ally outside the door. As you exit the...
Wait. Take and roll up the painting, the charcoal drawing that he did, and put it in the bag of holding.
Oh, very good.
It's
Okay.
gonna disappear as soon as we take it out.
No, we put it in the...
Leave it in the mansion.
Oh,
that
yeah,
would
that's
stay
actually
in the
right.
mansion.
It's from the mansion, so it'll stay in the mansion.
Will it stay in the mansion? It won't get found?
You've tried taking things out of the mansion and they've turned to just
Yeah, but I
dust.
mean, but I don't.
leave it
But
in.
I know
Leave it in
things
the
will also get ejected from the mansion.
I don't think it was
if we
brought in.
don't
It
take them.
was
It's
from the
the...
Okay,
mansion.
then I'll leave it. I'll leave it.
No
I'll
matter
leave
what
it.
happens, there will be a good picture.
Put it back up.
Put it back up.
Yeah.
All right, no
No,
worries.
it's a good lesson.
As you guys exit the mansion, the dusk light of the sky has not changed. You get the idea here, at least since you've arrived, that there has been no movement in the sun. You haven't even seen the sun. The light source of dusk beyond the distant mountains and horizon is just stuck in the dusk hour. With the...
You know what would be... I have a solution. All right? Hear me out. Because the painting needs to stay up, the sketch. We all know this. So we just need an in-fiction justification to leave it up. I present you with Megaphone's magnificent modification. It's a spell. All right. It's a spell, which as its material component, we'll get to that later. Leave it for a mystery. It is a spell which allows the caster to make permanent modifications to their own magnificent mansion. Maybe work in exterior materials. Maybe take something from inside the mansion. These are important. And it will allow you to make said modifications, but it has a material cost. Oh no. Just like a teleportation circle. And the material cost is an amount of gold equal to 10,000 times the value of whatever you want to leave in there. And I think that would be perfect for this, because then they could work in the sketch for no gold, because it's priceless. Can't put a gold value on it. Whatever gold value the paper and charcoal originally had has been degraded by their combination and by the arrangement. So we're now sitting at an approximate 0, and therefore we can cast the spell for free. If Scanlan chooses to learn it. And that is my solution for keeping the picture in there. Alternatively, you could just let them do it. But that did put it in the books. Mega's magnificent modification.
The threat and curl of midnight in the opposite direction, the dark blue just coming over the horizon, unmoving. It also is raining gently. There is a rather heavy cloud that has come over, and it's not a terrible downpour, but like a gentle rainfall has been here for a while, and the floor between the grasses is quite slushy as you step out.
Let's go to the city.
We go away to the city.
Vex, should we be dressing for the occasion? Should we put on like our nice cloaks?
We do have nice cloaks we
I
could
think
wear.
we're going to be sneaking in to steal things.
No. There's no way we could sneak in.
We're gonna go in and make introductions and get settled and then figure out what the fuck we're doing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, cloak me.
With what?
Our nice cloaks.
Oh, we have our nice...
He has some fancy cloaks, unless he's used them all.
No.
Do you have any left?
Am I still made of wood, by the way?
No, that
Those are
I
fancy
faded with the
robes.
night's rest.
Bugger.
I do have your fancy winter stuff.
It's raining.
It's raining.
It's not like Hawaii rain. It's rain, I would assume.
Yeah.
It's not chilly, but cold.
It's not
Just throw a
freezing.
cloak
It's not
on.
windy.
I don't know, try and look like I made some sort of effort.
All right, Keyleth gets a cloak. Do you want some nice?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not changing anything.
Pull my hood up.
Okay.
How long will it take to get to the city from where we are?
A few hours maybe.
Can't you, craft something to, keep the rain off of us?
Yeah, I'll just do a little kind of cantrip gust over top of us to make, those air umbrellas that would, never work in real life, but,
Okay.
like that.
You guys have to get kind of close together to do it. It's doable as a cantrip. So she just kind of keeps this general revolving sphere of wind above that scatters most of the rain to the sides.
Cool.
For the most part, Grog, you still get pretty damp just due to your size and difficulty, but most everyone else can stay pretty dry as you cluster together, walking through the grass. You travel for another hour or so before the grass towards the outskirts of the mountain range in the city begins to slowly subside. It grows thinner and shorter, and you come to what looks like a bit of marshland almost. Treeless, just open marshland with little bushes and clusters. Anything you guys want to?
Perception check.
just
See
riding
if I
my
can
dog
see anything, moving ahead of us.
Perception check.
This has been a pretty okay. We're coming back down to earth. I'm now actually talking about Critical Role. This has been, I feel like, much more prevalent this episode. What the hell are you two doing? The dogs currently look like they are frozen in a standoff. Oh, it's progressing. Oh, the violence is occurring. Oh, get her. I don't even know if you can hear it, but they are just committing violence off screen. Oh, I'm recording them now so they stop their crimes. That's good. Never record yourself. No, it's interesting. It's not something that I pick up from Matt very often. But this episode has kind of been littered with it, and it would probably be, oh goodness. It probably has something to do with the fact that they're entering from an awkward angle from what like Matt was expecting. But there's been a lot of Matt describing things with basically nothing interesting for them to like grab onto. And just being like, what do you do? And I think it does hit home a kind of general DMing principle that, and I often say, you know, give them something to react to, which is hitting on this same principle, but in maybe a little bit more of an elongated way, I suppose. Where if you are Matt, you're the DM, you're describing this new area, you're talking about them traveling through the marsh and and this new environment and what have you. And you stop talking, that is an implication, narratively, that the characters stopped whatever they were doing that gave them this new information, right? So they chose to walk towards Singorn. They then see all of this new stuff, and then Matt stops narrating new stuff, which implies that the characters stopped. But that's confusing in this scenario because there's nothing there's nothing for them to stop for. Like, there's no obvious thing that the party is stopping to react to. And so it's even beyond like, oh, it's awkward, then they have to like look around, they have to ask about checks. It is actually a bit of narrative dissonance because it implies that the characters are all stopping for ostensibly no reason. And then the DM is just looking at you like, what do you do? And it's like, is there a reason we're not just continuing to do what we were doing? You know, which is, again, it's the same generalized concept as like give them something to react to, but it's even more fundamental of the things that you do and say as a DM imply things about character actions. It's like when I was making the map and people off of the GeoGuessr location, and people were like, what do these dots, what do these nodes represent? And I said it's kind of hard to pin that down exactly. In general, they represent kind of distinct and bespoke areas. But more specifically, they represent where there are things that as a DM I would describe and then stop. And the players would take it from there. I'm going to stop my transition speak. But each node has to have something for the players to grasp onto as to why did we stop the narration here. Whereas right now, there's no ostensible reason that happened. So yeah, it's a weird concept that kind of comes from this like collaborative storytelling environment that I also don't think is like super top of mind for a lot of people. I actually run into this depressingly often. I plan things out. The players approach things in an unexpected way that is planned, but not that interesting. I stick to the plan. Yeah, it is. I think the thing there, and why, like, I've started, you know, I agree with and like think that Matt, with all of the nymph stuff, was just trying to get them out of there, and then he very quickly gets them out, but like he should have just like not stopped with not stopped until there was something to react to. The first time he stopped, it made sense. There was someone following them. I think it was probably the satyr. There was someone following them in the bushes. That's great. That is a reason that the player or that the characters would stop doing the thing that they were doing, is to react to that. And then they go further. And then there was that little repetition space, which I don't... It's hard to say what the point of that was. And then we have this, where there's no seeming point to why we stopped. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making the point well. And maybe this will be related to the takeaway. Maybe I'll think about it a little bit more. But yeah, it has to do with like the narrative implications of why are the players taking the reins now, rather than continuing to do whatever they were doing.
29.
Okay. As you guys begin walking into the marsh, you can see there are areas where it's elevated mud, patches where it's just very, very, very shallow water, maybe an inch at most, and there are a few different areas that get noticeably deep and murky, and you watch to avoid those elements. You're not sure what might be beneath of anything, but you just naturally move through this terrain carefully. You do notice that occasionally upon this walk, you see what looks to be little, different from the rest of the bushes and pieces of terrain, these kind of deep bluish purple sprout leaves, almost like carrot tops. Like these kind of very leafy, like plant top emerges in places, occasionally clusters of 2 or 3, and they're not a lot of them, but many of them occur throughout the walk in this swampy landscape.
Carmeli, what are these?
Oh, these are...
And actually, to wrap it back to Daniel's bit, if it's not interesting and there's no reason for the players to stop, then just don't have them stop. I think that's maybe the part that I kind of got lost on when I was explaining. Is like, if there is nothing interesting going on, if they approach it at an awkward angle and there's nothing really for them in that direction, then they'll just get through it quicker. And that's okay. But I would, kind of truck them through until there is something interesting that the characters would stop to look at or to react to, or until a player interrupts you and says, they want to do X, Y, or Z. I think that's the more advice column part of it. Carrot Top clearly makes the terrain terrifying. That is true. That is true. But yeah, I think that's I think that is something that I am not good at doing, which is one of the reasons I rely on my notation when prepping, is to look at something and to kind of have the notation off to the side and be like, right, there wasn't like much going on in this area. It looks like they're traversing a large distance, but I'm only going to stop for the one interesting thing in that traversal distance, rather than stopping, at a certain like distance traveled interval, which might lead to a lot more boring stops. Narrate the journey, be prepared for the players to interrupt it, but if they don't stop until there's something interesting in the way. Yeah, essentially. Exactly. It is don't stop until you think the characters would stop. And that's why I said that the repetition part is kind of, I don't want to say like mixed signals. That's not quite the right word for it. But it's something that can be used kind of both ways, where the repetition of you're going, is a signal that nothing is changing and nothing interesting is happening, but you are highlighting the fact that for this particular segment, that suddenly feels odd to the characters. And that odd feeling is the interesting thing that they stop for. But it's a complicated storytelling dynamics to an extent.
Are best to be avoided. They're mandrake. Just don't disturb them. Don't pull them out. Don't do anything with them.
Mandrakes? Oh, cool. Let's look at Harry Potter.
No, let's leave it.
No, I've read things about those. That's just a thing.
It's just a thing. Should I read it?
Let's read it.
It's a potted, screaming baby. Leave them.
So you've that's left aside. You guys make your way through the marsh and occasionally passing by the mandrake tops until it begins to subside with the marshland itself, and you come towards the base of the city before you. Now you see a massive ivy-covered wall of jade-like stone surrounding a dense cluster of towering trees, unlike those in any of the surrounding forests since the one you left. It is just an open plain, and then within the city walls, there are just trees emerging many, many stories into the air. Trees that you guys recognize have always been there. These trees came with the city, and are actually from the verdant expanse where Singborn usually resides. As you walk closer, you can see large sealed gates every so often along the outer wall. Every so often, you see these gates embedded in the wall, housing a massive emblem of a crescent moon, flanked by 2 trees over a deep cerulean stone about 2 feet across. Twins, you know these as the threshold crests. These.
Oh my God! It's lore. It's lore. Shitload of trees when they're inside Singorn Verdant Expanse is where Singorn normally is. You see the large sealed gates every so often around the honor wall. Every so often, you see these gates embedded into the wall, housing a massive emblem of a crescent moon flanked by 2 trees. They are the threshold crest. They are the enchant crest that enable the city to travel back and forth between the Feywild. Got it. Oh God, I'm going too far forward. Interesting. Okay.
Are the enchanted crests that enable the city to travel back and forth between the Feywild, should it be necessary. They're powerful, and they're rarely utilized, as the journey is not always accurate. Seemingly did so this time. Make a perception check, guys.
Everybody or just the twins?
Everybody who's paying attention.
I'm not. I'm reading.
This
21.
This is not woods anymore. This is not forest. This
21.
is marsh.
20. Just past marsh into like flatland. 20.
21.
21.
21.
15.
Okay. You guys continue towards the front of the gate. There's nobody on the outside of it. It's just a solid outside city. You can see white and gray towers, spires that streak up from inside, some of which are entwined by trees that kind of wrap around the base and then cluster around the center of the tower's height, like its own kind of canopy belt, if you will. As you get even closer still, you can see the white walls themselves are emplaced with almost heavy gold and brass, like gold leaf edging across the top, and at each one of the various nooks where the solid stone walls are joined. This is a very, very intricately carved and well-crafted wall, probably as part of the enchantment that is placed on it, amongst others, to keep it defended. You get about 100 feet from the wall before you, Vex, hear a quick sound. You leap back instinctually as all of you guys watch a series of bolts and arrows across the floor right in front of you.
Ooh,
oh boy.
That's exciting.
You all stop in place.
Should we attack?
I look up on the wall. Is it coming from archers on the wall?
You can now see up on the wall dozens of figures atop with long bows and some with crossbows drawn and nocked, trained on all of you.
I take my hood down. So you know us. We're here to see my father.
It's a pause, and then just like 100 feet away from you, one of the voices says, "Who is us, if I might ask?"
The twins, Vexoria and Vasildon.
Sildor's children.
There's a little bit of a conversation. You see a couple figures disappear from behind the wall. About 5 minutes pass,
And as you guys get a little fidgety, or one of you makes a swift movement, you can see the drawn bows tense up, and they're trained on any movement you guys give at this moment. As the time passes, an individual steps up to the top of the wall, adorned in the similar Singorian armor, but the helmet is taken off, and you see a woman with deep crimson hair, braided to one side and shaved on the other. Cool. In adorned armor, and she steps up and looks out. Vexalia, Vaxildon.
Do we know who she is?
The Vassar twins return. Do I know why? What is your business here in Singorn?
Came to speak to our father.
And the rest of your company?
Our companions.
With us.
Make a persuasion check, both of you.
20.
14. Stop using that one tonight.
Come forth to the gate. Relieve your arrows, please. And the guards all take their bows off of you and release the tension in the strings. And the woman turns and steps off the wall again. You can see the very front gate, the front of the wall, opens ever so slightly, about a 5-foot gap left.
Just everybody let my sister and I do the talking for a minute. Thank you. I scoop up my sister's hand, just down by my side. Walk forward.
As you guys watch single file, continuing towards the city, your satyr friend stays in the very back behind you, kind of like clutching. As you glance back, Grog, he's not there.
Who's not there?
What?
What? Can you still feel him? Oh, sorry.
Can I reach down to where he was?
Still tugging. He's holding on to you, but has lost visibility.
Clever little spider monkey.
As you guys approach, there waiting on the side of the gate within are about 10 guards and this individual, which she looks a little more battle-hardened and wasn't elevated before, was just one of the guards when you were children. But this is Iova.
Iova.
Now, Watcher Iova, the Watchers which guard the wall. She appears to be of an elevated status within the Watchers of Singorn. As you approach, she lowers her head in a respectful bow, but still not breaking eye contact, and has an aloof and distanced expression.
Walter Iova. Nice to see you have elevated yourself.
Time has passed since you were finding your own path. Surprised to see you return here, especially so far from the material realms.
And you can imagine there is great cause for us to be here.
Is your father aware of your arrival?
No.
He is now. So, you and your guests will be watched, will be followed, until otherwise given proof and permission from individuals higher than my station within the city, preferably your father.
I would expect nothing less.
Now, go, and welcome to Singorn. And she turns around, puts her helmet on, and half the guard walk away, while another 6 remain behind, just keeping watch.
Interesting.
Not quite a warm welcome.
I wouldn't expect one.
I guess we should probably make our way straight to, so we can have free reign. But
I motion for the rest to come up behind.
As the rest of you approach and find your way within the city walls, you're met with an astounding cityscape. Hundreds of homes and buildings and sanctuaries formed with natural grace and keen architectural mind as to seem almost grown from the trees and earth themselves. Upon closer look and a nearby inspection, you can see the craftsmanship. But from a distance, it's almost like they were born from the materials and they were built or crafted. You can see a distant magical lantern light shines all across the city, like the start of a glittering snowfall, as the rest of the streets themselves are ever lit by these little shining beacons. The center of the ageless place is divided by a grand lake of pure blue water, a roiling mist drifting across the surface, obscuring the view of boats currently on the surface of the water. You do notice a large military presence within the city, as the armored guard of Singorn, these individuals, the armored military force known as the Verdant Guard, are walking throughout the city, not with a hurried pace, but there is a general tension in the air, and far more than you've ever seen in all the years that you did spend in your youth within Singorn. And that's where we'll finish our session.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Shit. Oh, we're just getting started.
No, it's 10:30 though.
Oh, wow. Balls. I guess you just have to fly in next week, too. I wish I could.
All right. We'll do the commentary. We'll do the post-session cooldown. Because I don't have like an immediate thing I need to eject from my head. So we'll do the post-session cooldown.
Oh, wow.
As I look down and once again notice my thick spoon shirt I've had on the entire evening. My overshirt seems to have been shortening it to
Oh, I noticed.
Sorry about that.
I noticed.
Or even better.
Oh, well, that's okay.
But
It's a spoon.
Spoon!
That's hilarious.
Intended to.
Either way.
It all works fine. It's both ways. Both ways is the new Scanlan.
I'm gonna be holding onto this all week. I'm so
Spoon and poo.
I like it.
Autobiography. Well, great, guys. Thank you so much. We'll be picking up the next link to this journey in the reunion of Vex and Vax with their father, Isildur Vessar.
Such a
You guys
at the live show.
Yeah, live show.
Live show. No pressure.
All right.
I am so excited.
And you did notice that they were referred to as the Vessar twins.
The Vessar twins?
What does that even mean?
What does it mean?
That's our dad's stupid last name.
Vasar.
Bizarre.
Vax and Vex Vasar.
So you guys finally.
Vexalia Vessar and Vaxon.
I mean, whether they use the name, that's up to them, and I don't think that they do. But
Yeah, I've definitely never heard it before.
that it is. All right, folks. We'll see you guys, some of you live at the, we'll see you all live next week, but some of you will see at the actual venue in person.
Thank you to Luke Crate.
Thank you.
Thanks, Loot Crate. Woo! Okay. Interesting. Just some, yeah. It's easy to assume Vax and Vex didn't have one. Yeah. Honestly, yeah. I didn't even notice the rare vestless mat. No vest. It implies they don't want to be called by that name. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. With the way that they're, like, behaving and interacting with it, yeah, totally. Okay. Definitely an interesting ep. It's hard to... This is very speculative, but I was assuming, kind of, that there would be... that the way would be a bit more crafted and there would be a bit more. And I know that we talked about, like, oh, they went in kind of a non-standard way, but he had a week's warning that they were going to go that way. But as I have said before, sometimes you don't have time within that week where you have warning. And I know that technically you actually had 2 weeks, but they were traveling for a lot of that time. So I think there's a good chance that he just fell back on things that he knew were there and just kind of accepted that it would be a little bit clunky getting them in, but it would ultimately be fine, which is a totally fine and valid choice. That said, if we're actually looking at, like, what I thought of it, you know, regardless of any meta factors as to why it might be the way it is, I think it was a bit of a clunky way to put them in. But it also did have interesting characterizations of both the characters and the Feywild. It's definitely the Feywild was aggressively characterized, both literally and figuratively. And I don't know exactly what I think about it. I'll have to, like, really do, like, a retrospective. But especially for someone like Matt, where they get, it seems, a lot of enjoyment when it comes to exploration from, again, like I said earlier, discovering new peoples, discovering NPCs. And you don't want all of those to be combat. Right? Especially, depending on how he has the Feywild characterized ahead of time in his mind. He may especially not want all of it to be combat. It slows down the sessions. It could fuck up the pace. Especially for one of these vestiges, I think it makes a lot more sense to put a ton of work into the vestige fight, if there is going to be one, and less... And just not do combats leading up to it, especially when you have Singorn, which is this, kind of emblematic roleplay opportunity. But, all that being said, you don't want it to be this just like explore forever. You want it to still feel dangerous, even though you don't want them to do combat and to fight all the time. You still want it to feel dangerous. And I think that Matt did that. Again, maybe slightly clunkily, but he very distinctly said, don't trust anyone, don't talk to anyone, don't fucking look over your shoulder, don't do any of that. And if you do, there will be risks. And there's potential danger involved in talking to anyone. Which is definitely like it's a way of establishing danger without requiring combat. And it's a way of disincentivizing them from too much rampant exploration. It keeps them a little bit more contained. The main thing I would have liked, I think, to see a little bit more is maybe some additional funneling that wasn't just the swamp is that way. I think I would have liked to see something pulling them in the direction that wasn't just, hey, the objective is over there. Make it feel a little bit more naturalized, if that makes sense. But ultimately, not a huge deal. I wouldn't be saying that if this was a cave. You know what I'm saying? And they only had one way to go in the cave. Or maybe I would. Who knows? You guys have seen me. You can go back and look. Maybe I did say that sort of shit. But yeah, I think this was a very utilitarian session. Very utilitarian. It had goals. It had things it needed to accomplish. And I think it accomplished those things. Just maybe not at like the crazy high proficiency of certain other episodes. But I mean, that's the nature of D&D. That's the nature of TV. That's just the nature of things. Creative pursuits. So, yeah. Interesting introduction to the Feywild. At the very least. Yeah, interesting. Social conflict instead of standard conflict. Right, yeah. It's the entire kind of baseline idea that you can have these encounters without doing combat. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. What up, tons of fun? How you doing? Welcome back. Very cool. Oh my gosh. That was a long one. But it was I had fun. I'm getting back into and getting used to doing the full eps again. And I like it. I like just dedicating a day to it. It feels like, for my brain, it feels psychologically better. I like it. D&D needs things to live. To live. Yeah. I mean, D&D definitely needs, yeah. I don't know if I know what you're saying. I was trying to get there. I thought that by saying it out loud a few times I would get it, but I do not. But regardless, I'm sure Taliesin is hilarious. Taliesin was wacky that stream. I have a feeling that my takeaway will be largely centered around Taliesin and Vex. I mean, I'll let it marinate. Maybe there will be something else that sticks out to me, but I think that will be my large takeaway from this episode is surrounding them. Yeah. That was one fuck of a vamp. Yeah. Pretty much getting 3-1. Yeah, which is too high. It's too high. I need about a 2.5. I tried out a new calc for the budget. Not good. Way too high of a decrement. I need to turn it down for the next one. But I'll leave it there. I am most likely going to see y'all before the next CR. I would be surprised if I didn't, but also, shit happens. But I can feel pretty confident in saying next CR next Wednesday, the 11th. And then we will see what the schedule ends up being between. But I can feel pretty confident about that one. And hopefully lots of additional stuff in between. So, see you later. Have a good night, morning, afternoon, whatever. And I'll see y'all later.